Okay, really? Bro, people can read faster than that. You don't need such a basic disclaimer to go on for that long. I'm sure you want people to read it, but it does not take 22 seconds to read a fair use disclaimer like this. Look, I could go into detail about this, but like, at the end of the day, the counter argument is just, who cares? This is small. And you're kind of right, but if I'm just like, okay, get on with it on the first thing you show me, you don't think maybe you're dragging your ass a little too much?
So, my old nemesis. I can already tell there's gonna be people finding out about this video and their knee-jerk reaction is just gonna be, why are you talking about this movie again? It happened 3 years ago. Stop reigniting your hate for a movie you personally didn't like and move on. Well, for a couple of reasons. One, this movie has a tendency to appear as a trending subject on Twitter and has been doing so for years since it first came out. So don't try to tell me this topic isn't relevant anymore. The Last Jedi, regardless of how you feel about it, has always been a highly topical film given the subject matter. It doesn't really matter how long ago it came out because that's not an actual limit to what can and cannot be discussed in terms of media.
Okay, so while it's a fair point to note something that's been around for a while should still be up for critique, and in fact a revisiting after the fact can provide better insight, you should also have something new to say if you're going to cover something again. For example, could I re-review episodes of Powerpuff Girls 2016 that I've already reviewed? Sure, I totally could, nothing's stopping me. But if I don't have anything new to bring to that topic, then there's no point, especially since I have a tendency to wait and look at the whole picture instead of shotgunning my opinion out as fast as possible without taking the time to ensure what I have to say has some kind of staying power. So, you think maybe it's something other than just time that makes people ask why you continue covering this topic? Oh, but let's get on your reasoning and proof of it trending. I mean, your screenshot there sure does show that The Last Jedi was trending on Twitter with like less than 2,000 tweets and no date. Meanwhile, let's take a look at some trending topics from literally while I'm scripting this part of the video. Let's see, we've got the Zodiac Killer for some reason. Special report, I think that's a news thing. Kawaki. Okay. Hashtag Twitch leak. Oh yeah, that was going on around this time. Boy, I'm sure dating this part of the script, aren't I? Roblox TOS. Tyson Fury. Okay. Hashtag defund AT&T. Smallest of those trends about a fucking Boruto character is still bigger than your Last Jedi trend. And your screenshot has nothing in terms of date, but then again, neither does mine. Not something you can just get easily. Fair enough. So I'll just provide data to show that the engagement in relation to Last Jedi is not what you make it out to be. Google Analytics data. I started in 2014, a year before the release of Force Awakens, to be as charitable as possible getting this data. As you can see here, the film has 100% of its search engagement around the time of the release, and further spikes around both of the other movie releases, alongside a couple of lesser spikes between Force Awakens and Last Jedi that coincide the release with Rogue One and Last Jedi's trailer. Now, easy to say that it's related to the engagement with Star Wars as a whole, so let's just make that comparison. While it is talked about more when the movies come out, any other time it tends to maintain being about 10% of the overall Star Wars disclosure or less. I mean, yeah, it's still relevant, but really no more relevant than any other Star Wars movie. Hell, there was even a peak at the end of 2020 that doesn't even move the needle for the discussion of Last Jedi at all. So what does that tell you? See, and here's the thing. I'm not even saying that you shouldn't talk about this movie, or that its age is relevant to the discussion, but the issue with you continuing to talk about this movie is, well, related to that comment you put on screen. You already discussed this in a very thorough manner, and it's not like the discussion is moving towards Last Jedi more than other Star Wars movies. So, you know, why bring it back up when you were so thorough with it in the first place?
And two, this is Star Wars we're talking about. Star Wars will always be a relevant topic of discussion until the planet explodes because it's only the biggest franchise in the history of Western media.
Now, see, why didn't you just fucking say that instead? People are willing to harp on the prequels until the end of time, so why shouldn't you be allowed to harp on how bad you think this movie is too? Granted, what you say next does point towards why people would have a problem with this, so let's just get to that.
For those who may not know, I previously talked about this movie when it was sort of new, I guess. It recently came out on Blu-ray and DVD, and it was terrible back then. Well, guess what? 3 years have gone by and it's still terrible. There is literally no excuse for this movie turning out as horribly as it did. Even now, it still baffles me how it was even possible for this movie to fuck up as colossally as it did. But on the other hand, this is something that I talked about in detail before.
Exactly! You discussed this in detail, so people would naturally think you may not have much new to say about it. Which, to be fair...
So I'm gonna try and do my best to bring up arguments that I didn't use the first time, because there is actually very little to like about this movie. From its story, to its writing, to its characters, to its themes, to its awful continuity, to its production.
You do state your intent to do. And this also has the context of Rise of Skywalker that your original review had, so I do agree with you that this isn't as superfluous as it sounds. However, it remains to see if you have an actual fucking point here. Now, the rest of this intro segment is boring, uninteresting drivel about the direction of the Star Wars franchise, but some notable language gets used that indicates where the standpoint is going without outright stating it.
I'll openly admit that I was one of the people who felt optimistic about The Force Awakens when it first came out. It was a very flawed experience, but it still had some good stuff in it and left open a lot of possible directions for the story to go. But now, because of The Last Jedi and Rise of Skywalker, The Force Awakens is a movie that has only gotten more sour and aged more poorly with the passage of time, because it ended up going nowhere and now it means nothing.
Is that really indicative of the quality of an individual film, though? I mean, The Empire Strikes Back was still considered an amazing movie before the existence of Return of the Jedi. Now, there's some comparison to be made here, and I hate to tell you this, but it shows Last Jedi to be less reliant on context than Empire Strikes Back.
But perhaps that's a story for another time, because this isn't about The Force Awakens. This is about The Last Jedi, and I eagerly await the people on Twitter or elsewhere complaining about the news that I'm talking about this movie for the billionth time. But like I said before, I really don't care at this point.
Is, that why you keep bringing it up? Because you don't care? It's almost like you already discussed why you don't take that complaint seriously, and now you're saying you don't care again within a couple of minutes of pointing out the reasons you don't care. I don't know, it really makes it sound like you actually care. Seriously, I normally don't like the argument of, if you don't care, why are you talking about it, when someone mentions not caring about something once, but this is very different. This is basically you harping on how few fucks you give to the point where you sound like an attention-grubbing whore. Or Superfly, one of the two.
Because even to this day, I'm still trying to figure out how this could have happened. How was it possible for this movie to go so wrong? Even with everything that's come out about this mess of a sequel trilogy since The Rise of Skywalker, it still feels like we missed something because it just gets worse and worse as time goes on.
Okay, so in an early video of mine, I talked about how most of the time the don't like it, don't watch it argument gets horribly misused. This is one of those times where it's used correctly that I was talking about in that video. You keep watching a movie that you actively hate and apparently keep finding things to hate about it. You sound like the subject of a Mariah Carey song right now, to the point where I, with only the slightest amount of hyperbole, only the slightest, expect you to say that this movie fucked your dog and shot your wife. Calm down. It's a movie.
But as horrible as The Rise of Skywalker is, it wasn't necessarily the movie that started the avalanche. That honor goes to this movie, in which there were many, many think pieces about it, about how it was either the best Star Wars film since The Empire Strikes Back,
No.
or one of the worst things to ever happen in the history of cinema. And while I wouldn't say this about The Last Jedi, at least not on its own, it's definitely understandable why people felt that way.
Yes, this is the behavior of an adult. Laugh at the fact that Last Jedi's quality is a point of contention within the Star Wars fan base, something that might be, real reason people think you continuing to harp on it is dumb, while saying that those who think it's the worst have an understandable viewpoint. Like, honestly, part of the reason people really hate this fucking thing as much as they do is because they don't like change, but I'll get there.
One way or another, this was pretty much the Star Wars movie that started the great divide between people who like the Star Wars sequel trilogy and people who like good movies. And I suppose there's really no harm in revisiting the reasons why.
You're right. There's not. There's harm in your blatantly elitist attitude. See, this is the reason why people think bronies are the scum of the earth. Well, okay, yeah, there's that other guy, but we don't talk about pedophiles on this channel.
Glasses off, I'm opening caskets. Some folks
Hang
out
on,
here
hang on.
that show wanna get their...
Hello?
To see just how bad, or just how bad this movie has aged in the last 3 years, especially since The Rise of Skywalker came out. And just to let people know before we move forward, no matter what you see and no matter what happens in this video, just try to bear with me because trust me, it gets worse. It gets way fucking worse.
So remember, this is supposed to be looking at the movie through the lens of having seen Rise of Skywalker. Eventually he is going to talk about the behind the scenes stuff, and yeah, let's just say that I can't wait to dissect that as someone who actually fucking knows how movies are made.
But we all gotta start somewhere, and this movie's already pretty damn bad, so let's go. And what better way to start this off by doing what we did last time, starting off with the opening crawl.
So, you're going to present arguments that you didn't present last time. And thus you decide to start the body of your video in the exact same way. Good. I didn't want my brain cells today. Okay, goodbye. Have a good day at school. I don't even go to school anymore. What the fuck?
I know it may come across as a little bit mundane, but I'm sorry, this is simply not excusable. When the movie manages to screw up with the first 3 words, literally the first 3 words, it's just not painting a good sign.
Kinda like how if a video messes up with the fucking disclaimer, it's not a good sign? Even though it seems mundane? Yeah, my initial criticism seems a lot more relevant now, doesn't it? Also, people are getting the joke in my opening crawl right about...
I talked before about how ridiculous it is that the Order was somehow reigning when the previous film ended with them losing a shitload of resources and taking a huge defeat after the Star Killer was destroyed. But after putting more time into thinking about it, I started to realize
this was explained in the previous movie just fine?
That this isn't the problem. It's a symptom of the problem.
That's not what you were gonna say? Ah, well, allow me to guide your amoeboid brain through what happened before the Star Killer was destroyed. Do you remember how the Star Killer displayed its power? By getting rid of the entire New Republic, well, technically not the entire New Republic, but we'll get there. Did you just forget about that part? You know, all those planets, how Hux stated that getting rid of the New Republic would cut off the Resistance resources, all that shit. Yeah, that big loss on the side of the First Order was preceded by the predominant governmental body that isn't the First Order being evaporated. They lost a single fucking base, while the New Republic is basically space dust. Not hard to figure out how the First Order is in control now, is it? At least not for someone with 2 brain cells to rub together. Yeah, y'all getting the old Stone Cold now, how you like it?
The actual problem is that this plot point has no build-up. You might have heard a common complaint with The Force Awakens and that the First Order just showed up out of nowhere from the ashes of the old Empire. We're just supposed to accept that this order suddenly rose to power and that the Republic was incompetent to stop it.
Okay, so as much as movies try to sell the cut the head off the snake tactic in dealing with a military force, and this is an especially prevalent complaint with Star Wars, mind you, assassinating the leader, while good at putting forces on the back foot, does not result in automatic victory. It's not realistic that the Empire falls because the Emperor dies. There are still other people who were loyal to their cause, so it stands to reason they could survive. And that same complaint can be lodged towards anything. So you mean to tell me that the Galactic Empire was too incompetent to stop the rebellion from being a threat? You mean to tell me that the Galactic Empire was too incompetent to stop the New Republic from rising to power in the first place? You mean to tell me that the United States was too incompetent to stop Al-Qaeda and ISIS from forming? Yeah, maybe that last one will be proof enough of why your argument of they didn't establish how it happened is dog piss.
There's no explanation for how this happened, and you can't just hand-wave it away with one sentence of information. The purpose of the prequel trilogy was to detail what led to Palpatine's rise to power in the OT, how he took advantage of the Jedi Order's flawed ideology and exploited the Republic's weaknesses. Nothing like that is given here. It's just these guys took the old Empire's place and we're back to square one.
Okay, there's a big difference between those two instances, my guy. First of all, the prequels were about Anakin Skywalker's descent to the dark side and Palpatine's rise to power, so it happens to be part of that story. Whereas the existence of the First Order is what's important to Rey's story in the sequel trilogy, and not how the First Order happened. But if we're gonna go deep on comparing to the OT, oh, that's gonna bite you in the ass real hard here in a moment.
Now, it might have been one thing if they gave us a legitimate explanation for how they rose to power in the next 2 movies, but the answers we ended up getting turned out to be blatant bullshit. This opening crawl has the exact same problem. They don't take the time to establish or elaborate anything that's going on here. We have no picture of how far-reaching the villains are, how powerful they are, or how they recovered so quickly.
No picture of how powerful, far-reaching, or how they recovered from the opening crawl. Alright, OT comparison time. Keep in mind that A New Hope also ends with the destruction of a massive super weapon capable of wiping out the entire good guy team. So, in spite of the final shot of the last movie being a fucking medal ceremony, Empire Strikes Back outright states that in spite of the destruction of the Death Star, the Imperials still have a Starfleet that's driving the rebels out of hiding. So, not only does the beginning of Empire Strikes Back give about the same amount of context, the opening to Empire is actually less relevant because The Last Jedi entirely depicts the First Order's fleet chasing down the Resistance and picking them off little by little, with the first scene depicting the Resistance narrowly escaping their hiding spot, which we know was exposed at the end of the last movie because it was being aimed at by the Star Killer. You know, kind of like how the Death Star was aiming at the Rebellion's base of operations in A New Hope, thus why there's no question of why the Empire has the upper hand at the beginning of Episode 5. This explanation is really gonna bite you in the ass harder later, too. That's right, double ass bites!
Even if we're to assume that it's because the Order had more stations or the Republic's planets that got blown up dealt a crucial blow to the Resistance, it still comes across as jarring because The Force Awakens treated the destruction of the Star Killer as a strong win for the good guys and even the playing field. The movie ended on an optimistic note that the good guys were fighting back, so why are they suddenly losing?
Or, you know, I guess the first time that one bites you in the ass again is right now. Again, this is supposed to be indicative that The Last Jedi is worse than what's in the OT, right? For one, hopeful that the Resistance is fighting back doesn't mean that they fucking won. They still lost the government that was shadow funding them and have had their location completely exposed, which actually makes more sense than Empire. See, remember how I mentioned that the Rebellion had their locations exposed at the end of A New Hope? Yeah, they apparently had enough time on Yavin 4 to have a whole fucking medal ceremony before scattering, whereas the Resistance just stood there and watched Rey leave. No big celebration to be had. Force Awakens ends as though there's still a fight to be had, whereas New Hope ends like that was the end of the war. So, are you sure you want to say that the sequel trilogy is the one that ends on a hopeful note that gets ignored in the next movie?
Why is the Republic suddenly just gone?
Because it was literally wiped off the face of the galaxy, you nerf herder! Okay, let me do this with a little more nuance. Technically speaking, it is possible that the remnants of the New Republic still exist. Although the movie does point out that there are allies at the fringes of the galaxy that chose not to help. So the movie winds up explaining that away for us. What they actually blew up was about the entire system surrounding the Galactic Senate. So, what do you think that's gonna do to the Republic? Having its entire fucking government obliterated. This is a situation where cutting off the head of the snake actually does kill the body, unlike what killing one guy would do.
Why is only one side winning when both sides faced huge losses at the end of the last film?
Because one side lost damn near anything, and the other side lost a space station. Like, you can see the scale of losses when comparing this movie to the last. The Resistance has a few bombers and a small fleet, while the First Order has multiple destroyer-class vessels at their disposal. The first fucking skirmish of the movie can tell you exactly how much loss was incurred by both sides. Or, here's another comparison. The First Order lost one planet, and the Resistance lost, I feel like I've said this before, a whole fucking system. So who the fuck lost more then?
It raises a whole bunch of questions that are never answered, which drags you out of the experience. And it heavily reduces the sense of tension because the stakes aren't properly established, creating a lack of investment.
Except, you don't even need the context of the previous movie to establish stakes. Properly establishing stakes in a movie really doesn't have anything to do with what the movie before it did. Although the movie before it can inform those stakes, but the stakes in this movie are the stakes in this movie. I've already debunked you on the level of whether this meshes with the previous movie, so let's talk about establishing stakes properly within this movie then. Alright, so the opening crawl tells you that the First Order is seizing military control of the galaxy, and the Resistance are fighting against that. So, tell me, what's at stake there? Sounds like control of the galaxy to me. Notably, this also tells us the importance of Luke Skywalker to the fight, something that gets hammered home by damn near everyone throughout the entire movie. Luke is considered the key to this fight. So, yeah, you don't exactly need the previous movie to tell you the stakes. These movies should still be viewable as individual experiences. That's part of the point of an opening crawl, to give a series-wide context if you come in the middle of a series. And it's why movies end on a story beat that concludes an arc, even if there's another movie to come. Rey finds Luke at the end of the movie. The Resistance is focused on survival instead of finding Luke because they have someone out there who knows where he is. It concludes the arc of searching for Luke, so now the theme shifts to... Actually, I think I need to save that for later. Was holding in that burp! That's not the reason I need to save it for later. I just do it later in the script.
It feels like an entire other movie just happened off screen, and all this stuff with Leia and the gang being chased by Hux and the First Order has no context behind it. They're not choosing to stay consistent with the world building here. It's just this happened because that happened with no explanation for how and why.
Remember when I said that my explanation was going to bite you in the ass? Here we go! Yet another ass bite! So, Leia and the Resistance are literally leaving the base they were at the ending of Force Awakens for this entire chase. Since this movie takes place, no joke, immediately after the end of the previous movie. Give or take a couple hours, perhaps. But you know what movie takes place further out from when the previous movie ended, with what is the equivalent of this movie's plot happening entirely off screen? The Empire Strikes Back. Yeah, they weren't exactly on Hoth at the end of A New Hope, were they? The opening crawl even says that after getting found out in their current location, Luke and several others hid on Hoth from the Empire. In fact, the sequence in question bears striking similarity to not just the beginning of Empire Strikes Back, except in space, but even further similarity to the end of Last Jedi in terms of visual representation. In other words, there wasn't a whole movie between Force Awakens and Last Jedi, at least not in terms of story. But it seems more likely for there to be at least most of a movie between New Hope and Empire. In other words, not only is this something that doesn't make Last Jedi worse than the OT, it is an area that makes the sequel trilogy, in theory, more cohesive than the OT. At least, by your standards of how things should be set up.
Leia's crew got back to the fleet, fled to some random planet, and are now being chased by the entire First Order, and there's just too many holes in how it's presented.
I really should have skipped this, because once again, all I can do is repeat the point I already made in another way. They were on Dakar. The next target of the Starkiller was Dakar. They were already being pursued. This takes place within 24 hours of the end of the last movie. You dumb. But something about the video overall, this kind of points out. Bro, your points are super repetitive. How many times can you say, this wasn't established well, before you think we get the point? God, it's like you have the opposite problem of what the movie has, where the movie is trusting your intelligence enough to not hold your hand and give you the capability of putting two and two together for yourself, instead of spelling out the answer like a kindergartner that's the age of a sixth grader, that they've been held back so much, whereas you're the one treating your audience like the kindergartner that's been held back. Dude, do you just expect your audience to be that dumb? I mean, granted, you're a brony, but whew, boy.
We haven't gotten to the actual movie yet, and the story is already showing a number of cracks. Maybe I would have been more forgiving of this sloppy intro if the rest of the movie was more steady. And it's not. And the first sign of trouble comes from the iconic yet infamous prank call between Poe and Hux, introducing us to the film's terrible sense of humor. And this is where things are going to differentiate from last time, because instead of going through the movie scene by scene, I'm gonna talk about all the movie's comedy all at once. I'll be doing the same thing for other topics as we move forward to maintain a sense of focus and to better organize this critique.
And that's not something you could have done from the very beginning of the review? No. We'll get to what you actually have to say about the scene you described and another scene you're showing a screenshot for in a minute. I want to address this. Let's go ahead and get our story organized after we've started. Dude, this is already going all over the place. Why even bother starting the way you did instead of just starting by going over topics instead of starting scene by scene? Hell, you even have a section for internal consistency, which is what the majority of the opening crawl section winds up being about. So it's not like it doesn't fit otherwise. You do know how to write videos, right?
So it's no secret at this point that The Last Jedi has a comedy problem. It's one of the things that a lot of people talk about when it comes to this movie. And while people really like to make the argument that comedy is subjective, the problem comes into play when you start to really break it down and put it in context. Because for a lot of reasons we're gonna go into, the comedy in this movie does not work. And not because I personally don't find it funny, it actually fails on a fundamental level. And the main reason why is because the style of humor they go for is not appropriate for Star Wars.
You know, there are several places where I 100% agree with you, and other critics for that matter. Although I'll get to some of those scenes that you speak of in a bit to point out some of my own disagreement with the comedy point, but... Well, first we're about to go off on this not suitable for Star Wars, to which I retort, not really in most cases, actually, especially in accordance with the standard you're about to lay out.
I'm not saying that Star Wars can't have comedic moments or do it well, but The Last Jedi is a textbook example of how not to do it. There's no subtlety to how any of it is delivered. What do I mean by that? Well, you've probably heard of something called mood whiplash, when a story tends to go back and forth between being upbeat and lighthearted and having a dark and serious tone. The Last Jedi is the epiphany of this, and not in a good way.
Epitome. The word you're looking for is epitome. Fucking Christ. Anyway, let's look at the example you show on screen, which is a case where I agree that your complaint is valid, even if I don't necessarily have the same problem as you do. Again, using the scenes of the Keepers as slapstick break during the training sequences, which doesn't really need that in order to break tension, in my personal opinion, as some of the way the dialogue is structured does a good job of that already, as well as the more lighthearted nature of Finn and Rose's quest, which we'll certainly talk about later. But I also want to talk about this mood whiplash point. You know that isn't always a bad thing, right? Sometimes it's used in order to elevate a story. There is, after all, a such thing as tragic comedy. Can't think of anyone who's ever done that. Nope, not at all. Fucking read Hamlet sometime, you troglodyte.
There are so many moments throughout the movie where an otherwise serious moment is being interrupted by some kind of joke. Hux trying to pose a threat before getting dumbfounded by a prank call.
Okay, so while that did serve a tactical purpose in the form of being a distraction that made the assault that followed more effective, I kind of agree with you that this is a good example of misplaced comedy, although I do not agree that it's simply because of lol Poe does a prank call. Although the fact that the exchange was that one note of a joke was certainly a contributing factor. Like, seriously, he just acted like the guy wasn't talking. It wasn't funny. There was really no joke other than, haha, he is teasing the military commander, so I can't really fault anyone for this leaving a sour taste in their mouths, even if I don't agree with the reason it does in this particular instance. This is a case of misplaced comedy that doesn't really do much other than try to be wacky. And the fact that it's just the first real scene of the movie honestly doesn't help.
Hux claiming they have the resistance tied at the end of a string before Finn recovers from his injury and starts fumbling around in a suit leaking water everywhere.
Okay, so I get what you're trying to say about this, but it is just such a shame that you are full of shit. Yeah, Finn getting out of his healing pod thing, whatever it is, and fumbling around weakly wasn't supposed to be funny. It was supposed to be a display of his determination and drive, as well as serve as the transition from the battle scene towards Rey on Not Dagobah. It's also a display of a character trait in this movie of Finn that, as I'll get into later, you have somehow completely overlooked. But, yeah, this isn't a transition from serious threats into comedy. Hell, based on the wording, seems like you skipped over the entire battle that led up towards Hux telling Snoke that he had the resistance on a string. Or, you know, Snoke force ragdolling Hux around the place because he's pissed off that the resistance got away. You know, the comedy in the middle of a serious scene that later in the video, by the way, you'll blatantly point out. See, if you had complained about that here, then it would at least line up with what you're complaining about. But no, you don't talk about that in the comedy section. You have to pick up the scene that isn't even fucking comedic in the slightest to call out.
Rey facing her archenemy but getting awkwardly stunned by his physical features.
Fucking really? This is gonna bite you in the ass a lot here in a minute. But note that she asked if he had something he could put on, and then the conversation continued as though nothing happened. A single fucking sentence. Seriously, not even a facial expression other than her looking away for a moment. Seriously, keep in mind how inconsequential this singular quip is.
Kylo telling his forces to fire on the speeders before getting interrupted by Hux, who just says the same thing. and Kylo just gives him an annoyed look.
Doesn't at all display the character dynamic between Hux and Kylo. Nope, it's just comedy. But this is another place where I kind of see the complaint, at least. See, this dynamic of animosity is pretty much ignored for the rest of the movie and barely used in Rise of Skywalker, except for the big way it's used in Rise of Skywalker. Because in all honesty, they couldn't just make a story fucking simple, could they? There was way too much going on at that point. It's no wonder some of the stuff we talk about later gets lost in the shuffle. But this scene right here, out of place simply because of how poorly the dynamic was used elsewhere. Which, while feeding into your other problems, isn't a problem with a comedy working on a fundamental level.
Chewbacca being pestered by the porgs in between more serious scenes.
Alright, I don't really have an argument against this. It was shit. Moving on.
Leia arguing with Poe over destroying the Dreadnought, followed by Leia telling C-3PO to get rid of that look on his face.
Oh, this one is absolutely intended to be a tension-cutting quip, but it will bite you in the ass later. I'm just here for the bookmark, don't mind me.
And many, many other examples that I don't have time to go over. How is this a problem? Well, if I could sum it up in 2 words, it would be this: inconsistent tone. The beginning of the movie sets itself up as a dramatic war film, and it features many intense action scenes with a lot of harsh deaths and dark scenes. But then you have those scenes played back to back with scenes that are clearly being played for laughs, and they're in the movie for no reason other than they just wanted to do something funny.
So, there's a reason I had to argue against even scenes that I agreed with being poorly executed, because this right here proves that you don't pay attention. There are other reasons for most of these scenes, and again, there's also the cutting of tension that an element of comedy can serve to do.
I can only assume that they were going for the dramatic moments followed by jokes formula, which is something you would see in a lot of Marvel movies. But unlike the Marvel movies that are more lighthearted in nature given their source material, Star Wars is meant to be viewed more seriously.
I'm sorry. Based on the source material, Star Wars is supposed to be viewed more seriously. I'm feeling like Matt Riddle right now because, bruh. I think you're forgetting about the fact that one of the Marvel movies is a reinterpretation of the storyline from the comics about political dissidence and the price of fucking freedom. This is a storyline that ends in the comics with Captain America being executed by lethal injection. You sure you want to go there? And let's not forget Infinity War, aka literal genocide of half of the... I put in human race, but it's not even half the human race. Half of existence. Oh, but it gets far worse than that for you, buddy.
It's supposed to be a serious space opera. It's what Star Wars always was.
Yeah, guess what else in its source material was a serious space opera? Infinity War! Oh, and let's get back to that Star Wars is super serious shit. Yeah, you're gonna touch on this later, but Star Wars has a lot of comedic moments, some of which aren't even intentional. No reason to harp on it here because some of it is different and that's a whole different point, honestly. But let's just say, well, he's about to go full exaggeration mode on our asses.
Which is why the constant jokes following dramatic scenes don't work here, because it treats Star Wars like a lighthearted comedy. It might have been one thing if they did these jokes every once in a while, but The Last Jedi is completely oversaturated with these types of jokes, constantly dumbing down the mood. It's constantly going back and forth between dramatic and silly, and it doesn't register when you're trying to be momentous.
It's really not as frequent as you make it out to be, my guy, but really this is just you dragging on the point and accentuating the thing you don't like because you don't like it. So I'm too fucking tired of your bullshit this early in the video to even bother debunking you with hard facts. There are points where it just stops the movie to break the mood, and you're right. In some of those cases, it just doesn't work. Like, for instance, the salt screenshot you put on screen is a very good example of an attempt at a joke that, well, didn't work. There was no reason for it to be there. The only purpose to the plot I can think of is to keep the rating down by showing us that the red stuff all over the plate is not blood, and there's really no joke here, honestly. It's just trying to be lighthearted and failing at it. Even if it's short, it definitely serves as a prime example of the worst attempts of injecting comedy into drama or action that you go for. So, you know, that's a couple of picks you hit out of the park. Out of very many.
You're creating a scenario where we're supposed to be making a personal connection with these characters and their struggles, to come to terms with the losses and sacrifices being made. You can't do that when you're constantly bringing the movie to a screeching halt every 2 minutes just to go, ha ha, look at us, we're being goofy and doing silly things with awkward pauses.
You do know that creating a personal connection with a character is easier if the whole movie isn't serious all the time, right? Like, for real. While the way you described it makes sense, that's not what the majority of your examples are. They are, for the most part, displays of character traits and personality that make it easier to personally connect with a character. See, while I agree that Last Jedi delves quite a bit into the too silly territory, what you're describing is, well, Twilight. The Twilight movies, and books for that matter, are notable for failing because of the ultra-serious tone that everything takes. Characters don't seem to have much personality beyond simply what their role in the story is. For an example of how that would work in The Last Jedi, let's take Leia and her quip towards C-3PO. Coping with stress by putting it off on someone else when you're obviously talking about yourself is, well, both funny and shows a human side to a character who otherwise is just the commander. Hux and Ren being portrayed as competing with each other as rivals. Yeah, I know some people may not agree with humanizing the bad guys, but it can be very important if you're going to have meaningful confrontation like Ren with Luke at the end of this movie. And you're going to point this out in a bit, which is a point that I keep building up to because, oh boy, does it blow almost everything you've said about comedy out of the water. The OT also fucking does this.
It makes the film come across as a parody of Star Wars more than anything else, like the Family Guy version of the OT, and even that managed to stay consistent for more than 5 minutes. I can see they were trying to make this movie more lighthearted and kid-friendly compared to other Star Wars movies, because, you know, it was bought by Disney and Disney likes pandering to kids.
Do you want me to list all of the adult-oriented movies released under 20th Century Fox after the buyout, or would you rather I just tell you that you're wrong and move on? Oh, but of course, I know what you're thinking. 20th Century Fox is still released those movies as a subsidiary of Disney, and that just goes to show that Disney should be willing to treat Star Wars with the respect it treats these franchises. For one, Lucasfilm is also a subsidiary, shut up, but I can do you one better. Prove in the closest to objective way possible that the prequel series are not only more catered towards kids than the OT with the MPAA ratings, the OT consistently getting PG ratings, and every sequel trilogy movie getting a PG-13 rating. A rating shared, by the way, by Rogue One, a Star Wars movie from the same time period and considered to be more mature in tone than the prequel trilogy, and arguably more mature in tone than the OT. Fair to point out that the close to 40-year separation between the OT and the sequel trilogy, so let's compare to the prequels, which have half the time gap, the same age rating as the OT, with the exception of Revenge of the Sith. So one of two things is happening there. Either the change in standards over the years has resulted in the same thing being considered appropriate for an older audience over time, or the OT and the prequels are more childish, which I would be inclined to argue against, considering the PG-13 rating wasn't introduced until shortly after Return of the Jedi. But tell me which way you think you're wrong, because you damn sure aren't doing anything other than talking out of your ass right now.
And that would be fine if it was more scarce with genuine build-up to the more lighthearted stuff. But that's not what The Last Jedi does. The humor never takes a second to breathe when it needs to, interrupting and weakening scenes that are supposed to be grave and solemn. They're horribly timed and misplaced, constantly showing up in moments that don't call for them.
Alright, so other than the fact that having a little bit of humor involved in this conversation with Moss that basically served as a debriefing for Finn and Rose's mission was fine, and it's not like it took away from the stakes, keep in mind how minimal this scene, the specific screenshot he's showing is. Moss sounding infatuated and Finn and Rose making a face for 1 fucking second as the conversation still continues and isn't, you know, halted for the humor. Hell, your statement about having build-up for sillier moments is gonna bite you in the ass too, in the same point that I've been building up. Man, I did not realize how poor of a choice those words were when I first watched this, did I?
They don't allow dramatic scenes to play out naturally, constantly dragging you out of the experience and breaking your investment in the story.
Okay, so this one I kind of get being an example of what you're talking about. While it does serve as a display of Luke choosing a more destitute life, indicating how far his resolve to not go back really is when we see it more overtly later, let's be real, it's also kind of dumb. I personally thought it was ill-fitting, but I got why it was there. I understood what they were getting at, even if I didn't agree with it. And remember how you said these things only serve as a break for the characters to do something wacky? once again, I pointed out how one of your examples is showing aspects of a character and not just silly for the sake of silly. Wow. It's almost like that point of yours was bad and incredibly wrong or something. Huh.
There's no sense of balance between these two elements.
Ah, yes. These totally happened back to back. Yes, Rose reflecting on her past, and then there was nothing before showing this alien lady screaming in fear during a chase scene that, as we all know, was totally already happening when she did that. No room for breath. Not that the former was given context for the chase scene, and the latter was contextualized as a moment within the chase scene to break tension. No. It's a joke to get to breathe. Fuck me. On that point I've been building up to the whole time, by the way. Here it is.
I mean, really compare the humor from The Last Jedi to the humor that can be found in the OT. Yes, they have comedic moments like Yoda's antics or Han Solo's quibs, but they're not a detriment because the balance is maintained. They're brief, more scarce, not interrupting the story, and they're also more natural to the world they're in.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about the sparse parts since I've already proven that you're exaggerating that. But let's talk about the short and fits into the world aspects before revealing what this proves you're really thinking. So first, short. You know that almost every moment you've talked about has been less than 5 seconds long, right? Hell, the ones you've done the most to highlight were not only less than 5 seconds, but also were in the middle of a conversation where they just passed without incident. As in, it was part of the conversation, and then things moved like normal. This is especially prevalent in your comment about Rey reacting to Kylo shirtless. And if we really want to compare that to in OT, especially Han Solo one-liners, yeah, it's the same thing, just more frequent, which I actually will get to. Second, fitting into the world. Bro, some of these things are literally part of the world-building aspects of the movie, and you mean to tell me they don't fit? Okay, how? Or is this just a generic statement meant to sound like it means something when in reality, it's about as empty as the rest of the 3.5-hour dumpster fire you brought here? Yeah, I thought so. But let's get back to the frequency of the jokes, because your confusion about this seems to come down to overall tone. I've watched a lot of Star Wars movies and TV shows. I've played a lot of Star Wars games. I've read less Star Wars books, but still a lot. You know what's part of what makes Star Wars what it is? The fact that it doesn't take itself as seriously as you seem to imply it's supposed to. Star Wars isn't all grit all the time, even though there are some works that lean in that direction. Sure, fine, but overall the series is still supposed to be fun. So having small elements of fun with more serious scenes is not your thing, then maybe Star Wars isn't the right fucking franchise for you. Sure, the comedic aspects of the OTU are more muted than anything else, but not only is this stilted and super serious writing style that tried to force itself to sound loose what gave us the holiday special, but it was also done in the early 80s. And I'm not sure if you knew this, but the art of filmmaking has evolved since then. This isn't the fucking Revenant. Stop treating it like it's supposed to be. I mean, if I really wanted a Star Wars movie that takes itself way too seriously, then I'd just go watch Star Trek. Oh damn, I know I'm gonna get flack for that one.
Additionally, these jokes help to establish and humanize the characters, giving us insight into their personalities and how they interact with each other. Now tell me, what was the purpose of Rey seeing Kylo Ren with his shirt off and having a dumb reaction like a teenage girl with a crush?
Considering how Rise of Skywalker ends, you really want me to answer that? Fuck, I thought part of the point was to take what we didn't know when the movie came out into consideration. Even if the scene was what you described, which it wasn't, the reasoning would be more prevalent now than then.
I mean, besides feeding into the sick freaks who think romanticizing abusive relationships is an okay thing to do. This doesn't give insight into Rey's character or her relationship with Kylo. It's just there for the sake of having something awkward. It turns this dramatic and serious war story into a stupid teen movie. It's incessant, forced, and childish.
Okay, I'll get to the actual problem here in a second, but let's talk about it being forced. That's a little subjective, as when I look at the scene, I don't really see that, or the romantic implications. That being said, the scenario does kind of feel like one out of a teen movie, specifically accidentally walking on someone while they're changing, but as a single one-liner before we move on instead of what you describe it as, and yes, nothing says dramatic war story like two people being forcibly psychically linked. And look, whether you think that this is romanticizing abuse or not, which is a good talking point to make about the trilogy, but not one I can 100% agree with because I think it's something much worse than that. let's assume that this character dynamic is intended to show that. So the question is, does showing that she reacts to his physical features tell us anything about the character? Yes. It tells us that Rey finds him attractive. The fact she tells him to put a shirt on tells us that she finds that distracting, including that it's something that, even to a minor degree, inhibits rational thought when dealing with this man. Whether what we are being shown is a good thing or not, your joke about romanticizing abuse proves that this serves to display the exact thing that you said scenes like this do not serve to display. So, not only are you objectively wrong about what the scenes actually contain and exaggerating to make the movie sound worse than it is, but you're also wrong when taking what you say at face value and applying your own logic to it. And we haven't even hit the second topic of discussion. I'm breaking out skip cards now. You repeat yourself a lot. Although, one of your examples in the listing of jokes, I do want to touch on.
She's a bitch! This girl has said so much shit about you when you're—
A resistant sniper tasting space rocks, and a security guard being easily defeated by a tiny robot shooting casino tokens and a mugger hitting him in the head with a boot, despite that he was wearing a fucking helmet, in a film that we're supposed to be taking relatively seriously.
Alright, let's talk about this sequence right here. First of all, comedic fight scene, whatever. Guess what? I can prove why this worked. So, first of all, the casino chips. For one, we don't really know what the chips are made of, so we're left to assume that they're made of some kind of metal. Yet, also note how all the chips really do is cause the guard in question to put his hands up and distract him from what DJ does, hitting him with the boots over his head, which I'll get to in a minute. Yeah, launch a bunch of quarters at somebody, see if it doesn't at least make the majority of people at least flinch and probably leave bruises and welts. But note how after the barrage, BB-8 blows smoke from the arm used to fire it off, meaning that these were being launched with enough speed to create that much friction. Even if they were plastic, that's still a lot of force coming at someone repeatedly. But again, all this does is create the opening for the boot shot. For one, the fact that he's wearing a helmet doesn't mean a strike specifically targeting the head isn't going to do anything. Those things are made to stop bullets, not necessarily concussions. They're not football helmets after all. And he also drops the boot straight on top of his head, which is more likely to hit a weak spot than if he had swung the boot to hit the side of his head. And he doesn't have to kill, only knock him out. That boot also appears to have a steel toe, and considering the fact that he brought the bottom of the shoe down onto him, it seems likely that this would factor in the weight of the boot, and thus the force of the strike. The fact that they're steel-toed boots, in fact, is probably why he didn't want to continue wearing them on his feet during his escape. Like, there are so many reasons why a strike like this would be realistically effective, but no. There's comedy involved, and as we all know, jokes aren't allowed in Star Wars unless they are pre-approved set of one-liners from the International Comedy Manual of 1974. Fuck off!
It's like Doc Walker somehow got a hold of the writing process and started going hog wild with all of his terrible ideas. And it just won't stop. It's bad enough that the jokes are constantly failing to be funny while breaking the tone, but it follows you constantly throughout the entire film. It's so painfully desperate to get even the tiniest chuckle out of you that it will hammer the comedy incessantly into your head like they're actually in the background shouting, "Please find us funny."
Actually, that sounds more like you. You know, so painfully desperate to get even the slightest validation for your shit-tier takes, you'll hammer the point incessantly to the point where I can almost hear you in my room saying, "Please agree with me, for I require the approval of the internet in spite of the fact that I literally named myself after the concept of hating people." You know, kind of like that.
And when you put it all together, the comedy in The Last Jedi is cringe. It is so cringe.
Alright, I think we're done here. Next segment.
This girl has said so much shit about you when you're—
And I really wish that the comedy and constant shift in tone was the main problem, but this is only the cherry on top of the sundae with how horrible The Last Jedi is. Because now we have to talk about the characters. And the characters in this movie range from bland, to annoying, to insulting, to, "Oh my god, will you please get off the screen?" Everyone in this movie, except maybe Finn and Poe, is just an incompetent buffoon. And they make up some of the most irritating people that I've ever had the misfortune of spending my time with.
Alright, I want you to keep in mind that we're moving on to the characters now. This is going to bite Miss Anthropony in the ass later. Yes, I'm serious. The fact that we are now on the character portion of the video is going to bite this dude in the ass. Fuck me, this video is ridiculous!
Let's talk about Finn and Rose first, since I guess it would be easier to start with them. I might get people disagreeing with me on this, but Finn in The Force Awakens was a good character. I keep seeing people saying that he should have been the protagonist, and I can see why they would say that. He was more developed and had a much more interesting setup than Rey. A stormtrooper who has second thoughts about the Empire and questions his allegiance tries to run away from the war afraid of the Order's power, but through the friendships he makes along his travels, he starts to understand the weight of what's at stake. He finally works up the courage to join the war effort, stand up to his former superiors, and is willing to lay down his life fighting Kylo Ren to protect Rey. He goes through a legitimate character arc about overcoming his fears and finding the courage to stand against the enemy. And it was also a setup being given to a stormtrooper, who are normally just seen as background fodder for the good guys to beat up on. This was a pretty unique concept for Star Wars, at least for the main movies, and there was a genuine sense of effort being put into establishing his character. It made us want to see what they were going to do with him, and upon seeing the next two movies, we immediately regret putting so much investment into him. The first problem comes from how it feels like his character is just regressing into being a coward who runs away from the war. Even with the setup that they were down to their last legs, the Finn who developed the courage to fight back wouldn't just abandon everyone like this. He would have stayed and gone down with the ship, staying loyal to the end. In some way, he kinda just goes through the same thing that he did last time. He starts off trying to run away from the war, and at the end, he's willing to sacrifice himself to save others. It's a blatant rehash of his character arc from the first film, and it's made worse here because they don't put any time into properly developing his arc.
Oh boy. And yeah, I did in fact need all of that. Look, I'm at the bottom of page 18 of the script right now, and I fully expect this one point to take me into page 20. So buckle your seatbelts, maybe watch an ad. Oh yeah, that's right. I don't have a Raid sponsorship yet. Seriously, Johnson & Johnson, big missed opportunity. I can sell all your bug spray. Anyway, so first of all, your own fucking text points out the outright lie you're spewing out of your garbage hole. And your explanation for why it matters is stupid. For one, it's not vague. He outright says that's his intention. And of course, there's no guarantee he'd come back to the ship, because the entire point was to make sure that Rey could have safety on the way back. Hell, that supposedly comedic scene of him busting out the healing or whatever that you keep harping on about, part of the point of that was establishing loyalty to Rey. In addition, this is probably going to come up later as well, but one of the themes of this movie is the difference between laying down your life for a cause and accomplishing something and just throwing your life away, as highlighted before when Leia chews out Poe for his attack resulting in huge losses. Sure, they took out a Star Destroyer, but she demotes him because of how stark a cost it came and that they cannot afford to pay, which also plays into the final point of Finn's character arc in the movie that we're going to get into later. I'm not even willing to agree there is a problem with what Finn does. Finn just takes the beacon and dips when he knows that it's being used to track them through warps. And then, when he talks to Poe, he's able to relay what's going on just fine. Okay, why didn't he just do that in the first place? Now, I can explain why you didn't initially think of that. Finn is still acting on impulse, but as the scene you're talking about fucking spells out when he defends himself from Rose, calling him a traitor and a coward, that impulse is born not of cowardice, but of a desire to protect. In fact, it was very much not an act of self-preservation. It stands to reason that he had reason to believe the First Order would follow the beacon, and he could expect to die. His plan was dumb because Finn isn't good at planning things. Rose realized he was doing a dumb thing for a good reason, so she's like, hey, Poe, we need a plan that might be a little reckless. You're good at those. Hey, speaking of that scene, you know what would have been an actual good example of a pointless comedy that interferes with the serious nature of a scene? This one! You know, the one you don't mention. There was really no reason for him to have to flop his arms around like he was Mr. Spaghetti McKenzie, other than lol, how funny. All we have to do was establish that he wasn't able to walk and he still could have been carried off just fine. Hell, she still could have seen the beacon and not known the purpose of it before Finn explains it in that scene. So him being restrained in some way would have also worked. And yet, this scene doesn't get a mention for pointless comedy when Finn is wackily flopping around more here than in the post-battle medbay escape. Oh, but of course, this serves an actual storyline purpose. Yeah, didn't stop you from including the aforementioned medbay escape, now did ya? Or the Jedi Zoom call with Kylo and Rey, or most of the other things you actually brought up. Hey, guess what? Not done. Fuck your character regression bullshit. Yeah, characters have arcs that finish and they evolve, but that doesn't mean the old behaviors they exhibited should completely disappear, and a character arc cannot repeat itself under the right circumstances. Finn showed acts of bravery, and even if his character did regress to the point of being more cowardly, Yeah, maybe considering the fact that the point where he almost died was the point where he didn't run away, it's possible that lesson was reasonably unlearned. You seem to have forgotten that, from a self-preservation standpoint, him standing up to his former superiors resulted in failure. He individually wound up far worse because of it, so it would have been actually reasonable in his character arc if he became more flighty. Which, as a reminder, isn't even what fucking happened. In other words, not only are you wrong about his character being regressed on a fundamental level, you wouldn't even be inherently right about it being negative if you were correct. I technically didn't get to page 20, I'm sorry.
If anything, he ends up taking a back seat while Rose is made into the more central character for the subplot. Finn doesn't do anything significant in the entire film. Like, you could have easily left him in the hospital bed and have Rose go on her quest with some random resistance fighter. You get the exact same thing. Even his conflict with Phasma is so rushed and so haphazardly added in the middle of the second act that it feels like they just did not give a shit. Finn coming face to face with Phasma was supposed to be the culmination of his character arc, his shining moment in the trilogy, and they just go through it in the blink of an eye in a really half-assed way. Like they just wanted to get it over with as soon as possible because they already have a bunch of stuff going on with Rey, Luke, and Kylo. It's just hand-waved away when it should have been a much bigger moment in the trilogy. And on that note, I really hope Gwendolyn Christie was happy with her 3 minutes of screen time as her character got no development across 2 movies.
But I'm at page 20 now. Okay, see, this I generally agree with, and I could probably get into this in the video that's more specifically about Last Jedi, but this movie's third act felt like it dragged on for ages. I think the issue was, to put it in storytelling terms, there were too many rising actions all happening at once that led to more rising actions. And it over-twisted itself, to put it bluntly, where it was difficult to mentally invest in what was going on. In fact, they probably would have done good having action scenes interspersed with a more calm dialogue sequence, which was done very well at the very end of the space battle, but, well, then the movie just kept going to the point where it made Holdo's sacrifice feel kind of pointless. Now, I would argue that Finn's conflict with Phasma didn't necessarily need a super long fight scene as a resolution, but this fight was very short, and the ending was very abrupt. I'm not saying that this needed to be the length of a Triple H WrestleMania match, but, you know, longer than The Rock versus Eric Rowan would help. Use pauses in action and stare downs to elongate things like you did at the very end of the fight, and keep the pacing going. You could probably find an extra minute or two by trimming some of the fat from the rest of the third act of the movie. Might I recommend the salt thing being cut? Maybe cut the portable Death Star bullshit down, since it wasn't even that important in the grand scheme of things anyway. If you have a bunch of action scenes that look cool and don't mean anything, they stop becoming cool, JJ! Oh yeah, that's right. This is the one that Abrams didn't direct. I stand by my statement, damn it!
We relate to her due to her actions and her character.
What a fucking waste. I remember Zam Wessel more than I do this waste of a Boba Fett clone. She had a bigger effect on the story than Phasma did.
I would normally skip over this pointless hyperbole, but I honestly thought initially that with your wording combined with the fact that I don't remember this fucking character in the slightest, you were talking about a character from this movie. That being said, bullshit. Phasma had the good guys captured and makes sense for the personality of her character, for her influence on the story to be related to what she surrounds herself with rather than her own direct actions. She didn't really need to do much, whereas the purpose of Zam Wessel was to be the character taking action. Oh, and yeah, I don't think I even need to bring up Boba Fett. You already did it for me. The fact that she has more screen time, emotional investment, and dialogue in her 2 movies than Boba Fett had in his should speak volumes to why your disdain for Phasma while calling out, you know what? Fuck it, I'll save it for later.
The battle on Crate was the closest that they came to do anything meaningful with him, and even that ends up meaning nothing because they just have Rose robbing us of a meaningful heroic sacrifice. If they actually had the balls to go through with this, it would have given the climax a sense of meaning, creating actual stakes and raising the tension.
Okay, so first of all, remember what I was saying earlier about how the movie intentionally separates necessary sacrifice and throwing your life away? Yeah, that was the point. Look, I have my own reasons for disliking Rose's direction here that I'll get into in a few minutes, but given the conflict between self-preservation and sacrifice in this movie, I can't agree with your logic here. I personally think that having Rose prevent Finn from going on a suicide run made the most sense, but I could see the situation going either way and still being well written, and cannot mesh with someone saying that what we got in this instance was bad and Finn killing himself was the better outcome. And yeah, the First Order closing in with nothing to stop them from just flat out murdering everyone there? Nah. There's no tension there. Inevitable doom for the good guys isn't fucking tense. Listen, my attorney has advised me that there are things that I want to advise you to do that I should not advise you to do. So what I'm not going to do is tell you that you should know. Oh, come on! I am specifically saying that I'm not telling him to. Absolutely not. Look, I've had to deal with Jedi and Jedda's bullshit enough. I don't even want to know what kind of lawyers bronies have. You know, this is what I deserve for getting involved with the crafty cinematic universe.
And it would have given Rey something to work with, because now she lost 2 close friends. Her struggle with not falling to the dark side would have been given nuance and provide us with a great cliffhanger. Will she find a way to overcome the dark side or succumb to it in her grief? It would have been a kill 2 birds with 1 stone move, giving Finn a meaningful send-off as well as providing Rey with an actual dilemma to deal with, instead of just being a Mary Sue.
Okay, we'll get into the Mary Sue thing later, but yeah, losing 1 close friend, totally not a dilemma. Thinking you can trust someone only to have them start murdering the people who had your back? Totally not a dilemma, right? Finding out that your existence is functionally meaningless in the grand scheme of things? Okay, that one I have a different problem with, but it still creates a dilemma. The dark side has the potential to give her purpose and make her important where she's being told that she isn't. And the dilemma doesn't have to be cut and dry like that either. And it also does not require her friend to throw himself at a fucking battering ram in order to accomplish. Cannot stress that enough. The hero questioning their morality can be more subtle than a literal battering ram. It's totally fine.
But no, because Rian Johnson was so obsessed with shoving Rose in your face, we have to cheat Finn out of a legitimately heroic sacrifice. And then when The Rise of Skywalker came out, his entire character is nothing but background noise. It's practically a meme that all he does in that movie is shout Rey. He does nothing in The Last Jedi, and he does nothing in The Rise of Skywalker. At this point, you might as well have just had him die in his fight against Kylo because he serves absolutely no purpose after that scene. He goes through no meaningful growth or change after episode 7, so his presence on screen is just a waste of time.
Okay, so you partially hit on something I agree with. Finn wound up underutilized in Rise of Skywalker, and we'll most likely touch on why I think that happened later, but I don't agree with you that this was wasted. Finn, for most of the film, served as an emotional anchor for Rose, and a character can be less individually important than important because of who they are associated with, and it would still work just fine. That being said, I don't really think it did work here, and I personally feel that he may have been better served in Poe's place during most of the story, and have Poe go with Rose, which admittedly takes away the Phasma fight entirely, but the payoff could happen another time, like in the 3rd movie. Actually, better yet, let it happen in the ground battle. That would be cool as hell. This is because Finn makes more sense making decisions as brash and brazen as Poe did then. Well, Poe making those decisions. You get what I mean. They had writing to indicate why it was the other way around, however, so it's not an abject failure, but I definitely see your side of the argument, even if I don't entirely agree with it.
And then you have Rose. She is the worst. There's no 2 ways about it, she is the absolute worst. Maybe not the worst character in the trilogy, that would be this guy, but she's definitely the worst character in this movie. You thought Jar Jar Binks was insufferable? Jar Jar Binks is merciful compared to Rose Tico. At least with Jar Jar, there's the sense that he was made with the intent of being hated for how much he annoys the other characters and the audience. And mission accomplished there because this turd was absolutely grating in both the verbal and visual sense. But Rose is made with the sense that we're supposed to like this character. We're supposed to relate to and sympathize with her. And they fail so badly at doing this. Every scene with this character is just a headache to get through. She is just an annoying airhead.
Okay, annoyance is kind of subjective, and there's issues with Jar Jar Binks way outside of him being annoying and unattractive? But what? Actually, fuck it. Since you can side tangent, so can I, bitch. Yeah, saying that she's not the worst character in the trilogy and then comparing her to Jar Jar Binks is outright proof that, well, you only know how to speak in hyperbole. I'm just gonna brush aside the many racist implication of the entire Gungan race, and especially Jar Jar in particular, because that's been discussed to death, and quite frankly, I'm not the right person to discuss it in the first place. Instead, I'm just gonna address the way that you defend Jar Jar Binks here, and how it blows through everything you said earlier about the general tone of the franchise. Namely, the fact that you feel the need to mention how, at least it feels like he's intended to be hated. I mean, the theory that he was originally supposed to be revealed as a villain could be a reason, but given the fact that Ahmed Best pointed out the reason they backed away from his prominence was how hated he was, I doubt that really speaks to the whole picture. But look at the role he plays in the first movie. Primarily a comedic foil. As in, breaking from the serious tone of the movie in order to provide comic relief. Star Wars has always had comic relief characters in the movies, my dude, and the fact that you call any comic relief that occurs mood whiplash in this and call it uncharacteristic of Star Wars? My guy, what do you think the whole point of C-3PO was in the OT? But back on topic. Annoying. Subjective. I don't get what you find annoying about the character other than, well, possibly being racist against Vietnamese people, but obviously you don't say anything racist about her, or I would actually make that point. I kind of burped in the middle of my line there. As for being an airhead, I mean, yes, she was regularly in enemy territory and was, in fact, removed from that territory by way of spacecraft or aerial evacuation, so one could argue she meets the definition pretty well in this movie, but I'm guessing you mean the other one, to which I say, fucking what? I'm gonna give you a chance to explain this better, but it really sounds like you're grasping, my guy.
Imagine if the movie's uneven tone with its mood whiplash between trying to be serious and constantly relapsing into juvenile humor was concentrated into an actual character in the film. Now you have Rose Tico.
You know that being an airhead implies a lack of thought from the character, right? Well, for one, this video, but you're describing a character having a complex back and forth of emotional states. That's not airheadedness. That's called a third fucking dimension.
Our introduction to this character is seeing her mourning the loss of her sister, then suddenly getting excited and enthusiastic about meeting Finn.
And no person would ever feel both of these things back to back or possibly use enthusiasm around others in order to mask inner pain. This is going to be a deep point with me, and well, let's just let him explain more of this concept so I can address how bad this is as a whole.
She tries to be all brooding and serious when talking about the corruption in Canto Bight, and then she's all giggly and bubbly while interacting with space horses. And even without that inconsistency, she is just so aggravating. The appeal to her character is supposed to be that she's a resistance fighter grieving over the loss of her sister who sacrificed herself during the bombing run. But with the way she behaves throughout the film, it feels like she's not taking the death of her sister as seriously as she should be.
So, this is personal now. Let me tell you about my relationship with death, Miss Anthroponi, because I've dealt with quite a lot of it in my time. And death is a part of most people's lives, I'm aware, although not necessarily to this direct a degree. I lost every single one of my grandparents by the time I graduated high school. Quite literally, since my last grandmother died a few days before my graduation. No joke, I was at funerals at least once or twice a year during most of the childhood that I can remember for various members of my family. My guidance counselor from elementary school while I was in middle school. There's a long, long list. Dealt with a lot and learned to deal with it early. I wound up crying at one funeral that I can remember. I've cried over maybe 2 deaths total. And when I did, it was very open and outward. But even when I dealt with loss privately, I've always been the mindset that looking forward was the best way to honor the people who cared about me that I've lost. And one thing I did was, both for myself and the people around me, was to view things in a positive manner. So, what you said about Rose and how unrealistic her character is, that's me you're talking about. And might I ask, who the fuck do you think you are? No, for real. Not just speaking from the perspective of someone who has tried to maintain as much normalcy as possible in the face of feeling my world crumbling around me like Rose did, but as a human being. Who in the rat fuck do you think you are? Because here you are, casting judgment on the way that someone mourns loss, like someone should shut themselves away and not appreciate life around them. Hell, a lot of her happiness gets explained pretty well, especially in the 2 instances you described. Of course she'd be excited to meet someone who she thinks of as a hero and wants to look brave, because she would view her sister the same way. And on top of that, she even points out how she recently stopped someone from abandoning ship. So that shows that part of her excitement comes from her dedication to the cause, which, you know, might be part of the reason that she can deal with Paige's death in the first place. Oh, and that later mood whiplash you were talking about with the horses. She was expressing why she hated these rich fucks and wanted to destroy them. Yeah, no idea why she'd be happy in the later scene when she's doing something that she was fantasizing about. Happiness, even in fleeting moments, can help one deal with loss, especially if that happiness comes from reliving the memories you once had. You know nothing about loss based on what you're saying here, and I take what you say here about Rose being a bad character because of the way she deals with loss as a personal fucking insult. Here's how personal the insult was. So normally I tend to watch a video all the way through at least once before I start a commentary on it. And sure, there's always a point where I know I'm going to cover the video. You know, normally one spot in particular that I just know I have a ton to say about even before the video ends. I always keep watching, make sure that what I have to say still stands when taking in all of it. That sort of thing. Mentally take notes on what other points there are to go into. This one was different. I mean, you could obviously tell that this is the point where I decided to do the video. But this is also where I stopped my initial viewing. That's right. This point pissed me off so much that I couldn't even continue beyond it. I had to just start scripting from the beginning. In fact, I may have to take a break after recording these lines. Oh, and more importantly for right now, by the way, this is where the gloves come off.
And if that wasn't bad enough, you also have the scene where she prevents Finn from sacrificing himself to save the Resistance. There is so much wrong with this scene that it's not even something to joke about. So you prevented Finn from sacrificing himself because it's about not fighting what we hate, but saving what we love, despite that he was just trying to save the people he loves. Oh, and she also happens to be saying this while the Resistance base is being blown up as a result of her selfish actions. The Resistance that was also fighting to protect the people they love. And then you can top it off with the horrible decision to make Rose kiss him, confirming that this entire waste of a subplot was just an excuse to throw shipping fuel into the movie. Just what the fuck? There was no hint of romantic chemistry between these two throughout the entire movie.
I had to say that the gloves come off when you say something right. God damn it. Look, most of the ending of this movie was a giant mess for me, but for real, there's a lot of complex emotions going on behind why things were the way they were. For one, the Resistance arguably were fighting to protect what they loved. Sure, which was an ideal more than actual people, and the concept of fighting for an ideal was actually what got Rose into the Resistance in the first place, as stated earlier in the film very directly, and the thing that you said was mood whiplash. So the concept of fighting for ideals could be argued as an expression of fighting against something you hate, as in against the ideal that opposes your own. Finn's sacrifice was also very much not guaranteed to do anything, and was essentially just him committing suicide. Rose ramming him out of the way makes sense for her character in this sense. She's lost too much, and she cares too much about him to let him throw himself into the bullet like that. That's not even to mention that given the distance Finn was away when he was knocked off course versus when the cannon actually fired, he wouldn't have actually gotten a chance to hit it. Yeah, maybe Rose, having seen her sister sacrifice herself and it not slow down the First Order, was traumatic enough on its own to not want that to happen to someone she's grown to care more and more about. That being said, you're right about one thing. The romantic chemistry between the two is kinda non-existent. Yet another Star Wars movie that doesn't know how to write romance. I mean, sure, they decide against it at the beginning of the next movie, but that just makes the kiss way more out of place.
None of the dialogue between them implied an intimate relationship even in hindsight. And even then, their characters are so badly underdeveloped that you don't even feel investment in their relationship. And they only knew each other for maybe 2 days. So you're telling me that Rose was about to let the Resistance get slaughtered and have the First Order enslave the entire galaxy for a guy she only knew for 2 days? It might have been one thing if Rose had some kind of epiphany that Luke was coming to save them, but she didn't. No one did. If you take out the knowledge that Luke was going to show up a few minutes later, Rose just doomed the entire galaxy. She was going to waste her sister's sacrifice for her own personal desires. That is not sympathetic in the slightest.
I think you're forgetting what the point of attacking the Death Star cannon was in the first place. Remember how right after that, they said the distress signal was received by their allies, but no one was coming? Remember how the whole point of getting to the base was to call for help? Or, hey, better yet, remember Poe ordering Finn to back off? And this was the guy who engaged in a borderline suicide mission at the beginning of the movie, so what the fuck does that tell you about their chances of success? And sure, it's possible he would have made it, blown the thing up, died a hero, but it was also known that this wasn't a fight to outright stop the First Order, and the goal was survival for backup from the very beginning, with the whole point of stopping the cannon being to give them time. Shut up, phone, I don't care. Oh, and on top of that, we know why Rey was gone for most of the movie. To find Luke. They, presumably, know that by this point. No reason to assume they don't, at least. So, when they see the Millennium Falcon show up, who are they gonna assume is with them? Yeah, they actually did have reason to believe Luke might be there.
Oh, and how about the hypocrisy in that it's not about fighting what we hate line, when just a few hours earlier you gleefully destroyed that casino you oh so hated, because you hated the whole profiting from war thing. I still remember my first time watching this scene, and when she closed her eyes I thought to myself, God, I hope she's dead.
Gonna be honest, would have been better if she was, especially considering what comes later. And yeah, not like characters can, develop. It's almost like she started the movie thinking one way and then ended it thinking another, when hypocrisy was framed as a realization. And this reminder is coming from someone who doesn't fucking like this scene!
Rose is that special kind of character who goes out of her way to ruin the entire experience with their mere presence. She's the Ashley from Resident Evil 4 of Star Wars. And even with all that aside, it's not just that she's an annoying character, it's that she's a poorly established one who has no purpose in the story. Even Jar Jar did things that served a purpose in the story, and not just his fuck-up that put Palpatine into power. Rose's sister served a higher purpose in the story, and she was in the film for like 3 minutes. What does Rose actually do plot-wise, besides screwing Finn out of his heroic sacrifice? Just some dumb in-your-face speech about the evils of capitalism and rich people?
Creating the distraction that allows Finn to beat Phasma? For how you harp on about the lack of focus given to Finn's fight with Phasma, you sure didn't pay attention to the 30 seconds we got. And didn't you say earlier that Finn was a background character and anyone could have gone with Rose? Hell, even in her introduction, she stops Finn from going off on his own, thus setting up most of the plot of this movie. And that tearing through the casino that you wanted to bitch about, yeah, totally wasn't her expertise in handling the horse that let them be able to create an escape route, was it? Fuck off with that noise! Miss me with that bullshit!
And for that matter, they don't even take the time to really delve into the connection between these two. When Rose starts discussing the corruption of Canto Bight, why wasn't there a follow-up talk between her and Finn? Finn was also kidnapped from his family and forced to serve under the First Order as a child. The two might have had something to relate to here. They were both forced into hardship as children, and they both experienced bad things from it. But instead of giving the two a chance to actually communicate and develop their relationship, they immediately skip over to the part where they find the codebreaker and then get arrested. Instead of the two being treated as equals, Finn is just set up as a comedic dumb character that serves as a way for Rose to explain pointless shit. There's never a moment where the two actually relate to each other or form some kind of bond. So Finn's presence just feels forced while they shove Rose in your face.
For one, like I said, Rose is totally irrelevant, right? But remember, Finn was only there as a catalyst for her story. And we know the backstory already, why do we need it spelled out for us again? But you're right, there is a difference between them. Finn's abuse leads him to fear, and Rose's abuse leads her towards hatred. But the problem is more a symptom of a bigger cause. They're kind of tried to have 2 movies at once, really. So Finn and Rose didn't really have room to breathe. I mean, the fact that the connection coming from that moment can be implied is great and all, but it could have been expounded on with another minute or 2 of screen time. Not even that much.
And when you really think about it, what purpose did this even serve? Because the Finn and Rose subplot is unnecessary filler in every single way. Nothing they do has any effect on the actual story going on. Not Rey and Luke, not Kylo and Snoke, not Holdo and Poe, nothing. The trip to Canto Bight. What did this add to the plot? Oh, we find out a bunch of rich people are selling weapons to both sides and using the war for profit. Okay, that adds nothing.
Alright, but that does add something, though. Rose's hatred was based on the assumption that they were selling weapons to the First Order, and you don't see how the reveal that they were also selling weapons to the good guys muddles Rose's views on how evil they really are? Hell, that's part of the reason for her shift in perspective later.
We gave some random kids a resistance ring. They never have an impact on the story, so it's just a meaningless scene with no weight to it. We never see them again, so what's the point?
Yeah, what's the point of minor characters existing, really? This fucking droid that winds up catching them in the Star Destroyer, no point of it being there, it doesn't do anything else. Hell, the kids actually help enable the escape and serve as the indication of hope in the universe at the end of the movie, noted especially at the end with the reveal that one of them is force sensitive. But no, they don't do anything. They don't matter. Fuck.
And then it's revealed that Finn and Rose's mission was pointless because Holdo actually had a plan the whole time. They needed to find the codebreaker to disable the device that allows the First Order to track the resistance through light speed, but then the guy ends up selling out their plan, which makes Holdo look even worse for simply not explaining anything, which would have prevented all these people from getting killed. You could have just made it so that the Order was anticipating Holdo's plan to attack them by surprise, which would allow them to be intimidating instead of incompetent. So this entire side quest just becomes completely irrelevant in the grand scheme of things.
Okay, but at least I saw the purpose of that, even if, you know, this is the part where I really start complaining about the movie the most. Like, there's so many sidewinds going on here that this is where we have the false hopeless spot, as I like to call it. This is the point where things look hopeless, but we still got another hour or so of screen time, so it's obviously not. Hell, I'd argue that they should have just ended the movie after Holdo's sacrifice here and saved the ground battle for the beginning of the next movie, but that's just it. A side quest was relevant to how the information got to the First Order, and thus it's relevant to what the characters learn. Poe wouldn't have learned as much if he didn't have to contend with having to follow orders, and he finds out what her plan is, evacuation, and mounts a fucking mutiny. Did you forget that part? Like, again, there's shit to complain about, but when you put all the character motivations together, most of this actually does make sense, with one event leading to the other.
Everything about the subplot with Finn and Rose is just a waste of screen time. They have no influence on the actual plot whatsoever. All we get is some meaningless world building that doesn't influence anything that happens in The Rise of Skywalker. And the most damaging thing about this subplot is that maybe, if you cut it out of the movie, all the time spent on it could have been contributed to the other storylines. Stuff that's actually important. The stuff with Finn and Rose is so inconsequential that it plays out as a completely different movie.
So remember how you were complaining about how the opening crawl didn't do a good job of establishing stakes? In other words, being wrong like you've been doing this entire video? So tell me, what did talking about what the First Order did to Rose and why Rose is a part of a resistance do? It established in more detail what those stakes are and what that tyranny from the First Order means. So it's a thing you complained about not being explained. Oh, but it's bad because I have a big cup.
Like a spin-off or a side story. And the movie spends over 40 minutes of his runtime on this bullshit. All those minutes that could have been given to Rey's training, Luke coming to terms with his past, Poe and his scuffle with Holdo, Kylo planning to overthrow Snoke. All the time wasted on these two would have been better spent elsewhere. You could easily cut out this entire subplot and you would lose nothing. And knowing that so much time is wasted on this subplot makes the overall pacing even more horrible. It really feels like all the stuff with Rey, Luke, Kylo, and Holdo is completely rushed and not given proper development because they wasted so much time on this stupid shipping fuel. And the broken comedy on top of that makes the pacing even worse. Both of these things are constantly breaking up the story at inconvenient times, needlessly dragging out scenes and causing a lot of stuff to be underdeveloped. It makes the movie as a whole so jagged and sluggish. It's 2.5 hours long, but it feels so much longer because of how badly it's paced. All this forced comedy in the Finn and Rose subplot is nothing but a great big compiled distraction, and everything else in the movie suffers as a result.
Or, maybe, and hear me out here, maybe you're just full of shit. I burped when I was about to speak. I have already thoroughly addressed what you had to say about the comedy. Could have sworn you were moving on there, but many of these things honestly didn't need more time to develop, as I'm sure I'll get to elaborate on during the rest of the video, because you're very repetitive. And I'm someone who thinks this movie could have used a trim, but that's just it. The Phasma death scene is a climax that also helps serve to lead to the conclusion. There's uncertainty and also finality. You know, kind of like what the ending to Empire Strikes Back had. Just saying.
Such as the Holdo subplot. If there was any proof that the sequel trilogy was used as a mouthpiece for Kathleen Kennedy's feminist-driven politics, this would have to be it. Though derailing the entire lore for the sake of making Rey the most special person in the entire galaxy can count as a close second. So throughout this movie, we're led to believe that Holdo, the woman, is an irresponsible leader not doing anything about the impending doom of the Resistance, while Poe, the man, puts together a plan to save everyone. But then it's revealed that Holdo had a plan all along, and Poe was a reckless idiot for taking matters into his own hands.
Okay. You're not serious right now, are you? No, really, surely you're not trying to tell me that because Holdo is female and Poe is male, that makes the entire thing feminist propaganda. Yeah, several holes in that logic. Right, so let me start with the plot line in isolation. For one, Poe was demoted from his position because he was reckless before Holdo even took command, and it serves as the implied reasoning for Holdo not making him privy to what the plan was, which was the whole reason he thought he needed to take matters into his own hands in the first place. There's a dynamic that requires both of them to be wrong to a certain extent, so calling it feminist propaganda that paints woman as hero and man as stupid the way you lay it out is, well, beyond wrong. Okay, so let's take a look at this idea of feminist propaganda and place it in the context of the whole movie. Remember that fight scene between Finn and Rose that you bitched about? Well, it could be argued that Finn needing Rose's help to win falls in with that. The fact that the only female villain in the entire trilogy got such a flash-in-the-pan conclusion would indicate that the men are the major characters and not the women in that scenario. Same goes for Rose saving Finn in the ending. The man can't sacrifice himself, he's too important, so the woman has to die. In fact, more named female characters die or are severely injured in this movie than men, so how exactly is this feminist propaganda? Maybe to some degree feminist leaning, considering how many important female characters there are, but let's look at this from a more franchise-wide perspective. On top of the third movie's attempt to paint both Kylo and Rey as the heroes, kind of making the whole woman butar the male kind of moot, how about we go back to the beginning and ending of the first movie? Remind me, who was everyone looking for in order to save the fate of the galaxy? That's right, Luke Skywalker. A man. Who does Rey go off to find? That same man. Who winds up saving the Resistance in the end after all their other plans failed? That's right, the man himself, Luke Skywalker. See, this is part of the reason that I kind of call bullshit on people calling the whole trilogy feminist propaganda. Yes, female characters play more important roles than in previous movies, but you mean to tell me that you think this is putting women on a pedestal when the men are depicted as just as or more important solely because the main lead happens to be female? Fuck all the way off.
Now, this might not have been a problem or felt incredibly sexist if it was a well-written subplot, but it's not a well-written subplot, and the way they demonstrate Holdo's interactions with Poe are so blatantly one-sided that it feels like something Anita Sarkeesian would write. She just comes across as needlessly condescending. When addressing his recklessness, Holdo is being incredibly disrespectful to someone who's supposed to be the highest-ranking pilot in the Resistance.
Except he's not, because he was just fucking demoted, dumbass! There was a reason presented for her to condescend to him, and it's the first thing she says to him. I mean, granted, she's kind of a bitch, but give the movie credit for telling you why she doesn't get along with Poe.
Poe might have went against Leia's wishes, but given the context of what was happening at the time, Poe kind of made the right call. The Dreadnoughts are regarded as fleet killers, meaning that they absolutely would have destroyed what's left of the Resistance given the chance, and they were tracking them through light speed anyway. If they didn't destroy it, the Order would have obliterated their ship. There would have been no time for Holdo's evacuation plan or even Poe's plan to disable the tracker. Poe is supposed to be seen as in the wrong, but he actually saved the Resistance.
That would make sense if he actually knew about the tracker when he went against Leia. And there's more reasons why the Resistance actually survived that onslaught after the hyperspace jump, and that involved Kylo stalling when he had his sights set on Leia. So they dealt less damage and Leia survived. Sidebar though, that scene is, well, something I don't like about the movie, but to be honest, it'd be better for me to talk about that if and when you bring it up later. Like, the entire point of calling out Poe as reckless is that he may have been accidentally in the right this time, but as Leia pointed out, what they gained was not worth what they lost, given the information they had. Just because what you did accidentally gave a tactical advantage doesn't mean it was good, dingus, as indicated by his plan later.
Not telling him the plan because he's a hothead is a stupid justification, and it's also a really dangerous thing to do. If you have a hothead in your ranks, then keeping him in the dark about a plan he might agree with is the stupidest thing you can do. And he ends up agreeing with the plan anyway. They didn't tell him the plan just for the sake of artificial suspense. Why? Because Leia demoted him 5 minutes ago? Now, aside from that playing into a really big running problem with the movie, that being it was written by people who have really shitty ideas for how the military operates, it makes no sense that Holdo wouldn't tell Poe or anyone else about the plan.
First of all, that kind of is how the military works, although not to the degree of this or other movies do it. See, there is such a thing as classified information, and tactics not being shared below a certain clearance, like the type of clearance Poe may have lost from a demotion. That being said, a potential evacuation order would likely not be something that would be above clearance, especially not all the way up until the point where it was about to be issued. Something else I think you're forgetting about too, he didn't agree with the plan, you chucklefuck. Yeah, the plan to evacuate wasn't something he agreed with until Leia explained where they were evacuating to, and more importantly, that the First Order was less likely to care about the transports. For one, it was kind of stupid in the first place, since of course they would eventually open fire on the transports, and for two, the existence of the old Rebel base was likely something that would be above Poe's clearance. I totally agree with you that the emergency evacuation order would be something that would already be seen as a possible necessary outcome, but let's call a spade here. The plan, as the rest of the ship would have known about it, would still not be something Poe would have agreed with.
Even if he was being reckless or was rightfully demoted, that literally has nothing to do with anything.
Yes, it does! Demotion means you have less privilege! Stop getting onto the movie for not knowing how the military works when you know even less!
Neither of those things have anything to do with whether or not he was privy to a plan.
Yes, it fucking does! Depending on his rank, all you would get is an evacuation order, you dumb fuck!
There was no reason to leave anybody in the dark. Maybe if there were concerns for a spy within the ship, but this was never brought up at any point as an issue.
Okay, do you know what clearance is? Those of a lower rank would be privy to less information, because different pieces of information have different classification levels. It's the reason why the general public isn't supposed to know about military tactics or where the military is investigating something. Even though I agree with you that the evacuation order as a whole should have already been given, we don't know what was or was not classified information and at what point something declassifies for what ranks. In addition, rank tends to be an indication of loyalty as well, so guess what lowering someone's rank indicates? Especially when the reason for lowering their rank was a violation of a direct order.
It would have been far more sensible to give him evidence that she knew what she was doing instead of making him believe in her out of blind faith. While it's true that the chain of command should be respected, it's also tangible to explain your plans to your teammates to maintain people's trust in you. And when you're in a dire situation, respect should work both ways.
See, I kind of agree that Holdo was a little stupid here, because even if clearance was an issue, she could have very well stated the concept of her plan without violating that clearance. But that's the problem. Here you say evidence that you know what you're doing, and that's true. That doesn't mean revealing the whole plan, and as a reminder, only when the plan involved a stated destination did Poe agree with it, something she may not have been able to give. You're right, though. Respect is a two-way street. But information can have a lot of restrictions in a military organization, and someone like Poe was never going to just be cool with an evacuation order without more information than he is probably privy to. And Holdo is presented as someone who is more rigid with military structure than Leia is.
There was no reason for Holdo to disrespect Poe like this, because in the beginning, Poe was willing to respect Holdo. He was just showing a few concerns regarding a plan she refused to tell him. A plan that would have taken 3 sentences and half a minute to explain. Even during the mutiny, she still doesn't bother to explain anything to him. It might have been one thing if the situation wasn't so dire and Poe was just some random private at the bottom of the chain with Holdo being so far up, but Poe isn't just some random private. He's regarded by Kylo Ren himself as the best pilot in the Resistance.
I had no idea we had the best pilot in the Resistance on board.
And he's also very respected as a fleet commander.
I feel like I've said this before. He got demoted from commander to captain. That's why she doesn't give him information. Are you fucking stupid or just dumb? You can be respected at one moment and then lose that respect later, numbnuts. Kylo Ren calling him the best doesn't fucking mean that Holdo agrees either. And being a good pilot doesn't make you a good leader, which is a good reason for demotion out of a leadership position. On top of that, he already knows the basics of what the plan is. He knows they need to lose the First Order and find a new base, which is exactly the point of the tactics Holdo uses, which is the part he wouldn't be privy to as captain, you dicking fucklechuck. You know, that actually sounds better than I gave Silver credit for.
And the situation was incredibly dire. It was a life or death situation to save what was left of the Resistance. Why would you not tell a hothead about the plan if you know they're most likely gonna act on their own since they don't know what's going on?
Because of exactly what happened. Poe telling Finn and Rose about the evacuation order was exactly why the Empire wound up seeing through the plan, because it was how DJ got the information to give to the Empire. So, telling him not agreeing with the plan, and revealing it sooner. That's why you don't tell the hothead you just demoted all the details of the plan, idiot.
I just find it really ironic that Poe is portrayed as a reckless idiot for risking the lives of the Resistance on his Finn and Rose plan, but then Holdo and Leia do the exact same thing, risking the survival of the Resistance on an attempt to land on some nearby planet without being noticed. And that's kind of the issue that I have with Holdo and Leia's plan. It relies entirely on the incompetence of the First Order.
Based on the dialogue from when the plan was discovered, they had to do a scan in order to verify the information DJ gave them. So one thing we could assume is that this scan wouldn't have been performed if not for DJ's interference. We'll probably get more into that later, but yeah, to a certain degree, it does rely on incompetence on the part of the First Order, but we'll let the strategy gamer explain why they came to a risky plan. See, when choosing what actions to take, normally you would consider what failure means, to what degree you can fail, and the likelihood of any given outcome, which is complex and not always something you're going to get right. In the case of both plans, it's do or die. Succeed, or you lose the game outright. I mean, in the case of Poe's plan, there's a small chance that you have something that fails, and you still get to fall back on another plan as backup, but considering we already know we're relying on an outsider in order to execute this, that comes with greater risk of the backup plan, so doing so wouldn't be a very good option. So we may as well treat this as both, calculating based solely on the chance of success. So, tell me, which do you think is more likely? Finding something on the enemy ship that doesn't belong, or finding something on your own ship that doesn't belong? When you put it like that, the answer becomes pretty fucking obvious, doesn't it? That's just it. Both plans are risky, but a strategist is more likely to pick the less risky plan unless they think it's obvious enough that the enemy will see it coming. But considering how surprised the Resistance was at being able to be tracked through light speed, I would wager that the tactic the First Order is using would be new enough that a hole like this in it has gone completely unexplored and is more likely to remain unconsidered than someone who already defected from the First Order going back and not being recognized.
Poe rightfully points out that transports are completely defenseless and they'll be done for if they get spotted. Holdo and Leia claim that the Order wouldn't be tracking smaller ships, but why the fuck wouldn't they? They don't lack the capacity to do so, and it's a really easy advantage to pick off smaller ships whenever they emerge. It's only when Finn and Rose get caught that they get the idea that maybe they should be looking out for smaller ships.
Okay, this sounds like a legitimate complaint on the surface, but there's a couple of reasons it falls flat. For one, like I said, it stands to reason such a scan wouldn't be considered necessary, since it sounds like the tactic the First Order is using is unheard of prior. Very simple to think that it's just going to work, full stop. Second, well, this is an issue with everything you say about military tactics, so I'll save it for my final thoughts. Actually, I'm not sure if I even say it in my final thoughts. Fuck it. And the third is the reason that, alright, let's assume they notice the smaller ships anyway, without DJ's information. they wouldn't have the information about how thorough the evacuation is or how much of the staff still remain on the ship, so it would actually stand to reason that their firepower would be split between the main ship and the escape ships, making it more likely that more escape pods would get free. And that, of course, assumes that they run a decloaking scan at the same time that they do now and notice the evac ships, and don't just assume they're done for and will be easy to pick off after they get rid of the ship with the actual weapon systems, thus potentially giving the evac ships time to escape anyway. It's more likely that a scan like that would be run closer to the endpoint of actual potential threat being eliminated in order to wipe out what's left, in which case it would buy a lot more time. Part of the reason the plan worked is because without the First Order knowing when the evacuation was going to happen, they would be less capable of counteracting it even if they did have the means to.
So I can only assume that the reason the plan would have worked was because the First Order is made up of complete idiots, which heavily undermines how they're supposed to be a great threat. Oh, and wouldn't you know it, Holdo not telling Poe about the plan ends up blowing up in her face because that's exactly what gets them caught. Finn and Poe wouldn't have gone on the side quest which led to the Codebreaker informing the Order about Holdo's plan if Holdo simply told Ho about the plan.
And what if he jumped the gun or tried to provide a distraction that backfired? Her plan required a very controlled and calculated approach. That's why she was telling him to stand down, because controlled and calculated isn't the way the Poe operates. Ugh!
Why did she simply not tell Poe about the plan? She told that random blonde lady about the plan, so why not anybody else?
Because Commander Dacey is a commander, and Poe isn't, you chungo!
And what ends up happening is exactly what Poe predicted. Massive casualties and the Resistance getting blasted to oblivion.
Yeah, because of Poe's plan. You know what? Never mind.
And even when that starts happening, Holdo is just staring at their destruction like she's dumbfounded. Instead of immediately taking action while the Order is firing on them, both before and after Kylo kills Snoke, she just watches on. She literally just sits there for minutes on end looking at them getting blown up before finally going, hey, I should probably do something.
Maybe because she didn't know what to do? But I'm sure you'll call her solution stupid too.
In case you haven't figured it out by now, Holdo is a fucking idiot who has no business being an admiral, and yet we're supposed to view her as a heroic and noble character who's willing to sacrifice herself so that the others can escape. And now all of her poor decision making is supposed to make sense because Leia told Poe about the plan well after it was too late. No. Just no. Aside from being a toxic mouthpiece for Kathleen Kennedy's female-driven politics, which I'm gonna get into later, she's simply a garbage leader. She acts like an immature child instead of an experienced commander, being disrespectful to her subordinates for just asking a reasonable question.
You know what? I'm just gonna skip until you actually say something I haven't debunked like 12 times over. Enjoy my high-quality skip screen, bitch!
Why did Leia even have to be removed for the sake of shoving in Holdo? Why did they kill off Admiral Akbar so carelessly just to introduce her? When you really think about it, Holdo is a completely pointless addition to the movie because she's a useless character who does nothing to contribute to the franchise. It might have been one thing if she actually did something to have an effect on the story, but she just spends her screen time standing around doing nothing. If you cut Holdo out and just put Admiral Akbar or Leia in her place, the story would play out exactly as it did before.
See, the way you describe her doing nothing can apply to anyone. If her actions were done by Akbar or Leia, you're right, it wouldn't change the movie. Same goes for if what Rose did was just done by Finn, or if what Finn did was done by Poe, or fuck, if Yoda was Rey's mentor instead of Luke. Saying a character can be replaced by another character is meaningless because of course they fucking can. That applies to anyone, Dunger. I also like how you said that she did nothing and then said the story would be the same if what she did was done by someone else. So, you know, indicating her actions were actually important when you just said that she did nothing. Absolute Dunger, 0 out of 10.
The inclusion of Holdo changes nothing. Actually, scratch that. It does change one thing. Our understanding of lightspeed travel that completely destroys and derails the entire lore by abruptly weaponizing it 8 movies into the franchise, with no explanation and no regard for how many plot holes it would open in the previous films, in spite of people shrugging it off by saying, oh, it's a really stunning visual that shows how amazing the special effects in this new trilogy are. No. It looks cool is not an excuse for retconning the lore like this. You cannot introduce something like this far into the franchise. It's the equivalent of introducing Kai Lang in Mass Effect 3. Not only does it make no sense here, but it makes no sense that the Elusive Man would never think to use him at any point in the previous 2 games. Why did no one else in Star Wars ever think about doing this before?
Okay, so the comparison to Mai Ling doesn't really work, and that's without me knowing Mass Effect to know who the fuck Mai Ling is, or if I'm even spelling his name right in my fucking script. The reason nobody did this before is because it's literally suicide. Duh. Ya bitch. In addition, you ever think that this is a reason why she delayed to act? Because she was about to do something that had never been done before? Typically, and I'm not sure if you know this, suicide tactics are not something that people do frequently. It's even weird that this one happened twice in the same war, actually. If I had a nickel for every time someone committed suicide with a ship in order to drive it through another person's ship in Star Wars, I would have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it's happened twice. Oh, and nerd time, by the way. Weaponizing a ship's hyperdrive has been explored in Star Wars before, although where it comes from is technically no longer canon. Clone Wars Season 1, Episode 4, the navigation of a ship was rigged to hyperjump them into a moon. Not quite the same as the Holdo maneuver, but probably a more likely application than sending yourself through another ship, which in fact is confirmed to be impossible since the whole reason it works is because the collision happens directly before entering hyperspace. Oh, and this tactic would be especially rare since, well, rarely would that cost-benefit analysis work out except in an outright desperate situation.
Why didn't they use it against the Death Star to prevent Alderaan from being destroyed?
Because the Death Star was so much larger that it probably wouldn't have done much without outright knowing where its weak spot was. And you would be ordering someone to commit suicide, if not an entire crew, and we've also only seen the Holdo maneuver used at close range, indicating that it's not reliable enough to be fired at long distances. Or possible at all to be fired at long distances. Fuck. I mean, I just needed the literal suicide reason. This is like listing off reasons to not have sex with your mother.
And if someone tries to use the novel version to explain this away with something like, oh, the damage was caused by the experimental shields on the Radis, that's not an excuse. This is basically saying that this plot-crucial information was something that should have been put in the movie and they were too lazy to take the time to include it. It's a cheap method for trying to fix a plot hole months after the film was released.
Okay, so for one, that explanation is not 100% accurate, since I doubt the freighter from Rise of Skywalker also had an experimental shield system on it, and it worked then as well. It was also explained in that movie as being unlikely to work then, so yet another reason why nobody tried it before, even if the experimental shields weren't the reason it worked. You really think that an entire ship and your life is going to be worth a 1 in a million shot unless it is exactly as desperate as when Holdo used it? Come on, dude.
I think the Force Snake put it best in his video about Devora and MK10. Refusing to explain plot-crucial detail to the audience, unless they're willing to purchase additional supplementary material, is terrible storytelling.
This really isn't that crucial. Explains why it works in finite detail, which isn't necessary for a momentary improvised tactic.
And if anything, this just makes it even worse. They know they broke the universe with this stupid idea, so they just made up the excuse that some ships are special. I mean, experimental shields? Really? What do they do? Just make the ship susceptible to hyperspace ramming? That's a pretty big leap in shield technology they never bothered to explain.
Hyperspace ramming was already something ships were susceptible to. In reality, the experimental shield thing, the way they explain it, could apply to regular shields. But basically, the shield continues to move even the ship is destroyed. And again, it requires specific distance between ships as well, since the ship has to be destroyed while in transition into hyperspace. See, that's the thing. I don't like the explanation from the novelization either, but the reason I don't like it is because it's completely unnecessary, because hyperspace ramming would theoretically already be possible, and it makes sense that it wouldn't be a standard tactic because in any other situation, it would be incredibly stupid. And you could even have used this tactic as an actual good reason to call Holdo stupid, but instead you focus on bitching about world building making sense when it fucking does make sense.
And it also adds salt in the wound that these new films are just doing whatever they want with lightspeed travel regardless of how much sense it makes. Hyperspace out of a hangar? That's cool. Hyperspace into the gravity well of a planet? It's cool. Hyperspace as a weapon? Let's do it.
Yeah. All of these are being depicted as things that are highly dangerous as well when they come up, and well, in the real world, we discover new ways to do things that should be impossible all the fucking time. Do you not understand what technology is? Tell somebody in the 80s that it would be possible to have a computer with access to the internet that can make phone calls in their pocket instead of a giant brick of a phone in their car, and not only will they call you crazy, but also ask what the fuck the internet is, because that's part of the point I'm making with this interjection. Technology and methodology can and does evolve in an instant.
They're not taking any sort of internal consistency into account. It doesn't matter what excuse you come up with. This writing decision completely nullifies every single previous movie by ruining the spaceship battles.
Yes, because suicidal tactics are always the first thing you think of somebody doing in order to win. Are you dense?
You might remember in my original review that I used metachlorians as an example for disrupting the consistency in Star Wars, pointing out how they have the same problem as the Holdo maneuver. But you know what? I don't think that was a fair comparison, because I can at least see the possibility of some kind of explanation to justify the metachlorians, like limiting the power level of the characters so everyone isn't just freely demolishing everything like Anakin. This is completely indefensible because it brings absolutely everything into question. Why hasn't anyone done this before?
Skipping until you say something I haven't already debunked. Fuck this.
Yeah, I don't care. She said she got every single one.
Okay, that was faster than I thought it'd be. Alright.
Why hasn't anyone made vulture droids for the purpose of hyperspace ramming? Droids that have no thinking or consciousness. They just abruptly introduced the most cost-effective way to blow shit up, and could simply just have droids do it instead of human pilots.
See, now that's a fair point. So now I get to address the why did nobody else think of this argument, because they didn't think of it. New methods of using existing technology is also something that happens in the real world pretty frequently, so that in and of itself isn't as much of a plot hole as you might think it is. But I suppose the vulture droid argument can be met with another argument. Why do we still have fighter pilots that aren't droids if you think close range combat could just be handled by droids anyway? Your means of negating the cost of this tactic also applies to negating the cost of less risky tactics wholesale, which doesn't really put this tactic at an advantage over others. So, you know, that's why. Because we'd already be doing lower risk tactics the same way if we could reliably pull that off in the first place.
This one scene that was made for the sake of a cool visual has now raised far too many questions with no answers being provided to them. And when you look more into it, this concept of weaponizing hyperspace doesn't even know how hyperspace works. Hyperspace and normal space are not the same thing. Hyperspace isn't simply going very, very fast. It's entering another dimension where space-time makes travel distance shorter. Holdo's ramming plan should not work because you're supposed to be immaterial when going through hyperspace. But now that it's not immaterial, it completely destroys the concept of hyperspace travel. If you hit even a single speck of dust, your ship is going to explode.
Dude, even the book's explanation gives that the ship was destroyed before entering hyperspace. The reason entering hyperspace in a planet's atmosphere is nigh impossible is explained as the same concept. The concept of not wanting something directly in front of you when you enter hyperspace is already fucking there. How does this break that at all?
It's only by sheer luck that no one has blown up in the middle of a lightspeed travel by this point.
Except it's not, because this happened specifically during transition into hyperspace travel. Are you dumb? Answer yes.
Every time they jump to lightspeed, they are now at the risk of crashing into a gas cloud, planet, asteroid, sun, or another ship on their way to their destination. What kind of science fiction film doesn't even know how hyperspace works?
You ever notice how people don't enter hyperspace with shit in front of them? Except this one time? You have to know this is dumb, right? You have to. There's a transition. That's why you have to have space in front of you to go into hyperspace. Like, take what you just said about not knowing how hyperspace works. Write it on a piece of paper. Show it to yourself in the mirror. Ask yourself how the fuck you don't understand the concept of acceleration rates. Wad up the paper into a nice tight little ball. Turn that sumbitch sideways and activate its hyperdrive up your black hole, you cosmic nerve-hurting chuckle fuck!
But you know what? Let's put aside all that techno-babble for a moment. Let's just pretend that there was some sort of actual reason why no one thought of weaponizing hyperspace before, or that it's completely safe to use for travel.
So we're going to pretend the truth is the truth? Oh, okay, I can do that.
Star Wars completely because of one solitary fact. Introducing hyperspace as a weapon is a completely self-defeating concept. How are we supposed to respect any kind of laser weaponry now? They just created a world where the only real firepower is hyperspace missiles. Now fleets can just attack each other from miles away without even seeing each other.
This technique has only been done at close range Fuck you! With a stick! Made of sand!
Battles can suddenly end in minutes. Big battleships are now just giant bullseyes asking to be blown up. I mean, try to consider this. Why do you think we never saw LST as a weapon in any sci-fi story before now? Whether it's a movie, TV show, book, or video game. That's because not weaponizing LST is an unspoken rule of sci-fi.
Actually, you're full of shit. I mean, thanks to Scarlet Otaku's brother Steven for reminding me of some of these, but there's a whole list of bombs that utilize their setting's equivalent of hyperspace. You've got the slip space bomb from Halo Reach, literal subspace ramming in the same series, the vortex bomb from Warhammer 40k, shock attack guns, half the Dark Eldar arsenal. Oh, but this last one, somehow this is an even bigger fuck up on your part. See, there's the Galaxy Gun from the Legends canon of Star Wars. Yes, this was already in Star Wars. The Galaxy Gun actually fires light-speed torpedoes, which are an ammunition capable of traveling through hyperspace, and first appeared in Dark Empire 2, which take place in the year 10 ABY, or after the Battle of Yavin. The Force Awakens, which takes place directly before this movie, mind you, takes place in 34 ABY. In other words, using lightspeed as a weapon, even with Legends no longer canon, still theoretically within the realm of possibility with consideration towards the amount of technological advancement there's been. But that's not the point. Point is that not only has it been done in sci-fi, it's been done in Star Wars specifically.
From a writing perspective, the second you introduce hyperspace ramming, you introduce a completely OP weapon that can't be countered. Something that has infinite destructive potential that solves all possible combat scenarios. And now that you've introduced it, everyone is gonna start threatening to use it, and now you destroyed the concept of spaceships fighting each other. It's the sci-fi equivalent of a nuclear warhead. Every military is now building these things and pointing them at each other's planets, making it completely impossible to write any plausible conventional fleet battle.
Except conventional warfare still happens in the real world because of people not wanting to resort to nukes and shit. Like, the fact that your real world example doesn't stop conventional combat in the real world shoots your entire argument in the foot. With a hyperspace torpedo. Thanks, Palpatine.
The reason why no one ever came up with hyperspeed as a weapon before is because it's a completely stupid idea. Other sci-fi stories considered the world-building ramifications of this idea and realized it would unbalance everything. They kept things consistent to maintain some sort of believability to the world they created.
Star Trek is hard sci-fi and Star Wars is a space opera. I was going to save it for my final thoughts, but at this point my final thoughts may as well just be me screaming into the ether for 12 minutes straight, so fuck it. Yeah, part of the problem here is that you're overthinking a lot of things. Star Wars is not hard sci-fi, which means it doesn't tend to use proper scientific explanations for shit as much. While some things remain grounded, other things dip more so into fantasy. Something that you don't really understand fully. Meanwhile, Star Trek takes much more of a hard scientific route. It's part of the reason for the initial divide of sci-fi fans between Star Wars and Star Trek. Trek is more science, Wars is more fiction. Star Wars isn't meant to be thought of in the same way that Star Trek is, because they are actually different fucking genres, and the fact that you need this explained to you proves that you don't understand either one of them!
The only reason I can think of for why this was allowed to happen is because Rian Johnson is a fucking idiot who doesn't know anything about sci-fi, and that stupid bimbo was too fucking lazy to proofread his storytelling before sending it off.
It's funny because he also wrote Looper. I mean, Looper has flaws, sure, but it's a lot more in the realm of hard sci-fi in terms of scientific implications than Star Wars is. Hell, you look at most of his work, he tends to be well known more so for intellectual thought pieces than action-based sci-fi, so if you have a problem with the way this scene is written, that's probably your damage right there. But I know we'll get into more about them, especially Kathleen Kennedy, considering how much you already had to say about her later, I'm sure. Also, considering Rian Johnson is also the director, who the fuck is Kathleen Kennedy sending this script off to? The producer? So, herself? That statement doesn't make any goddamn sense on a fundamental level either. Good job.
And it would have been bad enough if the hyperspace thing was the only world-shattering inconsistency in this movie. But unfortunately, it's only one of many, many blunders, making the world building completely sloppy and careless.
Okay. So I know you guys can't see this, but this is where a new section of the video entitled Internal Consistency begins, which is real ironic, let me tell you. You know, mainly because of the fact that this section even exists outright kicks the video's internal consistency in the groin. See, even just looking at the chapters of the video, we go from this to a really short section entitled Mauler that's probably really stupid, to talking about Kylo Ren. So we move off of characters, back into theme-based chapters, only to jump back into characters, when you outright said we're talking about characters first. I know this is close to 40 minutes into your video, and you won't believe how not done with you I am at this point, but if you're going to state what you're talking about, don't just assume that your audience is going to forget later. At best, they did, and they get mild whiplash at you changing your organizational structure on the fly. At worst, they become like me and want to call you out on the fact that you interrupted characters with the most ironic topic switch to focus on. I'd be impressed if I thought you did this on purpose.
For example, the bomb running scene. It makes no goddamn sense that the Republic or the Resistance abandoned Y-Wings in favor of these completely useless contraptions. I don't care how much explosive power those things have. They are objectively inferior. Their armor and shields are garbage. They travel extremely slowly. It's incredibly easy for an enemy ship to blow them up before they get within a mile of their target. They can easily end up team killing the ships assigned to protect them because the range of the debris from their death is way too massive. Their hull integrity is so horrible that they can easily be set off by the tiniest debris coming in contact with them. They're completely counterproductive in these types of combat scenarios. They're made of paper, they're incredibly easy to hit given how slow they are, and the extremely high odds of friendly fire when they're destroyed are too much of a risk to just keep using. The only reason why that dreadnought was destroyed was because the TIE fighters were somehow too incompetent to get that one bomber they missed.
Okay, if you're gonna launch this complaint, don't launch it here, because B-Wings were a direct predecessor to this style of bomber used during the Battle of fucking Endor. The real one, not the garbage TV movies. Okay, so for one, let's assume that age isn't a factor, even though it totally is, since the X-Wing was first used 21 years after the introduction of the Y-Wing. So even newer models coming out over time, the general usefulness of a starfighter class would decline before the X-Wing would. And there actually was an old Y-Wing technically in service in the Resistance fleet, but let's be honest, barely. So let's look at the tactical reasoning behind it. Well, the point of the Y-Wing was that it was a hybrid bomber starfighter. It was faster than most bombers, but its payload was weaker. And you even pointed out that bombers would have more power than Y-Wings would. Hey, remember your nuke argument? How you said that hyperspace weaponry would outmode anything else because of firepower? Yeah, bombers are higher firepower weaponry that requires protection in order to function tactically. Huh. You know, it's almost like you're full of shit. Air-to-ground bombing with planes that trade speed and or air-to-air munitions for the ability to nuke shit already exists in the real world, and it was deemed a better tactic in overall military strategy to use a protected bomber with more firepower than have a lower firepower semi-bomber. Oh, but then let me talk about your easy-to-destroy and friendly fire argument. Bro, we see this thing take fighter class weaponry. Saying they get hull breached by slight debris is a stretch at best, but I know what you're referring to with all this. The point where one blows up a piece of debris and collides with two on either side. I mean, that was a TIE fighter wing, hardly what I'd call the slightest of debris in the first place. Then two larger pieces of debris collide with the two next to it, one on each side. You ever think that this also happened as people were opening the bombing bay, and the one that survived actually waited until near the last minute to open the bay doors, and even then only took structural damage when the doors opened? There was one that went down early to focus fire, but we'll notice how that one didn't explode all over the place. It's almost like not keeping the enemy engaged away from the bombers is dangerous or something, which brings me to my next point. Part of the reason this potential accident can happen is because of the tight formation that bombers use, and there's a good reason for them to do that from a tactical perspective, as it actually helps mitigate being able to focus down a singular target. It's still possible, but that's why it's the job of the fighters to prevent that. It's also the reason that Poe's initial job was to take out surface cannons on the frigate. You take out the ground-to-air weaponry first, and then go on the bombing run when the ship has to rely on fighter support, making it essentially a dogfight centered around the bombers, which is much more to your advantage. Yeah, how do you know that the Y-Wings were bombers? Never pointed out in any movies, so how exactly are you aware of this information? Could it be supplementary material? So, in other words, if not for supplementary material, you would have no reason to question the lack of use of Y-Wings because they're stated in these movies as old tech and look more like starfighters than bombers. What was that earlier about relying on supplemental materials for important plot points? If it applies to making them make sense, it also applies to making them not make sense. Oh, final point. The fact that this specific use of bombers was nigh suicidal, yeah, that's kind of the point. This is supposed to be a bad move on Poe's part that just managed to work because Poe's this trilogy's Han. Kind of a minor thing, but... well, it's the sex with your mother thing again. I don't really need to disqualify when you've already got a host of things that disqualify what you're saying on a fundamental level in the first place. Now, do I?
Oh, and also because they completely forgot how gravity works. I just love how there are people making excuses for this abortion of a movie by saying, oh, the bombs are just magnetized. Really? Then how do they not get pulled straight into the side of the bomber ship when released?
They're actually pulled into the side of the ship before released. Electromagnets are what keep them in place. You reverse the polarity of the electromagnet in order to propel the bombs away from the ship. The lack of gravity outside the ship means that the bombs are already heading in the direction, so they will continue to move in that direction. I can't really explain the scientific specifics of the magnetic attraction to the target other than two ways. For one, I'd imagine it works like an electromagnetic version of a heat-seeking missile, which would be more effective if delivered at such close range. And two, Star Wars is soft sci-fi, you fucking idiot!
These things are ineffective in every logical capacity. Why is the Resistance wasting resources on them? Because Rian Johnson wanted to reference World War II? And for someone who wanted to reference World War II, he seems to have a pretty awful idea for how the military actually functions. I mean, we already went over the stupidity of Holdo not cooperating with Poe and not debriefing anyone about her plan, while also being the worst leader ever, but then you have shit like Rose heroically stopping Finn from sacrificing himself. She would have doomed the entire galaxy had Luke not shown up. In real life, she would have been labeled a traitor and sent to the brig.
Yeah, no, she wouldn't have. Finn was already in violation of a direct order from his superior. For someone who wants to get onto Rian Johnson for not knowing how the military works, you sure as shit don't know how the military works.
There's also the bullshit with Hux not immediately destroying the Resistance because he wants to toy with them before their ultimate annihilation. That does not make sense. I can understand this coming from someone like the Joker, but not a military leader whose priority is to destroy the enemy as soon as possible. They wouldn't simply toy with their enemy, giving them time to come up with a plan for escape. If this was supposed to show his arrogance and stupid pride, it doesn't work because it actively retcons his character from The Force Awakens. In that film, Hux was a legitimately terrifying general. There was a strong veracity to his presence on screen. He was a villain that you could take seriously because his demeanor was that menacing. In this movie, he's treated like a joke. He's the butt of everyone else's antics, he's portrayed as incompetent, and his demeanor from the previous movie isn't present, and he doesn't really do anything except yell and point. It's like Rian Johnson didn't know what to do with him, so he just used him as a framework for the film's terrible comedy. And when we get to the Rise of Skywalker,
I'm the spy.
you know what? I don't think either of these idiots knew what to do with Hux.
Okay, so first of all, yep. Internal consistency. That's what this section should still be called. Fuck me running. But sure, let's talk about the argument of Hux's arrogance and toying with them being why he didn't finish off the Resistance when he had the chance. I mean, I don't really buy that, but arrogance is part of the reason that certain tactics worked, especially notable in the case of the Holdo maneuver. He actually did continue to rain down fire on the Resistance the whole time, and you can paint him not doing the decloaking scan without being prodded to as incompetence all you want, but him holding back out of cockiness? I don't really agree with that. Oh, but then we get to the point where your attempt to shit on the trilogy as a whole bites you in the ass because it tells a story arc with Hux. Force Awakens is the height of his threat. One could call this the exposition of who he is at the beginning of the story. The first movie even ends with what could be considered an inciting incident, namely the thing that sets in motion the rising action we'll see in The Last Jedi. His failure to take out the Resistance triggers a downward slide in perceived rank that he spends most of the movie trying to rectify in order to earn his place ahead of his rival Kylo Ren, which leads to Kylo Ren taking control, the climax where he's lost, so begins falling action in Rise of Skywalker that leads to his decision to betray the First Order, and the falling action in the end of the film being caught and still having hope that Kylo Ren will lose. They actually did know what they were doing, and this movie tells an important part of Hux's story, the beginning of his decline.
But the lack of military understanding goes beyond just character portrayals and interactions. It also relates to the terrible tactics of the military powers. If you want a thorough breakdown of this, I recommend checking out these videos. They go into far more detail on the subject than I can possibly hope to. To put it simply, the way the military is portrayed here is really childish and absent-minded.
I mean, fair, but that's kind of true in a lot of Star Wars media. I also like how your explanation is, other people explain it, go watch them. There are some tactical blunders in the movie, but I mean, fuck, if you're not going to talk about them yourself, I can't exactly talk about how good or bad your point in this video is, can I? Amazing how you can make a video this long, feel the need to keep some points short, and still wind up with a repetitive filler though. Very impressed.
It's actually about as childish as the way the sequel trilogy portrays the Force. They took away all the deep philosophy behind it and just turned it into a superpower. The way the Force was described in the OT made it into something much more important than that. Even the prequels, in spite of their problems, took the time to show the intrinsic and delicate nature of the Force. So much careful thinking and wisdom went into establishing it, and it's been further expanded in things like the KOTOR games and the animated television shows. The sequel trilogy takes all of that, crumbles it into a ball, and throws it out the window in favor of portraying it as a generic Dragon Ball power scaling system, with random special abilities they just pull out of their ass.
I mean, I kind of agree with you on some of it, especially the whole space phone thing. But look, I want to address the screenshot in particular. I don't care if you talk about it when you're making this point. This is actually consistent, because one of the most consistently used force powers is essentially telekinesis. It's something all the movies and all the expanded material, most of which isn't canon BT dubs, uses right down to making objects fly into your hand. In fact, the training method of pulling the X-Wing out of the swamp in the OT is used to identify power scaling in the Force. So if any Force power has a right to be called a power scaling mechanic, it's the moves rocks around thing.
And The Last Jedi has more than a few infamous examples. Probably the most infamous and laughed at example is how it apparently gives you immunity to the vacuum of space. Yep, the classic for all the wrong reasons Leia Poppin scene. When was it even established that Leia was this powerful with the Force? I'm not saying that she can't use it, but she never used it for anything drastic. She was never shown to use it for combat or dire situations. If she was supposed to have gotten stronger in the last 30 years, you think they would have expanded on that a little more. At least in a way that makes sense. But no, this is how we're introduced to Leia's ability to use the Force. Flying back to the ship like she's goddamn Superman, completely immune to the elements of space, and somehow, quite fucking miraculously, suffering no long-term damage from this predicament. I'm sorry, but the Force does not work as a barrier to the vacuum of space.
I did not expect to be talking about this here. I'm sorry, is that what this is supposed to be? I didn't really pick up on that. And yeah, I agree. That's kind of dumb bullshit, especially since Leia wasn't displayed as Force sensitive in the movies before now. Even though, you know, come on, she is a Skywalker. But yeah, this is an example of one of the ones I personally agree with you on, and is probably one of the most frustrating parts of the movie for me. You could have just had her get injured. You didn't need all this.
Not even the most powerful Force user would survive the vacuum unprotected. Temperature and a lack of oxygen is one thing, but the absence of pressure would absolutely kill you. Your blood would boil and you would be dead in seconds.
We do not have the hard science on that. While theoretically that sounds correct, there's a couple of factors. For one, she wasn't out there for more than seconds. Even realistically, you would survive in the vacuum of space for about 15 seconds. And this doesn't even consider the fact that the inside of a ship has artificial atmosphere, so being near where that dissipated would theoretically provide a small semblance of life support to see you last longer than normal. As for pulling yourself back with the Force, it's probably a lot easier than doing so when you don't have gravity to worry about, actually. So someone weaker in the Force would probably be more likely to do it than if they needed to wrest control of a lightsaber from a distance away. Of course, All this is theoretical, and even without the fictional elements at play, you'd still have 15 seconds of consciousness and potentially up to 2 minutes alive in the vacuum of space anyway, since your theoretical understanding is stuck in the 3rd fucking grade in 1994.
You can't just dismiss it by saying it's science fiction, so it's obviously not a realistic portrayal of scientific stuff. There's a limit to how far you can stretch that. All science fiction is based on real-life science in some way. It helps establish the rules of your science fiction world. Pulling off shit like this goes against the concept of having rules.
Okay, as much as I think you deserve death for making me defend my least favorite part of this movie, it did let me point out how this is bullshit. I explained scientifically how you don't just die the instant you enter the vacuum of space, especially since your body heat wouldn't drop as fast, dingus, almost forgot about that, but also how short-term survival in space is already not far outside the realm of scientific accuracy, so your point's already wrong. But sure, let's hold the franchise with space wizards to the same requisite scientific accuracy of Star Trek, and continue forgetting that science fiction comes in variable levels of scientific accuracy. Absolute fucking bitch nugget.
And it also results in other types of bullshit. How the hell did they open the door to let Leia back in without decompressing the rest of the ship? How did the group get her back in without getting sucked into space?
Artificial atmosphere. It's the same fucking way every frigate hangar works. Bitch nugget.
Then you have Luke somehow projecting himself across millions of light years in his confrontation with Kylo. Are you really that dense? If Luke was supposed to be this powerful the whole time, why in the almighty hell did he not help fight the First Order? Instead of using his X-Wing to fly over there, he just stays on the island like an idiot. The purpose of this scene was for Luke to sacrifice himself to buy time for the others to escape. But this is the most ridiculous way they could have done it. Maybe this might not have been so bad if it was something just by itself, but when you combine it with the Leia Poppin scene and all the other stupid stuff they do with the Force in this movie, it comes across as an extreme interpretation. When he asked Rey if we were expecting him to take his lightsaber and go against the entire First Order, this is proof that he could have done that.
Hey, Yoda was incredibly powerful in the Force in the original trilogy, and you know what he couldn't do because of his age? Fight. Like, are you shitting me right now? Astral projection just takes an image of you to another place. Obi-Wan was also powerful in the Force, and he was shit-kicked in a lightsaber duel as well. Considering Luke killed himself in order to astral project that far, stands to reason that if he showed up himself, he would have just gotten turned into paste when Kylo fired on him, like he actually did to his astral self in the movie. If Luke wanted to stand a chance against Kylo, honestly, I think he should have just picked up Tasha's Otherworldly Guys or something instead. Would have worked much better.
It's not like he got weaker in his old age. At least we could have gotten a proper lightsaber duel.
You do realize all that dodging was done by a mental projection of Luke, right? Like, he did get weaker in old age, but physically so instead of in the Force. That's why Yoda flipping around and shit in the prequel trilogy makes so much more sense than him trying to break out moves like that in the OT. His physical capabilities are different. Oh, and this all ignores the philosophical reasons and psychological handicaps that Luke would have fighting a student he felt he had failed, that they spend the whole fucking movie explaining, you chuckle fuck.
And that's not even including the bullshit interacting with the living world after you die. Why is Yoda able to summon lightning as a Force ghost? If Force users can interact with the physical world after they die, why didn't the Jedi of the past do anything against the First Order? Why didn't they help Luke and Leia stop them? Can the Sith do it too? Can they interact with the living like the Jedi can? Why aren't they helping Kylo and Snoke conquering the galaxy? Why aren't we seeing Sith and Jedi ghosts fighting each other?
Okay, so first of all, I'm going to answer the question about the Sith being able to do it. No. The Sith don't get Force ghosts. That's a light side thing. And the fact that this is the case is exactly why Force ghosts don't do shit. We also know from Star Wars canon that being able to become a full Force ghost requires special training, which is actually part of the reason Qui-Gon Jinn isn't one. I mean, there's the Anakin exception, but it's the Anakin exception. The only Force spirits shown to interact with the physical world have also been Yoda and Luke. So since it seems logical that most Jedi don't become Force spirits, it can also be logically inferred that not all Force spirits are capable of interacting with the physical world the way that Yoda and Luke do. And that's just me using what we see in the movies as an indicator of why, by the way. No supplemental material needed other than a brain, so I can see why you had so much trouble with this one. And even if we assume that the only reason that the Force ghosts don't participate in this conflict is based on the philosophy of the Force, didn't you earlier jump on this movie's dick about undermining the philosophical underpinnings of the Force? So, you want to actually undermine them instead of having applications the CG will allow for. Got it.
You see, this is why you can't just make shit up as you go along. You have to carefully consider how this stuff fits into the story, or else you end up with questions like this. Now you have too much contrivance and it ruins the cohesion. It destroys the internal consistency of Star Wars.
I mean, you can keep telling yourself it does if it helps you sleep at night, but that actually doesn't make it the truth. Fun fact. And more importantly, it ain't that deep. When you look hard enough to find something to have a problem with, you're going to find a lot of things because you're not also looking at the other side. You know, kind of like it's how it's so easy for people to make commentaries. It's easy to find flaws. It's easy to debunk those flaws by digging deeper. It's harder to agree with a video while you still have problems with it, though.
I brought this up in my original review, and it bears repeating. When you're making a story of any kind, whether it's Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, the MCU, or even My Little Pony, internal consistency is extremely important. You introduce rules to how your world works, and you have to follow those rules.
True, but another part of the world building and storytelling lies in your ability to bend those rules in ways that make sense with the internal consistency of the story. In fact, there's one overarching rule in all of media that applies. The rule of cool. Sometimes you just bend the rules to suit the plot and figure out why it happened later. This is even a concept in the rulebook for D&D. If the rules interfere with the story, then fuck the rules. But again, implying The Last Jedi actually did.
Nothing in The Last Jedi, let alone the rest of the sequel trilogy, properly fits with anything that happened in the original 6 movies. Hyperspace ramming, the bombers, the backwards development of military tactics, Force ghosts interacting with the physical world, the ass-pulled Force powers, portraying the Force as a power race, the First Order rising out of nowhere, the portrayal of several characters, and that's just the worst of it.
Okay, so not only have I explained the reasons a lot of this isn't as inconsistent as you think it is, I can apply one major reasoning to almost everything that you just brought up. Timeline. Time still moves forward in fiction, and notably, there's a lot of moving forward that happened between the OT and the sequel trilogy. Like, a lot. Like, more than the gap between the prequels and the OT by 11 years. 11 years is a lot of extra time to include, so it's no wonder there's changed tech and a difference in understanding and culture, numbnuts. We know a lot of shit now that we didn't know 11 years ago. I cannot express enough how much 19 years and 30 years is a significant difference in gaps of time, especially since early bombers were used in Return of the Jedi, you dumbass!
The things done in the sequel trilogy, let alone The Last Jedi, make the meaning behind the world building and mythology weaker and less compelling. Things that were established in the OT and the prequels no longer hold any weight. And it also makes the OT pointless since Luke, Han, and Leia went through all that crap to defeat the Empire just for them to come back. You can't even make the argument that the First Order is a completely different threat because according to The Rise of Skywalker, it was all part of Palpatine's plan and he was alive the whole time. It's objectively bad storytelling.
Not really. The original trilogy told a complete story. The sequel trilogy tells another complete story. And don't fucking put the Palpatine shit on The Last Jedi, because that was not in The Last Jedi. That is a specifically Rise of Skywalker problem. There's no indication of Palpatine being relevant to the sequel trilogy at any point until the third movie. That's not a reason this movie is the worst Star Wars movie. Unless, of course, you just wanted a reason to bitch. Wait, what am I saying? You? Needing a reason to bitch about something unrelated? Completely unrealistic. Oh, and, internally inconsistent.
And for anyone who tries to say something like, well, if you view the sequel trilogy as a standalone trilogy or any of the 3 movies on their own, maybe they get better. No, they don't. Even without the continuity and world building of the original 6 movies, these 3 are still lackluster.
That's highly subjective and fueled by the bias of your own opinion on the franchise as a whole. Would you still think this if these weren't Star Wars movies? You can say yes now, but, well, if we're being realistically honest about things, you don't know that, especially since a lot of your arguments, especially in the section you say this, mind you, are based on the lore outside of this movie and even the other movies. So that argument isn't even relevant to what you're talking about. See, I debunked your straw man better than you. Now shut the fuck. I know you're not going to shut up. I just need to end the interjection with a one-liner, okay? It's kind of what I do.
And aside from that, it's a self-defeating way to view the sequel trilogy. You can't just say view these movies as their own thing because they're not supposed to be seen as their own thing. It's called the sequel trilogy for a reason. The Force Awakens, The Last Jedi, and The Rise of Skywalker. All of them are supposed to be smaller parts of a greater whole.
Okay, cool. So you said the thing that debunks the straw man. Okay. It's a shame that this is only partially correct. The thing is that both of these concepts are correct. The movies should be able to be consistent as a whole and also tell stories that can be understood independently. Like, that's why it's important we include Skywalkers and Palpatines and whatnot in this stage of the story. It's supposed to be a continuation and a conclusion of that. But at the same time, the movies weren't all released as one unit either. Being able to get the full arc within each movie that builds on the arc of the overall story is how that works. The reason trilogies work narratively is because it operates on a three-part structure, and the way Star Wars is put forth tends to have each trilogy act as part of a bigger trilogy. That's why each of the trilogies is able to follow different main characters, which brings me to point out why almost everything you've said about internal consistency is bullshit on another widespread level. See, when you're telling a multi-part story, each part should escalate from the previous part so that things further in the story feel more important. This isn't a 100% rule. You can tell overarching plots without constantly escalating and even get away with dialing back in some moments, but generally, you're going to be moving upward and forward rather than staying in the same place. So, new tactics, new abilities, and power scaling that the previous stage of a story didn't have, yeah, that's a logical storyline progression. Saying, why didn't they just use this more powerful shit before, isn't really internal consistency. And in reality, the question in regards to internal inconsistency becomes why it's not being done later, which for the most part, a lot of this stuff was used and considered after it was introduced the first time, so your internal consistency argument, based on how internal consistency actually fucking works, falls flat on its face. Let me put it in terms of D&D so you really understand this. Let's say I write a big bad who is under the party's skin, and in one session he casts Fireball. Do we need to ask the question of why didn't he use Fireball in the party sooner? No, we don't. The big bad can also grow as the party does. It's possible he didn't have the spell. I can write in dialogue that has him talk about a new trick he has for them, but I don't necessarily need to because that can be implied. So later he has a chance to cast Fireball and doesn't. Do we ask the question then? Yeah, but the answer might very well be Meteor Swarm is a better spell. Do you get how your questions of internal inconsistency because of a one-off plot implement don't track yet?
Star Wars isn't just some franchise. It's the biggest and most important franchise in all of media. Its massive scope is still being discussed across the board because it is the staple of Western media.
So, if there's like so many ways to debunk this, I could honestly go 10 hours doing it without repeating myself, and I'm not sure that's an exaggeration, but I'll stick with one, not 1 hour, 1 point. I can agree with you about Star Wars being a staple of Western media, but to call it the staple would discount tons of non-fantasy and non-action franchises that have not only had longer runtime than Star Wars, but also are more universally known. The fact that the company that created one of these was big enough to buy Star Wars should tell you right there that calling it the staple is asinine. And that's without taking shit like James Bond into consideration. And to make things clear, this isn't me trying to downplay Star Wars or say it's not important, because it is. But I'm saying your comment is a massive stretch. Then again, something you said being a stretch, I think I just summed up the whole video in one sentence. Why am I still here?
It invented every trick in the book in terms of world building, lore, big-scale storytelling, character deconstruction.
This just in, Shakespeare doesn't exist. Or Star Trek. Or, I mean, really? I don't really think you want the list, buddy.
There are millions of parodies and spoofs of it specifically because of how great an influence it had in the 70s and 80s alone.
There's also millions of parodies of Star Trek. There's also millions of retellings of Romeo and Juliet. There's also millions of parodies of tons of things. This isn't an argument. But it does raise a problem with a point you made earlier. Remember how you said that Star Wars was supposed to be a serious space opera and how I pointed out that there's an intrinsically silly aspect to the entire franchise? That's the reason there are so many parodies, my guy. The fact that there are so many parodies is probably why the modern creators doing Star Wars are more comfortable embracing that intrinsic silliness, or at the very least, feel the audience will resonate with it. It's almost like you're using the length of this garbage fire to mask the fact that you're contradicting yourself.
It revolutionized so many storytelling tools and techniques we still use today. It's the golden example for why the "it's just a movie," or "it's just a video game," or "it's just a cartoon," or "it's a work of fiction that isn't real so it's not worth getting upset and angry over" excuse is a terrible dismissal of criticism. It changed the very foundation of filmmaking and inspired millions of people worldwide. No other franchise in the history of media can ever hope to wield even a candle to it.
Alright, cool. So now I get to talk about the top grossing movies of all time for no reason. When you factor in for inflation, Star Wars is number 4 and The Force Awakens is number 10. So, what film franchise is holding a candle to that? Avengers, with Endgame landing in number 5. And it would not shock me if an Avengers movie wound up overtaking that number 10 one day. Although the world may have fundamentally changed now to where that list is mostly set in stone as well, if I'm being perfectly honest about it. But let's move on. We can see the image of Avengers holding a candle to Star Wars in the box office on a year-by-year basis as well. Star Wars has a lot of movies that top the box office, but so does Avengers. When they were both available, they just about alternated the top spot. That should tell you right there that the MCU is holding a candle. Oh, and you want to talk influences on the tropes of filmmaking? The MCU changed how film franchises are considered, dumbass! The cinematic universe model is now the go-to method that everybody wants to replicate, including fucking Star Wars, in case you forgot about Rogue One and Solo. Fuck me, is every part of your argument a giant turd, even when you're just heaping generic praise on a George Lucas's Gungan cock?
It was ahead of its time in so many ways, and the sequel trilogy completely disregards that entirely, in favor of empowering women, intersectional politics, and horribly thought-out plot twists that amount to nothing but lazy shock value.
Feminism! Because women aren't allowed to be protagonists! You know what? Nah, you got a whole section on Kathleen Kennedy. I'm gonna save the actual nuanced argument for this for then. Same with the intersectional politics thing, because it's the same concept of basically saying something is political because they cast someone that isn't white for a role. No. Let's talk about that plot twist thing, specifically with killing Snoke. Without Rise of Skywalker's dumb Palpatine twist that I could honestly make a whole video about being bad myself, let's talk about Kylo killing Snoke. Yeah, remember in the OT when Palpatine tried to get Luke to kill him so that he would turn to the dark side because hate is what fuels the dark side? That information, spelled out elsewhere in the franchise, is implied to be Kylo's reasoning here. He wants the throne, he kills Snoke to take the throne, it pushes him further to the dark side instead of bringing him to the light. And you're using this as an example of them throwing out what makes Star Wars? Were you dropped on your head as a child, or was your frontal lobe always damaged?
It's completely disrespectful to such an important legacy. And that's not even including the plot holes. Just so many plot holes. The Last Jedi alone is a treasure trove of things that just don't make sense. As a standalone film, and especially when you put it next to the other movies. Why did Phasma cooperate with Han and Finn to lower the Starkiller shields if her armor was blaster-proof?
Because a blaster would do more point-blank range than in a longer distance.
Where is the galaxy-wide rage at the First Order destroying 5 planets? Do they not give a shit that they committed mass murder?
Literally the US not participating in World War II until they themselves were attacked, and even then not being involved in the German front until much later than that. Also, fun fact, the entirety of the script was written before the Ukraine situation, and with how many right-wing politicians say that the US should not be involved in Ukraine. Big ol' oof there, buddy.
Why didn't the Order immediately target Leia's cruise ship to prevent the Resistance from escaping?
Because they were being fired on by something else. I'm waiting for the plot hole that isn't easily explained here. Is it coming?
Why did Kylo just assume that he killed Luke instead of making sure he was dead?
Because he was a fucking child! Like, really?
Why did Finn and Rose not take the slave children with them, and not drop them off at a safe location before returning to the ship? You realize that by destroying the casino, you're subjecting them to more hard labor and torture, right?
Finally! Finally! I can't explain this one too, but at least it's not as simple as a single fucking sentence. Getting caught trying to escape could have been far worse for them than it even would have been for Finn and Rose, for one. It's also very possible that they like tending to the animals and are only unhappy because of the mistreatment they got and not because of the work itself. Based on the scene at the end of the movie, they're fine. It's not well explained if you dig into that, but it's clear their situation is not as bad at one moment as you made it out to be. It doesn't mean it's outright good, but it can be explained with the same question of why people stay in toxic work environments. Psychological reasons that are more complicated, especially when you don't have a lot of options to work with.
If Holdo had a gun the whole time, why did she allow Poe to continue his mutiny?
Oh, for fuck's sake. Now we're back to the one-sentence explanations. Because she was outnumbered. She had like 3 or 4 guns pointed at her. How on Kashyyyk do you expect to win that firefight when you don't have the element of surprise at all?
Why didn't they take the gun away from her if she's more than likely to use it against you?
Because it was concealed. Frisking her would have given her the same opportunity she took here. It was better at the end of this situation to keep sights on her and shoot her if she moved, which is the actual question that hopefully is what you're about to say next.
Why is Finn suddenly able to pilot a ship when it was a main plot point in the previous film that he needed a pilot because he was inexperienced in flying a ship by himself?
Okay, not the one I was looking for, but that is kind of a good point. That being said, Finn has also been cited as a quick study, and with a pilot not available, Finn has to learn on the fly. Also, maybe a Y-Wing is easier to pilot than the Millennium Falcon, which is an old hunk of junk in the original movies, by the way.
When the First Order has the Resistance trapped on Crate, why didn't they call another one of those dreadnoughts to fire on them? It's not like they were in short supply.
Time. The escaped pods would get away fast. By the time the dreadnought got there, it would be too late. Or at least that can be inferred. Like, hyperspace travel still takes time. That's why the First Order's vessels showed up after the jump.
With all the talk about tracking them through light speed, why didn't they track the Millennium Falcon at the end of the film?
The explanation of Poe's plan gives exactly why the Millennium Falcon is able to get out. The original plan involved essentially tripping a breaker, whereas what's done here is that the main destroyer systems go down completely. The 6-minute window they would have originally had to escape would, logically, be extended, if not indefinitely, since it was stated to be the experimental tech, meaning repair or replacement of it may be impossible in the immediate situation. When you apply a more permanent answer to a problem, you get a more permanent solution. This is just me using my brain to actively explain to you things that should intuitively make sense without a detailed explanation. Fuck.
Why didn't Leia use her force powers to get them out of the cave?
Remember when I pointed out that Leia's force pull was in 0 gravity? She doesn't have to be very strong to do it. She can barely be able to use force and just nudge herself in that direction. The cave has tons of fucking rocks. That requires much more force attunement.
How did Finn drag Rose across the battlefield and back to the cave so quickly? If I really wanted to, I could make a whole separate video just laying out plot holes in this film that either don't make sense or create inconsistencies with what we've seen before.
Okay, the problem with that sentiment is that you can do that with anything, you chuckle fuck! I mean, sure, the last one kind of valid and just plot convenient, but that's the thing. There's a difference between saying that there's a flaw and saying that the entire movie is awful because of something like that. And sure, you had a lot of evidence, but when I'm able to, in a sentence or two, prove almost everything you've said wrong, your debate of the plot being full of giant holes becomes full of giant holes in and of itself.
But this is already pretty lengthy, and I want to try and keep things shorter this time around.
Jesus Christ, that laughed so hard I started throwing up. So, what was your actual point?
Much less I get complaints from idiots trying to dismiss my critiques by saying that my video's length is too long for them.
So, we're just going to ignore the original context and how something got mentioned about you calling Rey a Mary Sue, and he was responding to that with a little bit more information about you in a tweet. We're also going to assume this is the only thing that this person has ever had to say about you. I didn't bother looking up if he had anything else to say about you at no time. Yeah, let's say these are the only things he had to say about the video at all. Hot damn, for one, am I gonna love it when somebody pushes this one in your face. But to be honest, I'd normally feel bad about potentially hurting somebody's ego by going into Boonslayer trademark, overkill trademark. But with comments like this, really works to ease my quandary about telling you to consume a plate of fecal excretion, you know?
And while we're on the subject, I want to take a moment to apologize for something because it was really dumb of me to do. I just want to say I sincerely apologize for that stab I took at Mahler in my original review. I don't know what made me feel the need to make that comment, but it was a really juvenile and childish way to dismiss the time and work he put into his review. I don't know. Maybe it's because I was cynical at the time and I was prejudiced to the idea of a review of something being longer than the thing itself, which just made me look really hypocritical since I ended up making my own review being longer than the thing itself. It was a really jerk-ass thing to do, and I was being dismissive of him for no good reason. It was really unfair and I could have handled it a lot better. So, Mahler, if by some chance you find this, I really am sorry about what I said. Hopefully we can let bygones be bygones and try to move forward from there. So, with all that stuff out of the way, let's talk about the big three. Kylo Ren, Little Miss Perfect, and Luke Skywalker.
So let me get this straight. Or gay, actually, that's more accurate. You tell us you're shifting the characters, then dial back to talking about a theme in the movie, and then go on a tangent that has nothing to do with the movie, which is admitting you did something hypocritical in your original review, before going back into characters. And this is all in relation to the segment on internal consistency. You know, I almost want to believe that you did this on purpose now, and you're not just incompetent, but you just admitted that this shit happens in your videos on accident to the point where it can call for an apology, so I fucking can't.
Might as well start with Kylo since it's easy to shit on emos. Now, Kylo Ren is what would happen if you took Anakin from episode 2, extracted his whiny attitude, combined it with the essence of a potential school shooter, and place it into a vial before injecting it into Adam Driver. A petulant, overly angry, unstable, deranged, sociopathic nutcase who's prone to adolescent tantrums and psychotic tendencies.
And congratulations, you have understood the point of the character. Fuck, even his lightsaber's instability reflects this anger and psychosis. What? Is your complaint gonna be that he's not Darth Vader?
Now, at first I was willing to hesitate on that description of his character, because after the scene where he destroys his helmet, symbolizing how he's growing out of his Vader worship, he started developing into a more calm and collective character. And for the time, it seemed like an interesting direction for his character to go. Actually taking the time to develop your antagonist and making him more than a one-dimensional angsty edgelord, that's great. But then he kills Snoke and just reverts to being a cold-blooded killer for no reason. It literally comes out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's almost like you don't just discard previous character traits wholesale in the middle of a character's development. Him being unhinged and irrational while still being capable of making calculated maneuvers is actually part of the threat of this particular villain, and what separates him from previous villains. The first movie told the story of him learning to take control of that anger, and this movie tells of him struggling with his relationship with the light side of the Force in much the same way that Rey's story is about a struggle with the dark side of the Force. This movie ends without a clear winner in that regard either, as symbolized by the fact that he didn't get to strike down the one who inadvertently pushed him to the dark side. And yes, I'm very much defending Kylo's redemption in the third movie. Fuck me, I guess, because this movie actually does a good job of setting up that such an outcome was possible, even if it's not a good outcome to work with. And on top of that, you're complaining about him being less cold and calculated when him killing Snoke was the most cold and calculated move that he pulls off in the first two movies. Like, he tricks Snoke into thinking that Kylo is loyal to him, only to kill him and take the mantle of Supreme Leader for himself. How is that not a calculated move? In this movie, his unbridled rage and cold demeanor go from being two halves split apart to becoming one persona that displays both traits. The fact that he leans more into his uncontrollable side is part of the point.
I swear, his character flip-flops just as badly as Rose, where he tries to be reserved and focused, just to go back to being a thoroughly violent nutjob all over again.
Bipolar disorder, real medical condition, can actually be something caused by trauma, like a childhood attempted murder by your mentor, for example. You know, a completely unrelated example.
And it actually gets really disturbing at times.
Yeah, it's almost like Kylo's supposed to be disturbing, fuck you!
Remember this scene?
I want every gun we have to fire on that man.
Jesus Christ! Anakin Skywalker at his most furious was never this unhinged, ordering all those walkers to just repeatedly shoot Luke over and over and over, while watching the whole thing with so much wrath and murderous intent, to the point where even his own soldiers are unnerved by it.
If you don't say something that isn't just explaining the actual point of the villainous character in the next few seconds, I'm gonna do that to you. And seriously, you mean to tell me that you didn't pay attention to all the explanation of why Kylo hates Luke and not get why this sort of violent reaction fits with the character? Oh wait, that's right. You're using it as an example of his manic state and not explaining the first word about why this makes him bad, other than negging a mental disorder and suffering. Seriously, fuck you!
This is the kind of thing you do when you hate a person beyond any sense of logic. Not only is this uncomfortable, but they try so desperately to get you to take it seriously, to the point that in a strange way, it's actually kind of laughable. People have literally made memes out of this moment.
I'm skipping over your memes, and while you would have a valid point here, you know, this is supposed to be intense, but it comes off kind of funny. Hey, remember how part of your point about Star Wars culture and iconography is the fact that people parodied Star Wars throughout the ages? This is that! This thing? It is that! So it's a bad thing here, and an indication of iconic status in the rest of Star Wars because... Why?
Fuck me, bitch.
And when people find the memes more entertaining than the writing quality that went into the scene itself, that's not a good sign.
How do you know they find it more entertaining? And again, people make fun of Darth Vader revealing he's Luke's father. Does it mean they think that the writing is bad? Memes are also not an indication that something is good either, mind you, but you are pulling things out of your ass because memes, and to my recollection, that's Richard Gere's job.
What was even the point of this? You were setting up something interesting with Kylo by giving him a more calm demeanor, and then you just decide to do nothing with it.
Alright, fuck you, I think we're done here.
The movie being a complete waste of time because his character just goes back to square one. Imagine if Tony Stark was going through his arc about learning to be a more responsible person who uses his wealth to help people and not waste his life, just to go back to being a self-centered playboy. That is the kind of backwards writing that Star Wars has fallen to.
Tony Stark is actually a really good example of the point I'm making. In the Iron Man movies, he was intentionally written to not throw out the imperfections of the person he actually was, because a lot of superhero movies have a tendency to do that, and it's not a very nuanced take of it, the end result being that the character has more of an individual personality than lol superhero. Like, he's still a playboy and self-centered, but he's less of that and has wrinkles added to the character. Those wrinkles become more defined in future films. That's how a story arc works, you donkey! Oh, and one more very obvious point to hammer in how apples to oranges your comparison is. Tony Stark is the protagonist, and Kylo Ren is the antagonist!
Why are we supposed to care about this sleazebag? Why are we supposed to find Kylo's character endearing or complex or well-written when he's none of those things?
Endearing? No, you're not supposed to find him endearing. Almost like he's the villain or something? I don't know, seems weird. Complex? Yes, because having a character have vast disparities in personality that both represent part of his psyche isn't complex at all. I can prove to you that the character is well written, but also not the same as other Star Wars villains, because if he was, it would just be a copy and paste and not good writing, you fucking chodeburger.
I mean, he might have been if they stuck with that calm demeanor, but now he's just angry. That's it. He's angry. I have described his entire character to you. There is nothing else to say about this man. He's just Kratos without the complexities that made him an endearing anti-hero.
Are you basing him being only angry on, like, one scene? Hell, he's still calm during the entire interaction with Rey where he kills Snoke. You don't think that's him showing something other than anger? But then he's angry in a scene where he has someone to be angry at. Oh, and you just had to bring up complexities with Kratos, didn't you? Yeah, nothing complex about him debating whether or not to kill his mom, and his hesitation in part giving the Resistance a chance to fight back, right? And did you forget how he clearly lied about killing Snoke? Dude, Kylo Ren is more complex than Kratos, especially since most of Kratos' complexities were only brought into play in the most recent God of War game, you know, like 4 or 5 games into the series, while Kylo Ren has struggles involving family and feelings of betrayal in his first appearance. And he's not even an anti-hero until the 3rd movie, you chuckle fuck!
I mean, what about his backstory are we supposed to find compelling? Do we even need to draw any comparisons? Actually, I got the perfect comparison. Anakin Skywalker. He was born into slavery, grew up without a father, 90% of his childhood was shit. He was disrespected by everyone, manipulated by both the Jedi and the Emperor, he watched his mother die a horrible death, lost the love of his life and his best friend, separated from his children, lost everything and everyone he tried so hard to protect, and to top it all off, he had to spend the rest of his life in a robotic suit after being nearly burned to death.
Not all characters are complex because of their backstory, and detail doesn't mean complexity. It just means there's more to show why a character is the way they is. Kylo, in comparison with Anakin, is written with a singular inciting incident in mind. Luke seeing the dark side ending and looking like he's trying to kill him. Hell, Luke himself is also an example of a character whose actual backstory is farm boy with a secret Jedi lineage that's even less complex than Kylo's. Most of the backstory you're talking about with Anakin are things that play out during the movies. It's not even his backstory, as a matter of fact. Oh, but let's talk about that degraded by everyone around him thing. Kylo is also degraded by people around him. He's viewed as a threat by Luke, he's viewed as inferior by Snoke, he's viewed as a liability by Hux. The only people who don't hate him are Han and Leia, and the fact that he can't separate himself from caring about them is part of the reason for his degradation within the First Order. Having the last bits of compassion you still have be the reason others don't like you is more complex than everyone looking down on you because it's different people viewing you differently.
But the backstory is only part of it. The real complexity comes from how Anakin is written and how his character arc is developed over the course of the series.
Oh, so, half the shit you said as part of the backstory then.
Now, the prequels have problems, like a pretty good amount of problems, but I always found Anakin to have a more compelling character arc than people give him credit for. We've all made fun of how whiny he is in episode 2 or how annoying he is in episode 1, but when you look more into it, there's actually not a bad character arc lying beneath the cracks. His story is a cautionary tale of how a hopeful and idealistic person was twisted and manipulated by both sides of a political-military conflict, setting off a series of events that gradually transform him into the galaxy's most feared tyrant.
Which took 3 movies in order to tell. And you're judging Kylo against 1 movie. You yourself are also pointing out what you don't like about the single movie aspects of Anakin's character arc. What?
It's done in a way where it's hard to blame him for becoming a villain, because so many of the things that contributed to his downfall were completely out of his control.
Oh look, another single sentence I get to spend a whole damn page on. Based. So, first let me address this thought process that Anakin turning was somehow not his fault. I mean, sure, the Jedi Council were kinda sticklers, he was facing pressure from both sides, but at the end of the day, he was the one who needed to choose what was best. Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan Kenobi risked their reputation on even training the kid, and the discipline of the Jedi Order is very strict. So if he's some kind of chosen one of the Force, leaving him untrained was far less likely to result in him taking to the Jedi way than actually trying to teach him even if he was too old. And guess what? That still did fucking work at the end. It wasn't Palpatine who killed all those younglings, it was Anakin. There's no hard to blame here. There's just a difference between right and wrong. From his point of view, the Jedi were evil, and he may have been convinced of that by Palpatine, but he had to accept that side. And part of that were decisions to break the Jedi Code before he even thought of the dark side. So in turn, I can also improve the inverse. Kylo's turn to the dark side was way more the fault of his surroundings than Anakin's. It had nothing to do with being born a slave or anything either. It was all down to Luke almost killing the boy in his sleep and getting caught with his lightsaber ready to do the deed. Luke even admitted that this was his fault. Of course, there's also a biological aspect to this. He's the grandson of Anakin and the nephew of Luke. One common thread in these movies is the temptation to the dark side being particularly strong with the Skywalkers, from Anakin actually turning to it, to Luke struggling with it both in the fight with Palpatine in Episode 6, and the near murder of his student, with the only Skywalker to not show any susceptibility to the dark side being Leia, and that's probably because she's barely a Force adept. That wasn't quite a whole page, but I think you get what I'm saying here. This isn't to try and dismiss Anakin's turn as unrelated to his environment, or Kylo's as completely due to his environment. Both of them had environmental factors that lead towards decisions they themselves had to make. But calling Anakin the one who had the least control of the two is actually ridiculous, when every single environmental factor was shown to be a reaction to his own decisions.
One of the most notable things about Anakin in the prequels was how he was a Jedi going against the philosophies of the Jedi Order, by forming a forbidden love with Padme and developing attachments with friends and other people he wished to protect. One of the fundamental teachings of the Jedi is to not let yourself become attached to anything, because they lead into things like fear, hate, temptation, and other stuff they view as bad. It's the reason why they never made Anakin a master in spite of his hard work. They already sensed his inability to let go of things he was afraid to lose and became too attached to them. Their teachings weren't necessarily bad, but they were imperfect enough to the point that it resulted in terrible mistakes, and Anakin's fall to the dark side was one of them. For example, let's look at the scene where Yoda tries to help Anakin cope with the inevitable possibility of losing Padme. His words are indeed wise, and they can help people who are going through the grief of losing a loved one. But in Anakin's case, they don't do anything to help his situation. Anakin grew to care for something bigger than himself. He truly valued his friendship with Obi-Wan and Ahsoka. It was more than just comrades in arms. They were genuine connections he risked his life for. And Padme was someone he wanted to share his life with. Someone he loved and wanted to keep safe. He was afraid of losing her. And he's not wrong for feeling those emotions. It makes him human, something that the audience can relate to. The problem stems from how the Jedi are stuck in their hubris, and too ignorant to change their worldview. Their ideology was too rational, which prevented them from making a better future for everyone. They viewed any sort of attachment as unhealthy, and sidelining that made them vulnerable. What they failed to understand was how those attachments, things like friends, love, marriage, and family, can actually make you stronger. And denying people those attachments can end up turning someone to the dark side. And the Jedi teachings were further proven to be faulty by how Luke helped Anakin defeat Palpatine in the end. It was those same attachments they spoke against, the kind that Luke was willing to have with his father after learning the truth, that ultimately brought balance to the Force. At least until Kathleen Kennedy, Bob Iger, Rian Johnson, and J.J. Abrams came along and took a massive shit all over that.
Cool story, bro. Not only is this barely related to anything and another attempt to distract your audience from the movie you're actually supposed to be talking about, but let me just point out a little flaw in your argument. I mean, other than the fact that what happens at the end of episode 6 is not balance of the Force at all. It's one side destroying the other. That's not balance. You don't know what balance means. And neither did the Jedi Order, by the way. Which I feel like is a point you could make about the Jedi Order being wrong, but go off, I guess. We're just gonna ignore that for the moment. Luke refused to kill Ben because of his emotional attachments. Those exact same emotional attachments that are so good for Anakin are the very reason that Kylo Ren exists. They're also the reason for Kylo Ren's anger, the main thing about the character that you seem to hate. Look, saying that Yoda's right to ensure that Anakin needs to be willing to let go of personal attachments and then turning around and saying that very same mindset created Darth Vader is a little lopsided. It's technically true, but it's only true because of the fact that Anakin would have likely gone to the dark side for those reasons anyway. He agreed to abide by the Jedi Code, my guy. It was his decision to operate within these restrictions and learn these principles. Are you really going to blame other people for him changing his mind midway through? Are you also forgetting about the fact that there's a reason Anakin was considered too old to undergo Jedi training at 10? Fucking Christ, the Jedi Order knew this was something not likely to end well, as expressed in episode goddamn 1, you assberry!
What I'm saying is, the way Anakin acted out in the prequels, though understandably cringy at times, was completely understandable. I personally see his story as a much better version of Obito Uchiha from Naruto. He doesn't become evil because a loved one died. He becomes evil because he was afraid of losing people he cared about and was carefully manipulated into allowing that fear to consume him.
That was probably the worst comparison you could have made. First of all, their terms were not even remotely the same, and there's a huge flaw that's been looming over your entire interpretation of Anakin's fall that this reminded me to look at deeper to really debunk. So, first of all, the trajectories were kind of the opposite of each other. Obito had a single inciting incident that led him towards Madara's side, and while there was a bit of a slow burn up to that, it was more so an explanation of his morality than actually reflective of a shift in his character. His sense of loyalty and caring for Rin was why Kakashi's actions without context hurt him as much as they did. Now, here's the big comparison. For one, Anakin's build-up to the inciting incident was a gradual shift in the character's perceptions. But one major point of similarity between the two really fucks everything you've been saying, especially when you combine it with the difference that comes immediately after. Both of them made their decision as a strengthening of their own moral code, and while Obito listened to Madara with open ears because of a revelation, Anakin resigned himself to something that he didn't want. Sure, there was a disrespect from the Jedi Order, but the fact of the matter is that even in the act of turning, he still believed in what they stood for, but felt they no longer stood for it. So, how did the code push him away again? You can argue that emotion was what led him back to the light in his final moments, sure, but based on what's actually presented, you can also make the moral argument. I mean, just think about it. Son or no son, Palpatine was torturing a man that wasn't fighting back to death. That doesn't fall in line with Anakin's code of ethics, and it was the first time Vader's sense of honor in combat was challenged in the original trilogy. And look what happens. He chose the path of honor. Oh, and you mean to tell me that the guy who shrugs and goes, "Well, I killed the guy, guess I'm evil now," is better written than the guy who has seen so much death that he wants to create a world without it? Are you shitting me right now?
There's a sense of tragedy to the whole thing. Seeing a person who was actually really kind-hearted, showing compassion for others, doing everything he could to do the right thing, slowly sink into madness and lose everything.
Hey, I just remembered something really important. Wasn't this all supposed to be about Kylo Ren?
Anakin is a character who, whether you sympathize with him or not, is still interesting. And any character can be as moral or immoral as the writer wants them to be, as long as they manage to be well written and interesting. In the same way the Joker is an interesting character in spite of being the biggest mass murderer in the world. Now let's compare that to Kylo Ren, whose fall to the dark side we're supposed to find compelling because his uncle tried to kill him in his sleep. And he's angry about it. That's it. You're not gonna expand on this in any way?
Oh, fuck you. Your other example of a character being interesting is the Joker. Hey, you know what's not important about the Joker? His fucking backstory. It's so unimportant to what makes the character good that they either ignore it or joke about there being so many different versions of it that it's unclear what the actual truth is, which I'm aware is interesting in its own way, but even you yourself are pointing to examples of characters being engaging that have nothing to do with backstory. And that's not even talking about the fact that you're spending all this time comparing a character that goes from protagonist to antagonist in one trilogy to a character that goes from antagonist to protagonist as though they're supposed to have the same story arc. They aren't! They are different! Do you understand?
Even if Kylo is right to feel that way, just saying that is not compelling. You need to expand on this in some way, or it's just a weak piece of his backstory you didn't bother to go into.
To quote Epic Lloyd, we don't need the backstory of every fucking tree branch. This isn't his story right now, but he is a part of it. We don't need flashbacks to a bunch of Kylo Ren shit because Kylo Ren is not the protagonist of this story.
Do we see how Kylo was feeling after this event? Do we follow him in the days after this? Do we see the conflicting emotions he went through as he left his family behind? His training with Snoke? Anything that happened after this at all? Nothing.
Except we see his conflict through other things depicted in the movie. I pointed out that his lightsaber's chaotic design was a reflection of his own chaotic nature already. I pointed out that his hesitation to fire on his mom, and there's plenty more that isn't worth pointing out here, but the basic premise is this. We don't need 5 hours of Kylo Ren backstory. Like, take a look at Darth Vader from the original trilogy. We don't see Darth Vader's struggles between the dark side and the light side, or how he became Vader, or his struggles with abandoning his kids. But what the movie does show us tells us the aspects of that we actually do need to know. This is elaborated on in movies that we didn't know were going to exist at the time in more detail, which is where you get all of your information about Anakin's narrative being so compelling. Now riddle me this, Ponyman. Why in the hot dog flying fuck is that not allowed to apply here other than you being more obsessed with Kylo Ren literally being Vader than Kylo Ren was in the first fucking movie?
We only see this moment for a couple of seconds through two perspectives, and yet the film treats it like a major event in the story. I guess this could have been explored more if they dedicated more time to the final confrontation between Kylo and Luke, but the scene is just used as a ray of hope moment that foreshadows Rey as the new face of the Resistance, the Jedi, and newfound hope in the galaxy. There's no meaningful dialogue between the two, nothing that delves into their past relationship as master and student. They just have two extremely brief exchanges that only slightly reference their past together. That's it.
You only need a few lines of dialogue if those lines are pointed and reflections of themes that you've been placing into the audience throughout the film. Yoda telling Luke that a master shares his failures with his students and not just his successes leads directly into Luke apologizing for what he's done. Callbacks to the way that Luke speaks to a student. There doesn't need to be a 30-minute dialogue to say what a few lines say. Hell, Obi-Wan and Vader share 2 fucking lines, and that's all you need to make that battle mean something. Why not here?
There's no further development of the connection between these two beyond that. The scene feels too rushed, like they didn't have enough time to go more into it.
Taking more time doesn't make the story more impactful. In Halo Reach, for example, let me tell you about what got me. Noble 2's death. It wasn't because it was set up with this drawn-out dialogue of who she was and what her life was like. We got to know her as a teammate. There was no indication of anything coming until the precise moment the needle went through her skull. There was no time to mourn after, and there was no build-up beforehand. It was sudden, and it was earth-shaking. Further context outside of that moment was part of what gave power to that moment and made it truly terrifying, and quite possibly the point where you realize that anyone can be taken down at any given moment. It wasn't even lots of dialogue and telling us how important she is either. It's the other aspects of the story that inform that. You don't need lines to explicitly say things sometimes. Kylo's murderous intent, the reasons we're given behind it, what we see throughout the movie of Luke's regret, those are what we need to inform the power of that scene, because the filmmakers trust us as an audience to be smart enough to invest in the weight of it without having to be told explicitly. But then again, the average MLP audience. Yes, I fucking went there!
Which they might have been able to do if they didn't waste a third of the film on that bullshit with Finn and Rose. It's sort of like the scene in the throne room where Kylo tries to get Rey to join him, telling her that she needs to let the past die or kill it if she has to. It should leave a strong impact, but because of the execution it just feels empty. The basic idea is that you shouldn't stay mired in the past or become obsessed with it, and you have to move forward to grow and become stronger. Now the idea itself is not bad, but the presentation is problematic. The issue comes from how the line is phrased, describing the past as something that should be killed or left to die, which is totally different from simply leaving it behind and moving forward.
See, part of the point here is that his logic is, in fact, twisted and flawed. Even though, that exact concept of letting the past be forgotten is why Yoda strikes lightning onto the Jedi archives, because it's time for the way of the Jedi to end. This is especially jarring since it would be replicated with almost the exact same phrasing as what Kylo Ren used, mind you, in one of the most praised movies in the last decade, released the year after The Last Jedi. Are you fucking dense?
I think there's a reason why Timon said you gotta put the past behind you instead of you gotta kill the past, or leave it to die.
Yeah. For one, they were talking about letting something that is ended remain ended. In the case of The Last Jedi, the point is to let a thing that should be end reach that conclusion. That, and for the sake of a joke, and the fact that The Lion King is actively made for kids, whereas this movie is made for an older audience. And Pumbaa isn't the supreme leader of the space Nazis, you chuckle fuck!
Remember, this is being said by Kylo Ren, who's a homicidal maniac who will backstab anyone to get what he wants. I don't think taking any life lesson from him to heart is exactly a good idea.
It's almost like he's the villain who's saying a thing that a villain would say. I'm gonna skip every time you say something that's just Kylo Ren as a bad guy from here because, yeah, no shit.
And this advice is not just unhealthy, it's also hypocritical. His exact words are to let the past die, and yet he reverts to his past behavior of being a cold-blooded killer. I get the notion that we're not supposed to take this with any sincerity because Kylo is the villain trying to gaslight Rey, but it's such a forced and poorly delivered line that it makes you wonder why it's even in the film in the first place.
For one, congratulations, you know that your whole spiel about Kylo being unsympathetic is dog shit, good job. Second of all, I highly disagree with your opinion. You even pointed out how it reflects his aggression and how it's extreme, which is still part of Kylo's personality. And what he said was, let old things die, and he's in particular talking about Snoke and Luke. It is something said after he kills his master. Your idea of this being forced is moot. Like, I can't debunk that it was delivered poorly because poor delivery without any other context for what is bad really is just meaningless drivel. So there's not only no need to, but it's impossible to disprove your argument on that front anyway. It's just too nebulous to say without saying what was bad about the delivery.
People have taken this as Rian Johnson telling people to abandon everything they knew about Star Wars and to accept this new trilogy as the norm, and I would totally believe that. Because everything about this new trilogy is Kathleen Kennedy, Bob Iger, Rian Johnson, and J.J. Abrams murdering the legacy of Star Wars and destroying its reputation. People who have no knowledge or respect for the franchise and have no idea how to properly represent it outside of cheap nostalgia baiting.
Which is why you keep comparing it to the OT and the prequels without awareness that the OT and the prequels did the exact things you're saying this movie does wrong. Based.
I also love the irony that Disney allowed this line to slip into the film despite that they're constantly milking their past bone dry with those god-awful remakes.
Which are also reinterpretations of prior material that have differences they want the audience to accept. I shouldn't be able to debunk a joke conceptually in a single fucking sentence.
It's almost as ironic as them allowing that subplot about how rich people are bad as they continue to buy out every single property that's still hiding from their greedy claws.
They gave context for rich people being bad because they are fueling the war effort on both sides. They called the rich people bad for what made them rich, not simply being fucking rich. Did you actually watch this movie?
And yet, we're supposed to take him seriously because he ends up pulling off a shocking plot twist by killing Snoke and becoming the new Supreme Ruler, before even bothering to do anything compelling with Snoke. And even that doesn't mean anything because Palpatine was the mastermind behind everything anyway.
You know, that is a valid complaint, although I'd like to point out that it's more of an issue with Snoke than with Kylo. It's something I complain about too, then basically toss Snoke aside for Palpatine. And to be honest, it would have been better if Kylo either killed Snoke in the third movie, or it was just the villain in the third movie and we're tossing Snoke aside without bringing in Palpatine. But that's not the fault of this character, and it's not entirely the fault of this movie. It's a little bit the fault of this movie, though.
He might have been intimidating at first, but now he's just become pathetic by the end of the movie. I mean, consider this. Kylo ordered that barrage of laser fire on Luke and didn't intend on letting it stop until Hux intervened. He clearly hates him with a fiery undying passion over the incident at the temple, and you might say he's justified in feeling that way because he was thinking about attacking him. But in a way, that just makes it even worse. Luke's actions don't warrant that kind of extreme response.
Yes, that is in fact wait, what am I doing?
Remember when Obi-Wan betrayed Anakin? When he thought he turned Padme against him? When he cut off his limbs and left him to die after being set on fire? Yeah, that was some really messed up shit. And yet when Anakin came across Obi-Wan on the Death Star, he wasn't nearly as unhinged as Kylo was with Luke. He didn't force choke him, he didn't try to crush his body, he didn't try to repeatedly blast him. It was a simple lightsaber duel. In spite of what Obi-Wan did, Anakin as Darth Vader was reserved and cautious. He wasn't screaming in anger or charging in blind rage, he meticulously battled him with a sense of stability. In comparison, yes, Luke had his lightsaber ignited with thoughts of killing Kylo, but he wasn't going to dismember him and have him set on fire. Kylo is so blinded by bloodlust and hatred when what Luke did was actually small potatoes compared to what Obi-Wan did to Anakin. And in spite of that, he ordered that endless barrage of lasers and demanded more of it. He attacks Luke in blind rage, screaming in unbridled anger. Kylo is clearly the unhinged one when you put him back to back with Darth Vader.
Yeah, he sure is. Now, I should have just continued skipping because a lot of this I can respond to with no shit, but something worth noting about the comparison. Kylo had weaponry intended to take down vehicles and shot Luke with them. Darth Vader had a lightsaber on him when he encountered Obi-Wan. Notably, the Force choke is really only used on those who are weak in the Force. He doesn't do it to Palpatine or Obi-Wan or Luke. He mostly does it to subordinates, really. But the point is that both of them took actions that were intended to be as immediately lethal as possible. Now, of course, Kylo's actions were overkill driven out of anger, but the fact remains that, of course, Darth Vader didn't open a massive amount of blaster fire on Obi-Wan. They were inside a ship, he had a lightsaber, he was like, "I'm gonna kill you now," and didn't hesitate to act on that when Obi-Wan gave him the opportunity to. Kylo also didn't try to torture Luke, he tried to kill him very quickly. One could even argue that part of the point of firing everything at him was to try and make sure that he would die because of an inborn fear of him from what happened as a child. And what's the first part of Yoda's speech about the dark side again? Fear leads to anger. Oh, and by the way, more importantly...
You want a different example? Okay, how about this scene from episode 5, when our heroes escaped from Cloud City and Vader was there to see it happen. Remember the tension when the bridge crew was silent, waiting for Vader to do something? You would expect him to lash out in anger, right? Killing one of the stormtroopers for failing him? And you know what he does? He simply walks away. No cry of anger, no hint of violence, no hint that he was upset with the stormtroopers, nothing. If this was Kylo, he would have taken out his saber and started destroying the nearest piece of machinery in a fit of rage. But Vader doesn't do that, and oddly enough, that just makes him so much more intimidating. Vader demonstrating his ability to restrain himself even when he ends up going through a defeat is really chilling.
Okay, but first of all, and second of all, the fact that you feel the need to say oddly enough about making Vader more intimidating indicates that you know it's not objectively a negative towards Kylo Ren. It is just a difference in the two characters, which is fine because, as pointed out in the first movie, Kylo Ren is in fact not Darth Vader. Yes, a cold and calculating villain is intimidating and scary because it seems like no emotions can sway them from what they want to do. A villain that is prone to fits of rage, though, has unpredictability, which can be incredibly scary on a villain, even if intimidating isn't the right word. That's part of how the movie Split worked, you chuckle fuck. You even pointed out earlier how the unhinged nature of Kylo Ren scared you. So it's almost like I should extend my skip screen gag to cover the entirety of the clip I played. But I'm not going to do that because it was a joke in the first place.
He managed to be terrifying by behaving in the exact opposite manner you would expect a terrifying villain to act in this kind of situation. That shit is fucking brilliant. Nothing J.J. Abrams or Rian Johnson did with Kylo throughout these 3 movies ever comes close to this one scene in The Empire Strikes Back.
Man, you really are mad that Kylo Ren isn't Vader, aren't you? Also, point of order, Vader was subversive for his time, yeah, but when most villains become cold and heartless, one that is unhinged and unpredictable becomes the new method of subverting expectations. Not that something even needs to be subversive in order to be good. I mean, as I said when I unintentionally jumped the gun on my script, that principle I was talking about is the exact point of Split. You know, the good M. Night Shyamalan movie. Anybody else remember Split? I wish he didn't ruin Glass, man. Fuck me.
And even when you take out the fits of rage and unbridled tendencies, he's not even an interesting antagonist because he's far less motivated than Anakin in the prequels, or even Palpatine, and he was basically just Space Hitler.
Okay, so first of all, let's compare the character whose entire point is to be the main character of a Fall from Grace story to a character who is pinned as antagonistic from day one. And, you know those fits of rage at suffering a defeat? Those are indications of motivation and failure getting under his skin. It shows that he is motivated to succeed. It's not the most complex thing in the world, but it doesn't fucking need to be.
And not only is Kylo less motivated, his actual motivations are just baffling. His only sympathetic motivation for turning to the dark side was because Luke thought about killing him. But that motivation doesn't sit right when you consider how he killed his father in the last film. He demonizes Luke for thinking about killing his nephew, but doesn't hesitate to kill his own father. This just makes him nothing short of a hypocrite. His backstory is hardly explored and rushed as hell.
Neither is Vader's until they made 3 more movies about it. Also, this just in, bad guys are required to be sympathetic and cannot be hypocritical. Nope, bad guys must all be presented as good people put in a bad situation. Is this just going to be the entire rest of the Kylo Ren segment?
Which, by the way, the Rise of Retcons introduces Force healing and resurrection, which completely destroys Anakin's whole motivation for turning to the dark side in the first place.
Except no, it fucking doesn't! Okay, so even if we operate with the fact that Force healing isn't explained in the movie as something that most people don't know how to do, The Mandalorian shows the strain of Force healing on someone when Grogu heals Karga. So it's clearly not something that can be done lightly, even if it were a common technique. Jedi healers were also present in the prequel trilogy, most notably Stas Ailey, who was one of the first casualties of Order 66. Oh, but the resurrection thing? Now there's an explanation for that in the movies. It can only be done between a dyad and the Force, which is why Kylo is able to do it to Rey. And guess what? Ben gave up his own life to do that. Yeah, don't act like Anakin's motivation was completely gone because a dyad can kill off one to save the other, fuckface. So, tell me who the one flying in the face of the established lore is again?
Then it all comes full circle in Return of the Jedi, where the Emperor's threats of destroying his son breaks the dark side's hold on him, and he sacrifices himself to save Luke. That is a 3-dimensional character with a 3-dimensional character arc. With Kylo, nobody seemed to be bothered with giving in the most basic amount of depth, with his reasons for being bad because Palpatine was whispering funny voices in his head, which he seems to have no reaction to when it's revealed.
Other than, you know, killing him a few minutes later after seeing the deception. And didn't you say an earlier character you expected to be angry having no visible reaction is scary? And didn't you say how Kylo tends to get angry? So wouldn't the fact that this deception didn't visibly anger him throw up some flags for what was about to happen? And you said it came out of nowhere? See, that's the thing. If you think about the words you're saying for more than 2 seconds, your entire logic falls apart.
Kylo as a character is bland and sulky at best, and petulant and laughably bipolar at worst. It certainly doesn't help that he got his ass handed to him in the first film, and yet he still tries to act like this unstoppable badass war machine.
It's called a coping mechanism. And he spends more than half the movie trying to coax Rey towards his side because he knows she's a threat to him. Mind you, he got his ass kicked because it was 2 against 1 and he was stabbed. And you know what? Fuck it, you even pointed out the bipolar thing I did earlier, but decided it was bad writing instead of a 3-dimensional aspect of the character because you didn't want to like this fucking movie.
Yeah, that's exactly what he is. Kylo Ren is inconsistent, and his arc is filled with giant holes like how they completely neglect the fact that he became Supreme Leader and nothing changes. No one comments on it, there's no conflict with Snoke's allies, no one complains except for Hux who immediately gets force choked for speaking out of term, and he still acts like an edgy teenager.
And you just explained why no one else questioned him. The entire question of his leadership was addressed with him shutting down Hux. He even had a cover story for who actually killed Snoke. He was already in charge right below Snoke. And the only other person who had the kind of authority needed to question it at all was already shut down in his objections. So what the fuck is there left in that conflict exactly? Other than Hux's inevitable and sudden betrayal in the next movie, that is. Oh, yeah, right. The thing you said was proof that they didn't know what they were doing with Hux? Oop.
Even that let the past die scene is ultimately meaningless as it doesn't change his character in any way. He just goes back to being angry when Rey rejects him. Was it because he was caught between legacies and wanted to take things in his own direction? He just ends up taking orders from Palpatine, so his epiphany ultimately means nothing.
That's somewhat of a fair complaint, although he does start the movie actually wanting to get rid of Palpatine as a threat, rather than taking orders from him, so it's not like it's completely pointless. It's just a step within that path, one that twists and turns. So, you know, eat one, I guess. And let me talk about this ultimately pointless thing, because honestly, the more I think about it, the only thing that I can think of that really meaning is that because he changed his mind, this decision doesn't matter, which is horsecock. I'm sorry, but he also changed his mind about working with Palpatine in the first place. Hux changed his mind about being on Kylo Ren's side, even if he still was loyal to the Empire. There are so many characters that change their mind in media, and it is explained well. In professional wrestling, that is called turning face or turning heel. It happens in media. Why are you... It's just calling it ultimately pointless simply because he changed his mind that really fucking bothered me here.
And you know another reason that line means nothing? Because we never actually see Kylo's past. All we know is that he used to be an apprentice to Luke and he betrayed him. What about his early life with his parents? His life on the island? His relationship with the other students? The lessons he learned about the Jedi and Sith? Not even his years working under Snoke? Why didn't we get to actually see his past? Why is it that the only thing we get from him is 2 or 3 flashbacks that show the exact same thing?
Maybe because his viewpoint of letting old things die was something established in the first movie? That was the point of him breaking his obsession with Vader. That was the point of him killing Han that I skipped over you bitching about. That was the point of him wanting to kill Luke, and the point of him killing Snoke. He wants the past gone. And sure, he hesitates with Leia, but that in part is an indication that this ideal of killing the past of his is something that he still struggles with to some degree at the beginning of the second movie. We don't see his past as much because we only see what matters to his viewpoint. We see the reason he wants it gone, and that's all you need.
Oh, almost forgot to talk about how Kylo killing Snoke was a terrible writing decision. They kill him in the most arbitrary way possible and they didn't bother to explain anything about his background, his motivations, how long he's been around, his rise to power, anything. This isn't like the briefcase in Pulp Fiction that's supposed to remain a mystery. Snoke was the main villain and a major character. His presence raises a lot of questions relating directly to the story that demand being answered, and they're never given any satisfying answers.
I mean, they are answered in the next movie, but...
I mean satisfying answers. We were being led to believe that he was someone important, but now it turns out he's no one. Just a pawn in Palpatine's game that was expendable. So it's just another huge waste of time.
Yeah, that. This is one of the things I kind of agree with, So let me put on my writer hat for a second. Let's remove all this stuff about Palpatine that comes up in the next movie. Or even if we keep it, let's make it so that Kylo taking Palpatine's order is a slower burn to completion. Or even have Palpatine be the actual reason for Kylo to return to the light side. Or, you know, anything better written than Palpatine just being Junko Enoshima. And let's still kill off Snoke here and make Kylo Ren our primary villain. I mean, part of what that can do is display just how ruthless and powerful Kylo has grown to be. But let's make Snoke more of a threat so that Kylo's actions have more weight behind them. How do we do that? With him doing more to torture Rey, maybe. Possibly, but that verges on being a little bit icky. Showing some backstory, maybe. Not really, that just shows more of Kylo's motivation. The solution is actually kind of simple. We have him take a more active role during the rest of the movie. We take scenes we already have, and we add Snoke giving more of the orders. But, you know, notably Palpatine also doesn't show up until the very end of the original trilogy as well, and is only in the background occasionally giving orders to Vader. So, you know, maybe killing Snoke in the third movie is a better option if you're going to build him up more.
You can't just build up the main villain like this and then suddenly go, yoink, that's not good writing. It wasn't okay when Naruto did it, and it's definitely not better here.
So, it is a good move when Star Wars does it in the OT? Yeah, sure, okay. Don't see a contradiction there.
You can't just build up the main villain like this and then suddenly go, yoink, that's not good writing. It wasn't okay when Naruto did it, and it's definitely not better here. In spite of the faults of the prequels, they did an excellent job with the slow and gradual reveal of the Emperor. Over the course of 3 movies, they take the time to establish his goals, his motivations, his personality, his schemes, and when we see him for what he truly is, we know a lot about him. They might not have revealed everything, but they revealed what we needed to be invested in the character. With Snoke, they reveal nothing. They did nothing of value with him. He just sits in his throne room, toys around with Rey for a bit, and then gets killed by Kylo. There's no payoff in this. And a plot twist is supposed to have a meaningful payoff. This is just a meaningless subversion of our expectations.
So when the OT did the same thing with Palpatine before the prequels existed, that was good because... Do you see the problem here yet?
Something you can tell Rian Johnson likes to do way too much.
Except you just earlier pointed out how Darth Vader subverting the expectations of the villain's anger was a good thing in the OT. Hypocrisy, thy name is Misanthropony. Also, watch Knives Out.
There are people who actually think this is a good twist for absolutely no reason other than it caught them off guard and they didn't see it coming. Like, that's supposed to automatically equate to good writing. If you actually think Kylo killing Snoke is a good twist just because it caught you off guard and you didn't see it coming, you're an idiot.
Funny, because you using this as an excuse to throw an insult at Blaze the Movie Fan was a twist I didn't see coming, and I thought it was fucking terrible and just plain in poor taste. Because different people are allowed to like different things, you elitist prick. But let's look at this from the perspective of someone who saw it coming pretty quick and still thought it was good. I've explained my reasonings for this, how it reflects Kylo's character, the fact that the OT did it but later, and I've even expressed problems I had with it. See, what I'm doing here is still saying that there are problems, but also paying enough attention to what I'm watching to understand the point of it, and also explaining the things that I do and do not like in a way that actually makes my point, instead of changing my story to not like something that I earlier stated was a good thing. Do you see how not hard that is yet?
A twist is not good just because it catches you by surprise. I previously made a video explaining that. 2 if you want to count this one. In order for a plot twist to work, it needs to properly align with what was established beforehand. Something that helps the story make more sense upon a second or third viewing. There has to be some kind of build-up to it, and it needs to fit with the way the characters were portrayed beforehand.
Yes, and as we all know, a Sith killing his master is not at all something makes sense in the lore of Star Wars. I ask you again, do you actually watch these movies?
To get what I mean, let's take a look at what is considered one of the biggest plot twists in history. The reveal that Snape was protecting Harry all along, and that he was a triple agent for Dumbledore.
Really? That's your example of one of the biggest twists of all time? Dude, what about The Sixth Sense? That's an even better example of what I know you're about to say. And by the way, yes, I know what you're about to say before you even say it, because you drag your points out so much and are so fucking predictable that the biggest twist that could come from this video is me turning it off and running into the woods, never to be seen again.
The reason why this plot twist works is because it does everything properly. It enhances the narrative upon multiple viewings. It's gradually set up instead of coming out of nowhere. And they spent 7 books or 8 films developing Snape as a character, and his relationship with the other characters. A lot was revealed about the character to establish investment in him so the twist has a stronger impact. His actions make sense upon revisiting certain parts of the story, and it paints his character in a new positive light without contradicting anything that came before. This is a subversion of our expectations done properly, because it provides the audience with a meaningful payoff. In comparison, Snoke's death is done specifically for cheap shock value instead of fueling the strength of the story, and it amounts to nothing.
It builds the threat of Kylo Ren as a villain. I debunked what you're taking 22 hours to say in a few words. Shut the holy balls fuck up. Please!
Kylo killing Snoke doesn't change the story because it's still the same generic good versus evil formula we've already seen in the previous films. It just rushes his status as the new villain in such a horrible way.
If we're looking at this from a franchise-wide perspective, first I want to look at the way Snoke approached Kylo in the first movie, telling him his attachments were holding him back. While in the immediate, this is a reflection of Kylo killing Han, this also reflects onto his attachment of Kylo Ren to appeasing the orders of Snoke. He gained more control of his destiny by getting rid of the only thing controlling it. And notice how the moment was executed. Snoke was looking into his mind and he could see Kylo killing his enemy, only to reveal that enemy was Snoke himself. The rest of the movie did build up Kylo considering Rey as an ally, and this was part of the payoff of that. He did want Rey to be an ally. On the dark side. This is on top of the other ways I pointed out killing Snoke makes sense, by the way. But let's go back to that rushed in the worst way comment. Why, yes, I do partially agree that this moment should have happened in the third movie. I can justify why having Kylo solidify his connection to the dark side with killing his master works here. Even without the obvious lie of your point involving the character's direction in the third movie, but first I need to play the next thing you say, because what I'm about to say directly answers that point.
And it makes no sense for Snoke to be killed like this. Snoke was the most powerful character up to this point. He can sense everything and directly says he can see into Kylo's mind. Why didn't he sense the saber turning to cut him in half? Why didn't he sense Kylo planning to kill him?
Okay, so in the lore of Star Wars, there are normally 2 Sith Lords at any given time, a student and a master, with the student eventually killing the master and taking his place. That's historically how the Sith have operated, and is what we see in the prequel trilogy, as well as even in the original trilogy. So, doing so early presents Kylo Ren as powerful enough to be the Dark Lord of the Sith, the Master, much younger than other Sith Lords would have done so. It proves his pursuit of power being at its apex quicker than he can surpass his master so quickly. Again, with Snoke reading his mind, he's able to not have Snoke realize who the lightsaber is pointed at until the very last moment, proving himself to be more powerful in the Force in that sense. And him being that powerful when he's much younger is a frightening prospect for how powerful he would be reaching a more advanced age. It paints him as an immediate threat that threatens to become unstoppable if given time. So, in other words, it is a narrative escalation of stakes. And as I said earlier, that is something a long-running franchise is going to fucking do, idiot.
Like, I don't fucking have anything against man. I don't know what her pussy smells like, but I thought it'd be funny.
But I think the most offensive thing about this twist is the missed opportunity. Rian Johnson went out of his way to subvert expectations left and right, but at the one moment where he could have truly done something impressive, he doesn't even take advantage of it. Imagine if in that moment Rey and Kylo completely change sides. Rey falls to the dark side, and Kylo comes to see the error of his ways. It would have made sense with Rey growing angrier over the course of the movie, and Kylo learning to harness his emotions. Rey becoming a villain would have sent shockwaves throughout the entire trilogy. Imagine Finn, Luke, and Leia reacting to Rey falling to the dark side. We could see Kylo trying to atone for his crimes, asking his mother and uncle for forgiveness as the Order is completely turned on its head. The possibilities were just so intriguing, but Johnson just decided to stick to the status quo.
You know, admittedly, I did think about how interesting that would have been myself, and in fact, it would have made what happens in Rise of Skywalker function much better if Rey was the one who wound up giving her up her life. But, well, it's not fair to judge a movie based on what they could have done, but rather judge it for what they did. Sure, them switching sides would have been incredible, but I was already complaining in my mind about there being too much going on in the climax of the movie, so it may have been a little bit too much in my eyes to go even further like that. That, and knowing you would have wound up saying that it doesn't make any fucking sense anyway.
If your argument is that Snoke never mattered and was unimportant because the story is about Rey and Kylo, that's bullshit. By saying that, you're confirming he was a waste of a character who served no purpose in the story. If he really was unimportant, they should have just cut him out.
There's a difference between saying that a character is unimportant in terms of not needing to exist, and saying a character is unimportant in the sense of being easily expendable death for the sake of the story. Part of the difference being that the thing that Snoke really is, a character that should be killed in order to advance the story of Kylo and Rey, but is important to exist, takes a lot more nuance than the Twitter threads I'm betting you're getting your counterpoint straw man arguments from.
This is why you have to carefully consider a plot twist in your work, because if the twist makes the story weaker, it just means you are relying on cheap shock value as a shortcut to get a reaction from the audience. The same thing happened with the 2017 Wonder Woman movie. During the third act, it looks like Wonder Woman killed Ares and ended the war, but the men are still fighting and the guy she killed was just some general. She's then confronted with the duality of human nature, leaving her conflicted about what to do next. And then it's revealed that Ares was actually David the whole time. You know, that guy that you barely saw during the first act? He's the bad guy now. And then he reveals his convoluted plan to restore nature by getting rid of humanity. Boo! This makes no goddamn sense. You are the god of war. If war stopped happening, you wouldn't be a god of anything. Your purpose in life would be null and void. How is exterminating humanity going to increase the rate of war?
You really just stop in the middle of your review to criticize a totally different movie? Fuck, the problem here isn't even that David is Ares either. It's what the actual plan is at the end of the day. Also, read up on your Greek mythology and your DC comics for that matter. He's the god of war because he's violent. Proliferating other people going to war isn't the point of Ares. You would know that if you did any research whatsoever. This isn't the god of war version of Ares. Fuck you. I'm skipping the rest of this fucking bullshit.
I don't know what her pussy smells like.
And that's what happens with Kylo killing Snoke. They relied on shock value instead of coming up with a twist that served a purpose in the plot, and the payoff we get is a terrible writing decision. Like telling us how Rey came from nothing and she's just some random character who's given all the power in the universe for no reason.
Actually, especially in terms of that last part, it serves a lot of purpose, even if we ignore the dumb, stupid retcon that's dumb and stupid from Rise of Skywalker. For one, there's this narrative through line in the first two movies that culminates quite a bit in the second movie of not everyone important being part of the same two fucking families, especially since, you know, that used to be true. The theme of power not being tied to blood is expressed with Kylo Ren as well. You know, that hesitation scene I keep bringing up with him hesitating with Leia? That displays his blood restricting his power just as much as it creates it. Even the subtlety of the kid picking up the broom with the Force at the end of the movie is a display that hope doesn't come from the old things, but from something new. Kylo and Rey in this movie represent a light and dark side of that particular concept. Oh, and Rey's parents being no one, actually not that shocking of a twist, at least not at the point that it's revealed it's not. It's actually foreshadowed earlier in the movie with Rey's cave scene where she asks who her parents are and gets no response, or more accurately, a response of nothing. That's part of why Kylo says she probably already knows the answer. She's seen the truth of who her parents were in the grand scheme of things and doesn't want to admit it. But we're about to get to Rey anyway, so somehow I bet I'm gonna have to reiterate this point several times over. Just a feeling.
And speaking of which, it's time to talk about Rey Palpatine. She's a Mary Sue. Yep, that's pretty much it. She's just a Mary Sue. In The Force Awakens, her capabilities were definitely trending on thin ice. Piloting the Falcon with no flight practice, learning mind tricks out of nowhere, beating Kylo despite never wielding a lightsaber before.
Hey, all of this has a reasonable explanation. I wrote dipshit in my script, but I'm not actually going to call you a dipshit here. Then again, this isn't about The Force Awakens, now is it? You're just kind of going on unrelated tangents about other movies for no fucking reasons. Boy, doesn't that sound familiar. That, or for the sake of a flimsy example of something you've already explained to death.
But there was a sense they were going to reveal some sort of reason for her power and expand upon it. Something that would give her character something to struggle with. Maybe she finds out she's a lost relative of a Jedi and their power passed on to her. And now she has the responsibility of living up to other people's expectations, which puts pressure on her. She has a hard time controlling her powers, and Luke offers to help her harness it. Maybe delve more into her temptation with the dark side instead of just teasing it for 1 or 2 scenes. Gradually build her vengeful feelings towards Kylo, causing her to stray from the light, which would put Luke in a better position to confront his past. It didn't even have to be either of those things. Just show us scenes of Luke actually training Rey, instead of just watching her swinging a lightsaber from afar, or giving her a pep talk about the prequels that goes nowhere, or that one lesson about connecting to the Force that ended abruptly because he didn't want to be reminded of Kylo. Show Rey going through actual training and gaining experience for her status as a Jedi to be properly earned. I've seen more footage of Daisy Ridley training to become Rey than Rey training to become a Jedi.
Hey, you know what else had less training footage than this movie of someone training in the ways of the Jedi? The entire original fucking trilogy. Like, we don't really see a whole lot of Luke's training even compared to this movie. More important counterpoint, Luke didn't actually want to train Rey, dipshit. Now I'm calling you a dipshit. That's why the scenes involving Luke being more distant or stopping because Rey reminded him of Kylo. It served a narrative purpose, just not one that you expected the movie to have, and it shows Rey's struggle with the dark side without shoving so far in your face that the movie wouldn't get released on Pornhub under force feeding. See what I did there? But no, a movie's not allowed to be subtle or nuanced, now is it? Or rather, I guess it is if a man is the lead.
And in spite of having no training, no proper understanding of the Force, no meaningful lessons with Luke, and not struggling with anything outside of her identity issues regarding who her parents might have been, which doesn't mean shit now that Rise of Skywalker is a thing, she's become a more powerful Force user than either Luke or Kylo. And at this point, it's become so tiring seeing completely stupid and abject morons to this day, still trying to deny the fact that she's a Mary Sue when all the evidence that she is one is blatantly obvious and staring you right in the face.
Okay, so here's the thing. Whether or not someone is or isn't a Mary Sue is subjective as all fucked. And in fact, I stopped myself short of debunking all of your shit from the first movie because saying she's a Mary Sue doesn't actually mean anything. Hell, the fact that one of your pieces of evidence of someone blindly saying that this is a person agreeing that she's kind of a Mary Sue proves that your hatred for the sequel trilogy is, in fact, an indication of falling to the dark side. So, let's do a little thought experiment here. Let's break down what a Mary Sue actually is and try to give what you're saying meaning. So, the only real definition of a Mary Sue is someone who's unrealistically free of weaknesses. So how much stuff is Rey good at from the beginning? Can be example bad writing, sure, but completely irrelevant to if she's a Mary Sue or not. So what flaws does Rey have as a character, skills or otherwise? Well, she's stubborn. It's one of the things that leads to positive things happening, sure, but it also led her into the face of unnecessary danger throughout the movies, especially when she tends to be a lone wolf more so than even Poe is. Although, I don't agree with Luke's assessment in the third movie of her being impatient, at least not to as much of a degree as Luke was, for sure. I could certainly say that she shares his recklessness without qualms, in part because of the traits I described. So, the real question is, do these things disqualify her from being a Mary Sue? Your answer, obviously, is no, but my answer is... hey, kind of. She's a bit of a Mary Sue, sure, depending on how you look at her. I see her having flaws that wind up working in her favor, others see a lack of flaws entirely, or operate under a definition of a Mary Sue that cares what skills she has, so they'll look at it completely different from me. I don't think the term Mary Sue is very valuable anyway to just throw out there, and it's better to explain what is badly written about a character instead of just calling them names. However, based on the arguments I see for what makes Rey a Mary Sue, all of this applies to Luke and Kylo Ren as well. So if the rest of the segment is just calling Rey a Mary Sue over and over again, then you know what I'm gonna do at this point, right?
Also, what is with this hashtag? Like, really? Make Star Wars fans great again?
Or, you know, it could be unrelated ranting. Yeah, sure, we'll go with that.
I don't know what her pussy smells like.
But in all seriousness, you cannot make the argument that Rey is not a Mary Sue when it's an undeniable fact that she is one. I have no idea how this is still even debatable at this point, because I've seen Mary Sues who are less of a Mary Sue than Rey. She might as well have her picture plastered on the Mary Sue TV tropes page. Don't believe me? Well, let's take a look at the list, shall we? We already went over stuff in The Force Awakens, but she somehow manages to get even worse from there. She's a perfect swimmer despite never leaving her desert planet. Like seriously, she might as well be an Olympic swimmer for getting it down so perfectly with absolutely no knowledge of swimming.
Do you mean the 1 second of good form that was followed by flailing around? Right, totally being an Olympic level swimmer. Not at all just the stunt work being done in a safe manner to protect the actor from getting hurt. Fuck right off with that bullshit.
She's able to perfectly pilot Snoke's escape pod and escape the First Order fleet in mere minutes off screen.
Several explanations for this. One, we already know she can pilot the Falcon, which is more complex than a fucking escape pod. And to go back to The Force Awakens, it's not like she does mechanical salvage or anything to understand the basics of piloting a ship or anything. Oh, and it's not like the other fucking escape pods got away too, considering in time they were busy dealing with a tear through the middle of the ship, numbnuts.
She manages to destroy not 1, not 2, but 3 TIE fighters with 1 shot on her very first try mounting the Millennium Falcon's turrets, something that Han Solo himself was never able to do in his prime.
See, that one I'll give you. It's a cool moment, but it is kind of her having a skill that doesn't necessarily make sense for her to have. See, there you go. That's a valid criticism. A few more points, and you might actually have some weight in this 3.5-hour video.
She defeats Kylo Ren on her very first try despite having no training with a lightsaber or the Force, while Luke got his ass kicked by Darth Vader in The Empire Strikes Back after getting some training from Yoda.
Okay, several problems with this, chief of which, I could have sworn you said we were talking about her getting worse in The Last Jedi and not backtracking over The Force Awakens, especially since you already said what was in The Force Awakens, and that would be repetitious, which isn't like you at all. But fine, I'll actively debunk this. Number 1, Kylo wasn't trained with a lightsaber either. He didn't complete his training with Luke. Snoke says his training is incomplete. It stands to reason that Kylo may very well have had less training in lightsaber dueling than the fucking stormtroopers, for fuck's sake. Number 2, this was not an even playing field. Kylo Ren had already fought Finn. Not only did he have to work in order to beat Finn, Finn also wounded him, which would affect his capabilities. Number 3, there's a concept called beginner's luck, and I'm going to explain both the luck aspect and the non-luck aspect behind why this term exists. See, the luck aspect is that luck is a factor in a real-world situation. Someone can stumble upon having the correct answer on accident. That's why people don't just give up because someone's theoretically more skilled than them. But then there's the non-luck factor for the reason beginner's luck isn't a thing. When someone experienced goes up against a novice, it's very possible that because the experienced combatant is expecting optimized tactics, they'll be taken off guard by less optimal tactics that normally wouldn't work. Thus, a beginner and an expert are capable of being on the same playing field because the beginner may try to do something that shouldn't work, but does because the expert wouldn't be prepared to counteract it. This is a concept that gets used in fighting games all the fucking time. Now shut the fuck up about Force Awakens! Aren't you supposed to be talking about The Last Jedi? Good lord!
She's shown to be his equal in raw power despite receiving no proper training from Luke, despite that Kylo did receive proper training from both Luke and Snoke.
While this, in theory, sounds right, the thing to remember is that Rey already displayed a ton of raw power. We already know, based on the lore, that raw power in the Force has very little to do with training, so there's your argument blown away right there and then. In fact, considering the dyad revelation in the next movie, it kind of stands to reason that they would be on equal footing. Hell, it's kind of the same principle behind Goku and Vegeta in Dragon Ball Z. Goku's consistently more powerful than Vegeta if they aren't on equal footing, in spite of the fact that Vegeta has stronger bloodline and trains more rigorously. Same concept applies here, although not really because Rey's not actually low class, but all the more reason that the training gulf matters even less. Raw power in the Force is exactly the thing that should be looked as a Dragon Ball-like power scaling metric as well. And don't get me started on the fact that her understanding of the Force before Luke taught her more was in terms of raw power, and Luke helped her understand where it comes from, which can be really important in tapping into it more effectively.
The Last Jedi takes place only a few moments after The Force Awakens, and with only 2 very basic lessons, she's capable of moving apart dozens of heavy boulders without any struggle, whereas Luke was incapable of doing that after weeks of training and 2 years of knowing he was Force sensitive. Luke had far more training in The Empire Strikes Back, and he doesn't even come close to the feats that Rey pulls off. Not even characters like Yoda, Mace Windu, or Count Dooku were capable of pulling this off without decades of training. Both the OT and the prequels gave us clear ideas and rules for how Jedi and Sith are trained. And yet Rey is able to excel in these fields 100 times over despite having no instruction. She actively breaks rules set in-universe to achieve feats that weren't properly earned.
On paper, once again, this is a valid point. Rey is able to do things with the raw power of the Force that it takes tons of training to do. So, why can the boy at the end Force lift the broom then? Strange. It's almost like people get the Force more easily now than they did before, dipshit! Oh, there we go, calling you a dipshit again. Yeah, never mind part of the reason that the Force powers were more limited in the past was solely because of the special effects we're capable of producing, so there's production reasons why they wouldn't be doing more. People have an easier time understanding the basics of what the Force does because the stories about it are much more out in the open. Like, okay, let me make a comparison that's not in any way related to what we're talking about since you like doing it so much. So, as I mentioned earlier, in the Powerpuff Girls reboot episode of Power 4, the girls are able to sort of combine with Bliss in order to make a Force Ghost Super Powerpuff Girl. Like, here's the thing. That was completely outside of the realm of what the show had previously done with any of the girls' powers, including Bliss's at that point. It didn't make a lot of sense to suddenly have a team attack that makes Girlzilla in order to stomp over me like it's Tokyo in the 1950s. So, that's a power coming out of nowhere. Rey moved rocks good because she has raw power that lets her move rocks real good. Learning quick doesn't make you a Mary Sue, dipshit. It just means the understanding of how shit works in the universe has also scaled up. The math classes I took in school are less advanced than what's being taught now because kids are learning more things at a younger age because we get more of it more quickly. That's what happens in real life too, you ass clown!
Leia, in spite of being Anakin's daughter, can hardly use the Force like Luke can, while Rey is 100 times more talented than either of them. And Finn was trained in weaponry since he was a child. He has more objective experience than Rey, and yet she's shown to have more skill than him at close quarters weapons combat. And the list just goes on and on and on.
Well, I already proved that she doesn't necessarily have more close quarters weapon combat skills in the instance you're talking about, even though I kind of agree that Finn should be better in combat, honestly. Rey, when she realized that she could do Force shit, accepted it as a thing and rolled with it, started doing basic Force things quickly. On the other hand, Luke didn't really know what the Force was until Obi-Wan explained it, and Leia, in essence, didn't believe in it, and at no point in the 30 years between the trilogies was known to practice it. Maybe she did, but obviously she wasn't as rigorous, especially without having a mentor like Luke did. Rey heard the stories of the Jedi already, so she got the basic concept of moving things with your brain parts, which is, why is it not hard to understand that characters that can appear later in the timeline have an advantage when it comes to understanding concept than those earlier in the timeline needed explained to them? This, of course, is also discounting the fact that, hey, maybe we don't need to see all of the training because we understand what the training looks like after previous movies showed us these moments. So maybe we can imply the passage of time instead. So many flavors of debunking your ass, so little time. What am I saying? Little time. I can go another 20. Or more. Probably more like 20 hours, honestly.
And it's not just a matter of how much power she has or how much skill she has with the Force. It's also a matter that she has no personality flaws to be worked on. She's not greedy, selfish, egotistical, emotionally unstable, reckless, overconfident, oblivious, naive, lacking intelligence, narcissistic, pessimistic, narrow-headed, arrogant, jealous, and she doesn't have any real lust for power like Kylo or Anakin.
I already debunked this. She is reckless and stubborn. Like, fuck me, we even see her put herself into danger in the first movie in order to save people. Are you fucking joking right now? For how much you want to bring up the first movie to prove your point, you sure are ignoring it when it proves you wrong, aren't ya?
Aside from being flawless in every activity she participates and engages in, she has no characteristics that have to be improved upon over the course of the story. And before you try to defend her by saying, oh, well, Snoke was more powerful than her and she failed to turn Kylo from the dark side, and her subplot is about wanting to know who her parents are and gets upset when she's told she's just a random nobody. Those aren't character flaws. The story was just written to be that way. Those things don't have an effect on her personality, her power level, or how the story treats her.
Except it's the story that's doing these things to her! Like, her going after Snoke and failing was a display of recklessness, and it almost got her killed. It would get her actually killed in the next movie! Are you fucking dumb?
And speaking of which, the way the story treats her in all three movies is the kind of treatment you would expect a Mary Sue to be given. She doesn't suffer any fatal injuries.
Except the one she takes in the next movie, of course. Look, this is a semi-valid point. Maybe she should have gotten more injured in some of her fights. But the reason for that really comes down to a double standard in Hollywood regarding female characters being harmed by male characters that I honestly do not personally agree with. But at the same time, what do people wind up thinking about this series when a male character puts a female character through even emotional distress in this franchise again? What was that earlier in regards to fetishizing abusive relationships? Maybe there's a reason that she doesn't get as many grave injuries and instead shows pain by way of acting ability other than being a Mary Sue, yeah?
They introduce bullshit abilities in The Rise of Skywalker specifically so she can defeat Palpatine at the very end, and so Kylo can save her from not dying.
Look, this I sort of agree with, but it works narratively a lot better than you make it out to. Oh, I mean, the resurrection thing with that, by the way, nobody's actually tried dual-wielding lightsabers to block force lightning before. It's almost like using multiple sabers is more of a dark side thing typically, and so it wouldn't wind up getting used for that purpose. The resurrection thing at least came up with a rather steep cost that explains why it wouldn't be done all the time. But hey, bullshit tends to be more passable when you write it with consideration for consequence.
There's no explanation for her powers except she's Palpatine's granddaughter, which they never expand upon. She's instantly liked by all the morally good characters, she's perfectly nice, and she never fails at anything or goes through any sort of embarrassing defeat.
Hey, remember you pointing out the forced comedy in this movie? Including the slapstick comedy? How it made the natives hate Rey? They're cool with Luke. Seems to stand to reason they're morally upright, yeah? Like, most of the good guys in this movie like each other immediately. Most of the characters have only one person who dislikes them from the off. And how dare a character be a nice fucking person? Fuck your kindness, give me blood!
She never has to learn anything. She never has to struggle. She never loses. And she's magically the most powerful Jedi ever. There's no way you can defend Rey from the claim that she's a Mary Sue because it's an element of her character that is completely indefensible.
Except you just pointed out her losing to Snoke. Oh, and her whole thing against Kylo at the end of this movie. Yeah, that's her taking an L. Sure, it's kind of a mutual L. Both of them took an L at that moment, but she's the one who had to retreat. Oh, and she also literally fucking dies, and it costs her the person she worked for at least 2 movies to redeem. Fuck all the way off!
You could enable all the cheats in a video game, giving yourself unlimited health, unlimited magic, unlimited stamina, unlimited ability bars, unlimited airtime, unlimited chain combos, unlimited ammo, unlimited transformation time, invincibility from all enemy attacks, one-hit kills, and you would still be less overpowered than Rey is in these movies.
Okay, I know the point of this is hyperbole, but Rey doesn't take down anyone in only a single blow, so you're objectively incorrect. Also, fuck me, dude. Saying that a character that's invincible is less overpowered than a character that literally dies.
And of course, if you say anything bad about Rey or criticize her by saying she's a Mary Sue, or really anything about Kathleen Kennedy's female empowerment crap, short-sighted fuckheads on Twitter will say you're a sexist misogynist who hates strong women.
See, I don't agree with this. I don't think Rey is outright a Mary Sue. I've explained my actual reasons that I think your assessment isn't 100% correct. But at the end of the day, it's your opinion against mine. And if you still think that, that doesn't automatically mean you're a misogynist.
Oh wait, there is one explanation for how Rey gets all her powers, and if you want to know what it is, you have to pay an additional $20 for the novel version. And apparently, the explanation for her powers goes like this. She has the ability to gain immediate and expert force powers just by touching other force users.
Oh, hell no!
How in the flying fuck does that even work? She gains knowledge and power just by touching people? What is her brain, a supercomputer? Does it copy and download info from another person's brain? Does touching them increase her midichlorian count? Does she just multiply the midichlorian cells in her body and give herself more force powers? I am absolutely stunned that there are still stupid people on the internet trying to deflect how Rey is a Mary Sue, when this is literally a Mary Sue quality. The ability to acquire decades of knowledge and experience available only to a master just by touching them, making all of it accessible to her with no effort or struggle. An ability that, from what I've looked up, appears to be exclusive to only her. No one else in the Star Wars universe has ever done something as ridiculous as increasing their force knowledge and power by physically touching someone. And even if by some chance there was another character besides Rey who did this, it's still a stupid idea because it fundamentally breaks so many rules regarding how force users are trained and how they gain experience.
Well, no, it's not so much that she gets force powers, but rather that she gets memories. How we see aspects of this in The Force Awakens. Remember her touching the lightsaber and seeing those memories? It's a thing she was already shown to do before it even came up in relation to her active force usage, albeit much less directly. It's called psychometry, another ability associated with psychic abilities that force powers have a tendency to draw upon for what they can do. Notably, this is an ability shared by Cal Kestis, the main character of Fallen Order, and it's noted historically that psychometry has a tendency to expose one to the dark side to a greater degree than usual, so a cost for that kind of power. In addition, there isn't much control over what memories you are able to draw from, so it comes down to luck, or writer convenience, whichever you want to call it, whether or not you would actually get something useful. I mean, you can say what you want for the plot demanding Rey's psychometry be as useful as it is, but well, at some point you do have to suspend your disbelief a little bit when you're watching a futuristic space wizard fight set in the ancient past.
Yeah, Rey is basically Mulan from that shitty live-action remake.
No!
Even that dumb mystery regarding her heritage doesn't mean anything because it's constantly getting yanked left and right by Johnson and Abrams. Maybe Johnson originally meant to teach the lesson that you don't have to be special and you can still do great things without having an important heritage. But it doesn't work that way when you put so much investment into the mystery. It's anticlimactic. If you really wanted to use Rey to teach that lesson, then what was the point of that mystery surrounding her parents or where she came from? It's just pointless teasing that goes nowhere.
Okay, so the lesson of not needing to be related to someone important to be important yourself, that needs some kind of conflict. Without building up the reveal of the anticlimax, which is actually a climax of that character arc, as I'll explain in a moment, there's no reason for someone to go away thinking about how the circumstances of one's birth aren't what makes them. Even though Rey being psychometric means that it does matter, but I'm talking about family here, not random inborn force powers. Okay, so let's say Rey's not revealed as a Palpatine in the third movie. You know what they can do? Have Rey struggle with the identity of being no one. Of being just a grain of sand in the desert, a single star in the vastness of the galaxy. Insignificant. Even if you use Palpatine as the real villain, you can have her become important and prove that it's not who her parents were that matters. Okay, so like, I'm gonna do another analogy here. Pokemon, the first movie. The end of the movie has Mewtwo come to the realization that it is what one does in life that determines their worth and not the circumstances of their birth. Weird lesson to get from Ash's Pokemon tier resurrection, but sure, let's roll with it. You know why this actually matters? Because we built up to it. We had Mewtwo be jealous of those that were born under different circumstances. The question was raised throughout the movie. Rey seeking to know where she came from, that is a form of doing just that. If you didn't like it, fine. But it was a way of doing that made the movie make sense with what it was presenting. Hell, the reason we needed to put that much emphasis on it was also important. It was to show how much the reveal of her parents being nothing actually hurt her, because it displayed how much this answer mattered to her. She was willing to knowingly delve towards the dark side in order to find it. I don't like the shift back in the third movie either, but it also serves to raise the question of what Rey will do with the truth when she does have a more satisfying answer. She was willing to go towards the dark side if it meant an answer. But what will she do if the answer is welcoming her when she looks beyond the light? You're making me defend the thing that I hate the most about Rise of Skywalker. Fuck you in all of the ways!
Well, actually it does go somewhere by revealing she's Palpatine's granddaughter, which somehow manages to be even worse than what Johnson came up with. Good job, JJ. Good job. You fucking moron. There's actually an interview that Daisy Ridley had with someone where she reveals that Rey was originally supposed to be a long-lost relative to Obi-Wan. And from there, it just kept going back and forth between Rey being someone and Rey being no one until finally deciding to make the last-minute decision that she's a Palpatine. The fact that they flip-flop so badly with Rey like this is just proof they had no idea what to even do with her.
Actually, this happens a lot. The answer is never set in stone until you put it into the work itself. This is part of the reason I, in particular, don't like the Palpatine shift. It feels like a retcon, especially the way they did it, and far too quick of one after they just established the answer. And that's me agreeing with this point, by the way, but the fact that they changed from being related to Obi-Wan to being nothing before completion isn't a negative. Because being related to Obi-Wan kind of doesn't hold as much weight, at least not in my eyes, unless you really work to put weight behind it.
The least you could have done was give her a backstory. An actual backstory that establishes her character.
You mean the thing they tried to do in the third movie that retconned what was established about her lineage? So, you're defending the Palpatine twist now, yes? Yes.
Harry Potter, for example.
No.
Now compare that to Rey. Who the hell is Rey? What does she have to do with anything? She's an empty character. The problem isn't that her parents are nobody, at least until this happened. The problem is that she has no backstory connecting her with anything to do with the original 6 movies. Nothing. Zero, zip, nada.
So, more of you talking about the thing you just talked about. Specifically, you mentioned her not being connected to the original 6 movies in any way through her backstory, yes? So let me ask you something. What in Finn or Poe's backstory connected them to the original 6 movies? Oh, Finn's a stormtrooper. Great. He's First Order. That's First Order being connected to the original 6, not him. The only way for these characters to be connected to the original movies is based on who they interact with, who they know. Rey even trains under Luke, which establishes a connection to the original movies, by the way, and joins a resistance led by Leia, who was in the original movies, and flies the Millennium Falcon. Hey, speaking of which, what was Han's connection to the prequels? This whole train of thought is garbage, and the reason why should be blatantly obvious by now. The whole point of Rey's character, at least as written here, is that she wasn't connected to the story until now. That she was something new. And while on one hand that can paint her as unimportant, on the other hand it can present her as the thing that changes it all. She appears to be nothing, but anyone put into a new situation can bring a different perspective that changes things. But nah, you just decided that Rey's story is invalid from the off because it's not a stereotypical chosen one narrative that Star Wars has been doing for years. Fuck off!
Making her Palpatine's granddaughter was just J.J. Abrams' attempt at a saving throw. She's just some rando wandering around for no reason with no motivation.
So, the fact that she was being pulled towards the dark side by the promise of finding out who her parents were, that wasn't displaying her motivation? Look, I even partially agree with you here. She kind of just goes from seeking to survive to fighting to protect people she barely knows at the drop of the hat. And that's a part I don't like. It should have been primarily about herself in her eyes for longer. And yeah, maybe even depict her as being a little bit selfish for a while. But there's a big difference between what you just said and what I just said. I'm asking for the character to shift motivations more gradually. You're saying the character had no motivation, which was a flat out lie. This isn't fucking Bella Swan, my guy.
Even a custom video game character has more backstory. What am I even supposed to say about Rey at this point, other than she's a Mary Sue? Also, don't try to excuse this by saying that Luke was as OP as Rey, so that would make him a Mary Sue too. You're a fucking idiot if you actually believe that. If you seriously have to resort to saying Luke was just as OP as her, you're not defending Rey as a well-written character. You're saying that Luke was just as badly written as she was.
Okay, but when your entire premise is calling it worse than other Star Wars movie, then it's valid to say another Star Wars character has the same problems. The point of that argument is twofold: to point out that the complaint in certain aspects is inherently sexist if you're not willing to call out Luke, or Anakin for that matter, for the same things, and indicate that it should not be something that makes this Star Wars movie worse if the problem exists throughout the franchise. I've said it before, bad and the worst mean two different things. Can you call out Rey's writing as an OP protagonist in general? Yes. Can you call it out specifically in the context of Star Wars? Well, it's a little bit more debatable when you try to do that.
If Luke was anything like Rey, he would have defeated Anakin on his first try, and he would also be more powerful than Palpatine despite his training being incomplete, and he would have become the greatest Jedi in history after only a few weeks, as opposed to years of experience.
So, since I've already completely gone through your argument of Rey beating Kylo in the previous movie, I'll address the most powerful Jedi thing, both in terms of this movie and in terms of the more powerful than Palpatine thing. So, first with this movie, we don't actually know how Kylo Ren stacks up against Palpatine, or anyone other than Rey. We saw him deceive Snoke, not really fight him fairly. Not that Snoke was even real, but it's worth noting that Rey wasn't able to be more powerful than Palpatine here, because she wasn't more powerful than Snoke, and in theory, Snoke should be a less powerful version of Palpatine. So since she was on equal footing with Kylo at this point, it should also stand to reason that Kylo Ren is also not as powerful as a fraction of Palpatine's power, thus why the deception would be needed in the first place. So greatest Jedi of all time? Easily debatable. Now, I can also debate you on the Palpatine part directly pretty easily here. Luke never fought Palpatine. He refused to fight Palpatine for fear of turning to the dark side. That's a very important part of the final confrontation. Luke also survived Palpatine longer than Rey did, and he wasn't even trying to stop it, so we don't actually know that Luke wouldn't have been able to defeat him. So this whole comparison? Completely pointless. You know, kind of like your whole video.
Okay, so recently there's been a couple of things being brought up in the supposed scandal that Rey is a Mary Sue, and I think it's only fair to address them here. At first I thought it could easily be ignored, but I ultimately decided that it's best to address them here to help present clarity on her status. There's some people who are making the argument that Rey isn't a Mary Sue because she was struggling with one of Snoke's guards, and that if Rey is a Mary Sue, then so are Luke and Anakin, because Luke was able to destroy the Death Star without using the schematic, and because Anakin had a high metachlorian count and was an expert pod racer. No, you're just brain dead for believing any of that.
Okay, so before you continue, can I just point out how incredibly awful it is that you call anyone who has a counter-argument flat out stupid? Like, seriously, just address the argument. No need to be a dick about it. And if you are, at least come up with something other than moron or brain dead, you ignoramus.
Rey having a little trouble with one of Snoke's guards doesn't invalidate her status as a Mary Sue. She still defeats Kylo without any lightsaber training, she still became a vastly powerful Force user despite knowing very little about it in the very short amount of time she was tutored by Luke, she still has no personality flaws, she's still treated like royalty by the narrative, she still accomplishes ridiculous feats that no other character has pulled off, she still has that stupid ability to increase her metachlorian count and transmit other people's knowledge of the Force and how to use Force abilities into her brain just by touching people, she still defeats multiple characters with decades of experience over her, she still bypasses a lot of rules in terms of how Jedi and Sith are trained, and she still defeats Palpatine in the stupidest way possible when nobody else was a match for him.
Wow, I was gonna skip this, but jeez. Yeah, no, Mace Windu totally wasn't about to kill him in the prequel trilogy. My god, are you dense. Palpatine's ability to live comes from his ability to deceive and strategize more than his raw power. Stop making me defend Rise of Skywalker, you fucking shit-tinted Clop Crusader.
And in that same fight with Snoke's guards, she still overpowers them in implausible ways. She kicks one of them, which somehow makes 3 of them fall over. In this exact shot, the guards are attacking her more aggressively than Kylo, yet she's able to defend him while being ganged up on while he isn't doing anything to protect her. Oh, and about that one guard she was struggling with, she quickly defeats him anyway, and she has to save Kylo again when he's the menacing antagonist that's supposed to be challenging her. Yeah, no need for her to be saved by Kylo, she has to do the rescuing in this fight. Twice.
Actually, I can point towards one of the reasons I gave earlier for her having defeated Kylo in the first movie. Unorthodox strategies throwing off someone who is more used to typical methods in combat. In fact, the very thing you state as how Rey gets space, her kicking the dudes away, Yeah, everybody else is just about purely using their weapons and not the rest of their body to fight. She's not sword fighting, she's brawling. And being able to handle someone with superior training and weaponry is probably something you can pick up when you're effectively an orphan scrap trader. Now, look, unlike your stank ass, I'm not going to dismiss you calling this evidence of her being OP, because your point is still valid. What I have, though, is a counterpoint for the reason I come to a different conclusion, which is what I was getting at a moment ago. I'm not invalidating the things you say and just resorting to calling you stupid for interpreting the film differently from me. I'm calling you stupid for so many more important reasons.
But let's move on from that bullshit excuse and focus on Luke and Anakin. Alright, so Luke is supposed to be a Mary Sue because he pulled off that shot on the Death Star without using the schematic. Let's look into that a little more. Luke, in spite of his experience as a pilot, was still getting overwhelmed by Vader and was about to get shot down. The only reason he survived was because of a surprise attack. Luke had to be rescued by Han, who was already one of the best pilots in the galaxy. Now compare this to Rey's first time flying the Millennium Falcon. In spite of having no prior knowledge on how to fly it, she's still pulling off all sorts of ridiculous stunts on her first try. She's practically an ace pilot. She's flying through an abandoned Star Destroyer with little problem while the TIE fighters with years of piloting training are struggling to maneuver in it. And don't deflect this by saying she had previous experience flying other ships, because other ships are not the same as the Millennium Falcon. Even if she gets grazed a few times, she still gets through it in high speed and pulls off drastic maneuvers you would expect to see from Han Solo in his prime. Luke might have pulled off some maneuvers on the Death Star, but nothing as drastic as what Rey is doing here.
Putting a pin partially in the other ships aren't the Millennium Falcon, but a note on that pin, keep in mind what I said about Anakin piloting a fighter 10 years old in the first movie. But part of that I'm going to address now. True, other ships aren't the Millennium Falcon, but you know what they are? Ships. Stands to reason that someone picking up on how to pilot one ship would be able to figure out maneuvers they are able to do in other ships as well. She also, has heard legends of the Millennium Falcon, so it's entirely possible she has some idea of the controls in the first place. She has a massive head start on Luke, who was just given the excuse of Skyhoppers have similar controls. Luke was also in an X-Wing and not the Millennium Falcon. X-Wings go down faster than the Millennium Falcon, they have less armor, shielding, and are smaller, so it stands to reason that even if Luke was getting hit just as much as Rey, it was worse for Luke because his vehicle wasn't designed to be able to take hits. Like, Luke also survived over tons more experienced fighter pilots, specifically fighter pilots, mind you, and Vader didn't even come out until Luke had already outlasted several TIE fighters. Kylo Ren himself never came after Rey in a TIE fighter, so there's not really a good one-to-one comparison to make here.
And as for getting the Death Star shot without using the schematics while using the Force, he was being instructed by Obi-Wan. He had to coach him through the situation in order to make the shot. And even then, his concentration is still being broken up by Vader. Luke needed help from both Han and Obi-Wan to destroy the Death Star. It wasn't something that he did on his own.
Rey also didn't beat Kylo or Palpatine on her own. So that already shoots everything you've been arguing in the foot. But, well, let's look real quick at the nature of Obi-Wan's instructions. Just telling him to use the Force, which is why he pulls up the targeting computer. No specific instruction, just encouragement, really, at the end of the day. So, is it really with his help so much that you feel the need to call it that? And even if it is, Luke was operating with a specific goal of something to accomplish, which requires more effort than Rey simply trying to escape. Her singular focus was evading TIE fighters, while Luke had both them and the mission in front of him to concern himself with, so again, not a very good comparison to say Luke wasn't as OP as Rey.
And even without the Death Star feat in mind, there's still plenty of other times in the OT where he gets duped. He was thrown around by some guy in the cantina, he got jumped by a Wampa and barely escapes while nearly freezing to death before Han saves him again, and he barely survives his fight with the Rancor. There are numerous times where he's in danger of physical harm or death, and he suffers defeat consistently in the OT.
Other than most of your examples being in the first movie, some of them even before Obi-Wan gives him any kind of training. And I'm not going to go into the emotional pain and torment from Rise of Skywalker, but I will say that you have a point. Rey's failures are much less overt than Luke and Anakin's are, so I can see where most people say that she struggles less. But part of it is that a lot of it doesn't visually affect her as much until the very third movie. She holds herself until she finally breaks down, and Yeah, I tend to be like that, so I can relate. She also suffers a lot less physical harm. She tends to be able to take advantage of a situation where she's at a disadvantage very well. So the danger feels less real for her character. I get your argument, but there's reasons, as I stand before, that I really, really don't agree with it. And unlike you, I'm not going to call you brain dead for saying that Rey's a Mary Sue solely because of the fact that I have a counter argument, because unlike yourself, and apparently most of the brony fandom, I actually have respect for other human beings.
Any victories he got were few in numbers and a result of personal growth. Rey doesn't go through any growth because she has no flaws to overcome, and she just gets her prowess as a Force user gift-wrapped for her. The closest she came to any sort of physical harm was being thrown into a tree, which she recovered from after 3 minutes.
I mean, since we're talking about the entire trilogy, what about the part where she died, dumbass? Boy howdy, that sure does look like some physical harm. And actually, let me bring up a character that can counter your narrative as another reason your no physical harm thing is bubkiss. You know who wasn't put into physical harm in the OT? Han Solo. Sure, he was frozen in carbonite that one time, but let's be real. If lightsaber stabbery doesn't count, that doesn't either. And yet he's not considered a Mary Sue. Why is that exactly? I'm not about to accuse you of misogyny here, don't worry. Although you are deeply misogynistic for reasons I'll get to address in your Kathleen Kennedy segment, but let's just put it away for now. See, Han's struggle in his arc in the OT had very little to do with physicality. His struggles were in relation to emotion and psychology. He grew as a character not because he struggled with physical beatdowns, but with his own mentality. He had mental hurdles that challenged him more than physical ones. That is the same thing we see from Rey's character. She doesn't need to get her ass beaten to a bloody pulp every 5 minutes in order to be a good hero. She can be more capable of keeping herself from physical harm, but still struggle with things mentally. You know, like questioning leaving because she thinks her parents could come back at any time, struggling with the identity of her parents, breaking down in tears at being told that they don't matter, an even harsher breakdown when she finds out who her grandfather was. You know, non-physical expressions of pain. Look, I feel like this trilogy has some problems too, namely too many Han Solo story arcs to sum it up a little bit. But the fact is that these are the reasons why I don't feel comfortable calling Rey a Mary Sue, even though she does in fact have some of the traits of one. Most of those traits she kind of shares with other main protagonists in Star Wars. And even in the case of one place where she has more of those traits, it shifts in a direction that's more similar to Han Solo and Anakin than to Luke. So trying to create a one-to-one comparison here with Luke is really bananas because they aren't going through the same character arc at all.
And as for Anakin having a high metachlorian count and winning that pod race, those aren't evidence that he's a Mary Sue. Those feats don't make him a Mary Sue because he either had help or still ended up losing. Yes, he has a high metachlorian count, and in spite of that high metachlorian count, he still got his hand cut off by Count Dooku and would have died if Yoda didn't come to the rescue.
Hey, so you know how you said that Rey's ability to use the Force was gift-wrapped for her because of a genetic anomaly? Guess what a high metachlorian count is? And how exactly did he lose or need help in the pod race exactly? Because I don't recall that happening. I recall Anakin winning that pod race and going on to, need I remind you, pilot a fighter as a fucking 10-year-old and save the day. Sure, he was trained to use high midichlorian count, but yeah, your reasons for these things not being evidence don't mean anything. If a character wins the day all the time because of the power of friendship, they're still a Mary Sue, even if their abilities inherently involving them having help. And you yourself are calling the losses Rey suffers, including death, mind you, meaningless because of a lack of long-lasting effects. So let me just use your argument against you directly so that your shrimp penis brain will understand it. So Rey's a Mary Sue because she can learn force powers through literal osmosis, right? But throughout her journey, she had help. Not only did Finn give her time to recover in the first fight against Kylo in episode 7, but Kylo had to resurrect her in episode 9. And sure, she could have theoretically Mega Man Palpatine's force power, but that's not how anything happened. All force osmosis that happened was consensual, including with a guy that usually keeps himself completely covered up, except in that one scene because who doesn't want to see Adam Driver without a shirt? Am I right, ladies, and also myself? Point being, she didn't just grab people. She was helped in acquiring these powers. And yet, in spite of this broke-ass power, what happened? She loses to Kylo initially in the first lightsaber fight. She loses to Snoke. She loses to Palpatine. She loses at least one fight in every single movie. Sure, her arm wasn't cut off, but honestly, there's only so much rhyming you can do before it starts getting really, really stupid, George Lucas. But the fact is that she did lose. That's the point I'm making. Now, of course, I know your counter argument to both of these. For the not losing part, it was that she didn't lose enough in your eyes, which is, well, beyond you just minimalizing the suffering of a character that you yourself called a victim of abuse. That's also subjective as 30 kinds of fuck, and may just be that this trilogy didn't want to be as overtly violent as chopping hands off and throwing people into a sand snatch. And as for having help, the only real argument is that she theoretically could have done everything without the help that she had, which, sir, so could Anakin. Do you see why this argument for why Anakin's not a Mary Sue doesn't work? Especially when you made an actual good argument earlier?
Anakin didn't become the warrior he's known as just because he had a high metachlorian count. Having a high metachlorian count doesn't equate to being all-powerful or being a skilled warrior. By that logic, he became a master warrior while he was a child without even knowing it. In spite of his high metachlorian count, he still went through decades of training from multiple mentors and tutors. He went through dozens, maybe hundreds of trials and lessons about the Force and the ways of the Jedi to harness his powers and gain his skills in lightsaber combat. And even with all that experience, he still went through several defeats due to his rash thinking and lack of self-control, or underestimating his opponent. And he had personality flaws that put him on a dark path.
Okay, other than you repeating yourself with something I just debunked, let's address the years of training thing, shall we? Right, so I can't help but notice the fact that you wanted to use secondary material there. You know who hasn't had a chance to have a ton of secondary material? Rey. Of course, you used that earlier, calling her Force osmosis thing bullshit, which, to be fair, I kind of agree with. See, Force osmosis is something that I would consider evidentiary of Rey being a Mary Sue, and would also argue that her struggle with the dark side could have played out much more directly in the story to mitigate that a little bit better. But I still have one argument in relation to the Mary Sue accusation. Namely, it being meaningless, as I pointed out earlier. When we get to the point of just arguing back and forth about this character being a Mary Sue and this character not being a Mary Sue, my grandma's name was Mary Sue, you fucking cunt, then at the end of the day, we're talking actual critique and turning it into a pissing match. In my review of Powerpuff Girls special, Power of Four, I specifically and explicitly pointed out that while a lot of the discourse referred to the character of Bliss as a Mary Sue, I was specifically avoiding doing that and instead talking about the writing directly and what made it bad. I talked about how by the end of the episode, they were outright saying Bliss was the only one who could do anything. I pointed out specific flaws in how the character was presented. And even at the point where I stated I could only come up with calling her a Mary Sue, I made a point to at least come up with a joke that explained why I felt that way. The fact of the matter is, you shouldn't feel the need to combat people going comparison X, because the term Mary Sue is, as it stands today, and especially in the context you provide, a subjective viewpoint summarized into a catch-all buzzword. This is nothing more than pointless internet mudslinging, and quite frankly, the fact that you feel the need to participate instead of putting out your reasoning for your viewpoint and letting haters hate is making me take you less seriously as a reviewer. Which, given who I'm talking to, is actually an achievement.
From the beginning, Anakin had problems with his emotions out of fear of losing his loved ones. A problem that was made worse because the Jedi Council didn't bother to give him the right guidance, which resulted in him not being able to process the stuff that happens to him.
So I'm just gonna cut off yet another unnecessary plot summary because I want to address that emotions thing. Rey also had emotions to get over, feelings of isolation and lack of belonging. Every one of the three movies, to some extent, had her struggling with a sense of identity as it relates to her heritage. In Episode 7, she struggles with the realization that her parents aren't coming for her. In Episode 8, she struggles with who her parents are, and the struggle of finding out that they were no one has a clear, visible effect on her. In Episode 9, the discovery that she's the spawn of Palpatine gave her tons of grief as well. Identity and lineage conflicts are actually much more central to Rey's character development than the fights. That's why her big moment at the end of the movie isn't even her beating Palpatine. It's her declaring herself as a Skywalker. That's why the movie is called Rise of Skywalker. It's Rey rejecting the lineage she wants no part of and deciding who she is for herself after the struggle of the other movies was of her not knowing who she is or thinking that she is unimportant because of the circumstances of her birth. Oh, and here's another difference. Anakin's emotional conflicts were worsened because of a lack of proper support in that regard, yes. Rey, on the other hand, had people she could begin to slowly call family. So that helped her form an identity from who she is rather than who her parents were. So, you know, it's almost like the story arcs are the opposite of each other, and any real comparison between them is stupid if that's the only point you're making about it.
As his fears became more overwhelming, it was easier for Palpatine to manipulate him. This is the key to what makes Anakin not a Mary Sue, his fall to the dark side. He was tricked into serving the Empire as a result of not being able to manage his emotions.
Fuck, I was hoping to skip this bullshit. Alright, I'll address this more in a moment, but I mean, that doesn't really mean anything. He can turn the dark side and still be a Mary Sue. That just means he's a Mary Sue that's a villain protagonist. TV Tropes actually has a term for this. It's called Villain Sue, for fuck's sake. The source you keep using for the meaning of these terms? God damn it.
And if you really think Anakin is a Mary Sue because of his high midichlorian count, you should also think that Rey is a Mary Sue because her midichlorian count has to be like 10 million.
So let's take this at face value on its own. Your entire point is to say that Rey is a Mary Sue, and the counterpoint is to compare past protagonists to say that she isn't. Pointing out Anakin's high midichlorian count is a good point to make, because it indicates that Rey being powerful in the Force naturally is more of a trait of a protagonist of the series in general than simply her being a Mary Sue. Alright, so saying Rey's a Mary Sue because she also has this trait proves absolutely nothing in terms of this argument. Saying how similar they are in this way still creates the trap of either both of them are Mary Sues or neither of them are. But of course, that's not the phrasing of your argument. The phrasing of your hypothetical counter-argument was the counter being Anakin Skywalker is a Mary Sue because of his midichlorian count with no qualifier. If your whole point is to say that Rey is a Mary Sue, why does this matter to you? They can both be Mary Sues for that reason, and it doesn't hurt what you're saying at all.
And as for that pod race or the incident with the Trade Federation, Anakin didn't do that on his own. He had illegal help in the pod race, so he technically cheated in some aspects in order to win.
And his rival, whose name I'm not even gonna fucking try with because I'm lazy, yeah, he totally didn't sabotage Anakin's pod racer before the race. And the Raiders were also shooting at him during the race, so was it really him having help? Especially since one of the things you're comparing this to is Rey literally have someone fight Kylo with her?
On top of that, Anakin was established to be skilled in mechanics and machinery at a young age, and that's because he was an inventor in his time as a slave. He had to build machines and other contraptions at work, so there's a legitimate explanation for how he won the race.
Which is also something you can say about Rey. Sure, she's not actively shown to be an inventor, but at that point, you're really grasping at straws to say that Rey's a Mary Sue for the two having a similar skill set, which is what all of these things are, really. In fact, I kind of want to address the argument tactic you're using here. More importantly, I want to dive into this whole compartment of counter-arguments. See, there's a difference between compartmentalizing reasoning in order to address something properly when someone is trying to confuse the discussion by making multiple points at once. Your language, however, suggests that each of these things is its own individual proof. That without the others, it can still be proof in and of itself when that's, well, a dishonest way to present your argument. You prove the individual points correct and admit when there is a valid counter-argument, but by pointing out other things being invalid, you dismantle the counter-argument while still being willing to acknowledge your own argument's flaws. It does two things. One, it actually creates a discussion instead of two people shouting into the void, and two, it makes you come across less like a bitch. Which is how I know you're never going to fucking do it.
And in the battle with the Trade Federation, Anakin wasn't piloting that ship on his own. He was getting help from R2-D2. If it wasn't for R2, Anakin would have been killed.
Hey, you know how Han Solo was also fucking piloting the Millennium Falcon when she first piloted it? Also, fun fact, yeah, about that starfighter thing. You mean the autopilot, right? The thing he turned off right before he accidentally blew up the control ship? It may have been one moment of being straight up better at fighter pilot maneuvers than entire fleets of well-trained soldiers. But fuck, if Rey being lucky counts for you, then so should Anakin being lucky, right?
He didn't accomplish any of these things by himself, so using them as proof he's a Mary Sue is null and void. If he was a Mary Sue, his skills in these situations would have been unrealistic, but his skill set was reasonable because of his job repairing and fixing ships. Additionally, Anakin wasn't liked by everyone instantly.
I just realized, why the fuck are we talking about why Anakin's not a Mary Sue again? Isn't the whole point of this that Rey is? And you're really just providing fodder for why Rey isn't. I'm skipping until you talk about something actually related to the movie you're supposed to be talking about.
Rey has hardly faced anything that affected her long term.
Okay, so I could list examples of the various forms of emotional manipulation and whatnot that she has to deal with, but you decided to make your statement completely meaningless by saying hardly, so that you can just counter anything I say with that's not much. But based on what you've said about other characters, yeah, sorry she didn't get physically mutilated and maimed like Luke and Anakin did. I'm sure Disney will make sure they chop off the protagonist's dick next time. Even though it sounds like that's your exact problem, but we're not on your Kathleen Kennedy section yet.
She's never disliked by anyone except the villains.
Whoops, forgot your weasel words to make sure you're not stating an absolute. Yeah, Luke. Luke doesn't like Rey when he meets her. Poe also doesn't like Rey during a decent amount of the first movie, and people tolerating one another like you described Qui-Gon and Anakin incorrectly doing counts. Han was just confused by Rey's very fucking existence. So, you know, you're still pretty wrong, even if you remembered your weasel your way out of a black and white statement.
She didn't go through decades of training, she doesn't know anything about the Force except for a 1-minute meditation session.
Except she already knew she could move shit with it before that. And she also did other training, a significant amount of which could be off screen. Force osmosis basically just makes her a quick study, which is probably something the guy that was guiding that meditation session would know a thing or two about, wouldn't you say? Yeah, where's Luke's decades of training in the OT again? Oh, yeah, right, I'm sorry, I forgot. Most of it was an off-screen Holocron Skillshare subscription with promo code BANTHATITTIES at checkout. Oh, and since Rise of Skywalker counts for this, even though it's a less Jedi review, how about that year with Leia, huh? By the way, Bantha Titties is not a real Skillshare subscription code. Don't use that. Please don't say that I gave you a Skillshare code that doesn't work. Please.
She's not consumed with fear, and she's never in danger of dying or suffering from a long-term injury.
So, what do you think would have happened if she didn't run after her fight with Kylo? What do you think would have happened if Finn didn't pick up the fight in Kylo with the first movie? What about if Kylo didn't turn on Snoke? What about if Snoke didn't trust Kylo to kill Rey? In fact, what do you think would have happened if Palpatine lured her into a Oh, wait! That's right!
The main difference between defending Luke and Anakin and defending Rey is that when people defend Luke and Anakin,
they're defending someone with a penis?
They're actually defending Luke and Anakin.
Nah, I'm pretty sure my version's still right.
When people defend Rey, they're not defending Rey. They're only defending some made-up ideology or victimhood they think they're arguing for. It's why one of the responses to calling her a Mary Sue is to claim you're being sexist. But after putting more thought into it, the main reason why Rey is a Mary Sue is because of her gender.
So, your response to someone calling you sexist for saying that Rey is a Mary Sue is to just have a sexist reason for her to be a Mary Sue. Bruh.
Really think about it. Luke was constantly under threat of physical harm and death, and he gets his ass kicked consistently throughout the OT. You related to him, and you feared for him, because the movie showed you that his natural connection to the Force didn't make him immune to danger. But as a result of Kathleen Kennedy demanding that women be as superior and unstoppable as possible, Rey being female directly impacts her negativity as a character. Kennedy isn't going to allow a movie where the female protagonist gets beaten and brutalized like Luke and Anakin were.
In fact, more named female characters die or are severely injured in this movie than men. So how exactly is this feminist propaganda? See, here's the thing. Normally this is the part of the video where I would list a whole bunch of shit that proves you wrong, but, well, I will make my point much better with precisely 3 examples. The color purple. You've heard of this one, right? Whoopi Goldberg, Oprah. The female protagonist is a victim of child abuse that's shown. along with attempted rape. This is a child in the first, 30 minutes of the movie? Yeah. Kathleen Kennedy produced that. But she was an executive producer on that. Now, was she? I mean, she wasn't on Star Wars either, but don't worry, I got you covered. How about Cape Fear? Female lead is, well, if you've seen Cape Fear, you know what happens in that movie. I'm not going to go into it, although I already alluded to a similar situation happening in The Color Purple. But, yeah, Kathleen Kennedy is credited in that movie as executive producer. But those are old movies. Me and my accursed boomer brain. What about The Girl on the Train, then? Drunken binges, waking up covered in blood after a blackout. That's a very dark movie. Now, you may notice a lot of the movies I spoke of focus more on psychological trauma than the removal of limbs. No, I'm not going to let that go. That's because this, in particular, lines up with what Rey dealt with in the trilogy. And, fun fact, someone dealing with psychological torture can be way more effective a narrative device than just saying, you don't have a hand now because you're required to suffer. Except you still have a hand because we have cybernetics. Hell, you even brought up an example of psychological trauma you thought should have been included in the movie with saying Finn should have sacrificed himself. But no, Kathleen Kennedy would never put a female protagonist in harm's way. Unless her name was Holdo, of course. Not that she would... You know what? Forget it. You have a whole section on this. I'm just going to save it.
She never loses a limb, she's never force choked, and while she was restrained by Kylo, she's never assaulted and never suffers any lasting wounds in the same vein as Kylo getting a scar on his face.
Once again, oh boo-hoo, she doesn't lose a limb. Yes, clearly the only way for a character to develop is physical disfigurement. Are you aware of how full you shit you are right now? Based on how many times I've been saying this, I'm guessing not.
The only other instance you can argue with is when she's being subdued by Snoke, and even then she quickly recovers from it.
And the same happens with people who get force choked as long as they don't get force choked to death. Yet, you listed that as one of the things that was important. She is clearly in immense physical pain during the majority of that, and even if it's not shown, you don't have the show a bloody wound in order to display pain. And there's a thing called adrenaline. Perhaps you're not aware because you've never suffered an injury in your life. I have, but a lot of the time, people are capable of pushing past injury temporarily because of adrenaline pumping and essentially numbing the pain. I had this happen to me in high school. I was hit by a car. I broke my collarbone. I thought I landed on my feet. No, I just popped back up. I was looking for my glasses, and then people told me, get down on the ground, you dumbass, and my leg was shredded cheese.
If the protagonist is never in any true danger, you can't fear for them. And Rey is never in any true danger because Kennedy wants her to be protected at any cost. Kennedy views Rey as a means to promote feminism, while not caring about her development as a character, so she can't fall into any harm because that would make women and girls look weak and vulnerable. She's made too powerful after very little experience. And because her character is never in danger of serious injury or death, there is no tension. Kennedy has this really screwed up idea that feminism automatically equals equality, but the way she uses Rey to promote it isn't even close to what can be considered equality. This isn't equality, it's pandering.
Oh, weird. I thought this was a section about Rey. Funny how you just change topics on the fly. So, I have a question for you. If a male lead character suffered very little physical harm during the course of a trilogy, then would you find that character to be a Mary Sue as well? If so, then why isn't Captain Kirk a Mary Sue? Yes, Captain Kirk. Never undergoes physical harm in a long-term sense like you're talking about. No scars, nothing. Now, this becomes really interesting when it comes to the Kelvin trilogy. It's still a trilogy until 2023. Shut up. I'm pretty sure this will come out before then. You know who either directs or produces the entire Kelvin timeline? J.J. Abrams. Mission Impossible is also a series where the main character also does not receive actual physical harm very often. And who's been involved with them since the third movie? J.J. Abrams. So, Miss Anthropony, are you sure the stylistic component of seemingly invincible protagonist is something intended for feminist purposes? And even if it is, are you sure that's coming from a person who has a lot of psychological thrillers on her resume? Are you sure about that?
And when you think about it, it's actually pretty toxic. I don't particularly think telling young girls that they can be awesome, powerful, beloved, and successful with little effort just because they're female is exactly a healthy message to send. Characters like Goku and Superman work their asses off to perfect new techniques and learn new abilities to become better fighters.
You did not just say that Superman works for his shit. The pinnacle of everything he's got, coming from the circumstances of his birth, and you want to say this is a character that works his ass off to get better? No. Any other character, and yet you go with Mr. My Son's a Different Color, wahoo Jimmy, fuck all the way off a cliff.
They had to train long and hard in order to be strong enough to fight villains like Frieza and Darkseid.
And now you done fucked up with DBZ too. Goku's training is not what lets him beat Frieza. Like any other villain, Nappa, Vegeta, Raccoon, Captain Ginyu, Boo, I would even give you most of GT, but Frieza? Okay, so here's the thing. Goku's training doesn't mean shit against Frieza. Frieza, in case you forgot, was bitch smacking him left, right, center, top, up, down, bottom, left, Konami code. Until Frieza killed Krillin. Then he went Super Saiyan for the very first time and only had any struggle because Frieza used a technique that didn't really give a shit about power levels. And keep in mind, there was somebody in the Frieza fight that actually was trying to train himself to become Super Saiyan, and he got fucking killed. So no, training to combat Frieza wasn't fucking it, Chief.
Rey doesn't train long and hard. She just downloads it from other people's brains.
Superman doesn't train long and hard either. He just stays away from green rocks and eats his yellow sun juice. What's your fucking point? Midoriya in My Hero Academia has an encyclopedic knowledge of heroes and their quirks. He still has to figure out how to use that in the heat of the moment. He has one for all, but especially early in the series, he figures out methods to work around his limitations with it while he's training his body to be able to handle it. And half the time, he comes up with that shit on the fly. There are plenty of series where training is kind of pointless and it becomes all about what someone does in the moment. You're mad? Because you don't get the training montage, and that's it, my guy.
Some people have argued that the reason for Rey's power is because she's a dyad in the Force made to counter Kylo and balance things out, which is a stupid excuse. First of all, I don't recall Luke being a dyad in the Force to counter Anakin.
It's almost like those are different stories. It's almost like Rey and Kylo being a dyad are... It's just something that's true and confirmed? Like, are you saying it's not? So the novels mean nothing to you if they outright prove the reason that she's able to keep up with Kylo then?
And second, that's just a cop-out that was never explained in the films themselves. It wasn't even a thing until The Rise of Skywalker, where it's only briefly mentioned as part of damage control.
It's not like the characters knew before Rise of Skywalker. This is something that was actually hinted at throughout the trilogy and not outright explained, because the outright explanation was not necessary for people with functioning brains until the very end. The characters didn't know the outright explanation until the end, and your only response is basically just nuh-uh at the thought of something that was intended that proves you wrong!
Rey is not a character you can relate to because there's nothing about her that's believable. The only thing that can even be considered something she struggles with is seeking a parental figure in her life, which is why she's trying to find her parents. But when she's told by Kylo that she's a random nobody who was abandoned for drinking money, she goes back to being cheerful and bubbly in the next scene she appears in. She has an upset look on her face for about 20 seconds, and that's precisely it. That's not struggling with your emotions. That's dropping your ice cream on the floor and just going to buy a new one.
Hey, did you know that a character can feel emotions and fucking repress them in a given moment, or possibly do something that they can enjoy in order to cope? And that next scene is several minutes later, when her resolve to fight against Kylo was strengthened and she had a chance to move from the initial shock. We don't even know how long that was in universe, long enough for the fighting to start on the planet. And it's not like she's taking out her aggression and her emotions on the enemy. Nah, she's just energetic about taking down people who are ready to murder the closest thing she had to friends in her life. Like, sometimes you focus your emotions into what you're doing and come out productive. Have you never done that? Wait, I'm talking about Miss Anthropony. Of course you're not a productive member of society.
And even if this was supposed to affect her character in some way, the argument is rendered invalid when the next film comes along and retcons her backstory. And aside from her power level and bland personality, she doesn't bring anything new to the table. She goes through the same journey that Luke went through, and there's no major difference in what happens between them. Growing up on a desert planet, becoming a pilot, seeking adventure out in the galaxy, discovering she has long-lost family, offering herself to the villain to try and redeem them, training under a legendary warrior in self-opposed exile, being offered to rule the galaxy alongside the Dark Apprentice after killing the main antagonist. I got pages of these, I can go on.
Okay, so while you're sort of correct to point out that Luke and Rey's story follows a very similar overall path, you've used what you consider to be major differences to justify why Rey is a Mary Sue and why Luke isn't. So saying this here really just blows a giant hole in your argument that you've gone on for what's really going to wind up being, what is it, like 30 minutes? But here's where the sort of comes in. All right, let's ignore the fact that several of these events happen in different acts of the story with Rey, or how several of these beats you're talking about are set up very differently, or happen in a different order, or how the last one is an incorrect description of what happens in the original trilogy on several levels. Because you can just deflect any criticism of your points that I make by calling what I have to say minor with no evidence of your own rather than your opinion. So, let me rebut that statement directly. Let's see. Little orphan gets raised by relatives in solitude, suddenly gets taken under wing of funky wizard dude, learns that he's been destined to have powerful gifts. Yeah, funny how one of your examples does the exact same shit. I mean, sure, you can try to say it's a different franchise, but it's still the same basic story being told twice, and Rey had a lot more differences than Harry, like motivation and integration. You forgot that Rey was wary. She was thrown into that like Luke jumped right in. I think the fact that you dismiss that proves you can't assess shit. Fact is, the same beats can make a very different story. You know, like I did with ERB when they started this point for me.
Characters need flaws, development, and interesting personality to make them compelling. Rey doesn't have any of these things no matter how you slice it.
Okay, other than you just literally saying your opinion is better than other people's, and the fact that I've proven this statement wrong several times by now, and the fact that the way you structured this point gave me whiplash to the third degree, let's talk about Rey's abandonment issues, which is just outright proves this entire statement wrong by way of them developing over the course of the story, and is actually a really interesting aspect that you completely ignored the existence of, because apparently that's not interesting to you. To do so, I'm going to talk about the story arc from the perspective of the 5 stages of grief, and how Rey is grieving over her parents during this film. In most of the first movie, Rey is in a state of denial. She believes her parents are coming back for her, and that's why she doesn't want to leave. During the course of the first movie, we see that denial turn towards anger towards them. There's moments of sadness over that, sure, but the stages of grief are more of an overarching thing than a direct correlation to every emotion you feel. So her anger is represented more prevalently at her reaction to the death of her seeming new father figure, Han Solo. She goes after him and fights him. She battles him in anger. One could even view Kylo as a representation of her anger at this stage, given the fact that they are a dyad in the Force. In fact, it does seem like what Kylo Ren represents as a whole in this context, the stages of grief over her parents. By the third movie, she may have accepted that they aren't coming back for her, but this is where the bargaining comes into play. She feels they must be important people, is convinced of the weight of knowing who she comes from. Kylo Ren, in turn, represents a person to bargain with. Someone who can tell her the truth. When she finds out the truth, at least as it was given in the second movie, this leads towards her depression. Depression she masks when lives are on the line because, you know, people can do that, and that manifests more fully in, again, Kylo Ren, who is the one that tells her of her Palpatine heritage. People talk about the whole fetishizing abuse thing, but Kylo in the third movie is oppressive and trying to drag her towards darkness that she feels within her, because that's what depression does in this case. It drags us to our darkest thoughts, and it's only when that depressive state fades away that we can find acceptance. Rey accepts who she is at this point and doesn't need to worry about who she comes from. I have issues with parental abandonment, specifically my dad, so I know this arc all too well. That's probably why I can resonate with it and find it interesting more easily than you can. Not that I'm going to tell you what your home life was like, but I'm simply guessing based on the fact that you don't get it. Oh, by the way, my whole spiel here, that makes your next point look real sus.
Remember the mirror scene? That scene is actually the biggest evidence that she's a Mary Sue. I looked it up. It's actually based on the trial Luke had in episode 5. The trainee enters a place strong with the dark side, and the Force manifests a vision of their fear and weakness. For Luke, it was his desire to defeat Darth Vader, leading him to becoming like him, creating a path of self-destruction. For Anakin, it's his lust for power that will consume everyone he loves and eventually himself. For Rey, it seems to be seeing herself as she is, which I guess ties into her fear of not having a family, which means nothing since it doesn't affect her after finding out the truth. Being told she's a random nobody whose parents abandoned her doesn't faze her at all. The one thing that's supposed to be her greatest weakness according to this trial was completely forgotten about as soon as she was confronted with it.
So, first of all, that's not what your source says. Your source outright states the quality that is similar, namely the fact that it is intended to be open to interpretation. So, now you're twisting the words of the creator to mean something they don't. Really can't wait for that Kathleen Kennedy segment, by the way. So, let's look at this scene from the perspective of her being in the bargaining stage of grief, like my interpretation. She's reaching into the dark side in order to find answers she's looking for. It is a representation of how much she's willing to give up in order to have some amount of closure. And this is actually a setup for the no one reveal, and also a tease that was important to herself and not those who came before her, with letting go of the past being an overarching theme in the second movie in particular. Alright, but let's operate on the assumption that it is showing her a fear and a weakness. That doesn't even necessarily mean lack of family either. You can represent her fear of being alone, which, while related, makes more sense when the vision is that she sees so much of herself, but no one she can communicate with. It could be a fear of her own power. Notice how she reaches out to touch herself in each iteration during the scene. If we remember her power of seeing memories, maybe she has this hope that she will see memories from her own past that guide her forward. For that matter, that great weakness could be the touch power in and of itself, with her continuing to touch the next iteration of herself, representing how its use has the potential to drive her further and further towards the dark side. And more importantly, even if it is her greatest fear or weakness, the fact that she is seeing herself would more likely indicate that she is the one who's weak to some degree, would it not? The fact that we even have this scene isn't telling of her being an unflawed character at all. If anything, it's an indication that Rey's flaws are so omnipresent that one couldn't even know where to begin. Oh, right, I've also already debunked this with the whole 20 seconds later thing. You're really repetitive. But I keep having to prove you wrong from different angles. It's very annoying, and we have too much video to get through. Editor, can we just speed this along a little bit, please? Thank you.
Kathleen Kennedy was so obsessed with showcasing a strong independent woman in Star Wars, as if there wasn't any already, that she completely forgot how they're supposed to tell a convincing story.
Look, you want me to just jump right into Kathleen Kennedy segment? Alright, I got one for you here, for real. The producer doesn't fucking write the movie. The producer hires the writers. The producer has nominal input on the creative direction of the movie, but is more so the manager than anyone directly involved in the creative process. If Kathleen Kennedy were also a director or writer, then I'd give you that. And I don't mean on The Last Jedi, I mean in general, she's only credited for production. And look, obviously producer is likely to have some hand in creative decisions, but it's not their job. So acting like someone who's only a producer in general job description is the primary visionary behind a movie is batshit insane. Especially when you consider the back catalog of work Kathleen Kennedy used in order to get this job. Need I remind you?
There's nothing convincing about Rey. She overcomes any and all adversity that's thrown at her with no real danger to her life.
Alright, cool, so skip screen time.
And for all the idiots saying she can use a lightsaber because she trained with a stick, no. That puny staff is not the same thing as a lightsaber. A lightsaber is not a weapon that you can just pick up and start using like it's a random sword. You have to actually train with a lightsaber for a very long time before you can start using it.
I'll get to you pointing out the training in a second, but bro, how frequently do people just use other people's lightsabers in this series? Fuck, did you forget that Finn uses that lightsaber in the same scene? Are you dumb? But, oh, okay, so here's the thing about the training when it comes to actually being able to activate the lightsaber. It's not actually about the training. The training is irrelevant to being able to pick up and use it. Force sensitivity is way more important than martial training in regards to being able to pick up and fight with a lightsaber. Martial training is, much like with a sword, how technical you are at swinging it. Like, it's like giving birth. You can undergo all the preparation, learn all the breathing exercises, stretch all you want, but if you do not have a vagina, then you're not going to have a baby. But conversely, not preparing for it doesn't stop you from having a baby if you're physically capable of doing it. Now, that's what an abortion was for before the Supreme Court decided to step in. Fuck you guys.
Rey shouldn't be able to freely use a lightsaber just because she was trained with that stupid staff. That's the same thing as saying you can use an FGM-148 Javelin anti-tank missile because you have experience in shooting a pistol.
But you can. You can actually pick it up, figure out how it works, and shoot it. Can we move on to Luke at the very least, please? Oh, by the way, another reason your argument is dog shit.
Alright, I've been stuck on this topic for a very long time now, so let's just move on to the next segment.
Thank you! Spoilers, he talks about Luke for longer.
And now it's time to talk about the man of the hour himself, Luke Skywalker. And I think the nicest way to start this off is to say that Rian Johnson clearly had no idea what he was doing here. But we need to take a moment to get a more clear idea for how this element of the film failed. It's not just a matter of how Rian wrote Luke in this movie, it's also a matter of how Rian doesn't seem to understand or know anything about him in the slightest. He had no understanding of what it was that made him such a beloved character amongst fans of the series. There's this recent tweet where he was asked if he was considering Anakin's ghost showing up to talk to Luke at the burning of the tree. And this was how he responded, briefly during the tree burning scene. But Luke's relationship was with Vader, not really Anakin, which seemed like it would complicate things more than the moment allowed. Yoda felt like the more impactful teacher for that moment.
Holy fuck you.
Stank pussy hoe.
And it's at this moment that I'm fully convinced that he did not bother to watch any of the previous movies before working on this one. Seriously, imagine being this stupid that you don't understand even the most fundamental basics of the character you were representing here. There are just so many things wrong with this tweet that to thoroughly explain every single contradiction would require its own video. The only thing I can think of that would be equally stupid would be to like this tweet unironically. I can understand going with Yoda as the more wise and experienced character to talk to Luke. That's not the problem. What is the problem is that the relationship between Luke Skywalker and his father Anakin, one of the most widely known elements of the entire franchise, completely went over this guy's head.
Oh, so this isn't some point about feeling Anakin was a better choice, just you not understanding what that means. What it means is that Luke didn't know Anakin Skywalker was anyone but Vader, and it's been established that Anakin's Force Ghost appearance is based on him pre-Vader. Like, if he thought they were separate characters, why the fuck would he even bring up Vader when someone asks him about Anakin? He wasn't strictly talking about a biological relationship, but rather about an emotional relationship. The only Anakin that Luke ever interacted with was Vader. That's what his tweet was getting at.
I swear to God, this is one of those movies where the more you look into it, the more and more things that you find that are wrong. Even if you're one of those people who wants to make the argument that Vader and Anakin are two separate characters, Vader wasn't the one that Luke was trying to get through. Luke stated very clearly that it was Anakin he was trying to bring back to the light, because at this point he knew who Vader really was.
But why must you confront him?
Because there is good in him. I felt it. He won't turn me over to the Emperor. I can save him. I can turn him back to the good side.
And if your argument is that they're two separate characters, that just makes this tweet even worse. If Anakin and Vader are two separate characters, then what was the point of Luke trying to prove there was still good in him when everyone else was telling him he was a lost cause? The whole point of the relationship is that Luke was the only one left to see Anakin and Vader. He didn't see Vader as his own person. He was very emotional and left heavily conflicted about it, but he was still willing to see the light in him, which is why he became the greatest Jedi of all time. He found the perfect balance between the teachings of the Jedi and drawing a connection with other people. It was a great father and son storyline. Luke didn't have a relationship with Vader because he could see through the metal suit and see the person within the suit. That's what spoke to Anakin the most, a power with more weight than the Force itself. And Johnson, in his infinite wisdom, is saying it didn't really matter all that much.
You know, this would be a good argument if not for the fact that Luke explicitly calls Anakin who Vader once was. He says there's still light in him and that there's good in him, sure, but he never says that he's not Vader So, no, your point is still incredibly bunk. Vader can have goodness in him and still be treated as a separate character in the way that Ryan is referring to here. Very easily.
This is what happens when you don't research the lore of a heavily established story. I could dedicate this entire segment to just pointing out every single reason why this tweet is so nonsensical, how it perfectly represents how awful his knowledge of the source material is. But we have other matters to attend to, so let's move on.
Yes, less, because I can and will embarrass you with that shit if you do.
To put it simply, Luke's characterization in this movie really doesn't work. And the truth is, it actually could have worked. On paper, it's not really a bad concept. If anything, I really like the idea, need to emphasize the idea, of Luke having certain kinds of flaws even in his old age. An experienced Jedi who knows a lot and holds valuable wisdom but is still prone to making mistakes and errors of judgment. Something that shows that he's not a perfect character. Something that would keep him from being a Mary Sue like Rey, or Gary Stu for the male term. The pieces are actually there to make it work.
A mess.
It actually sounds like a really good idea, but the problem is how the idea was executed. You can come up with whatever idea you want, but you need to have the proper execution to make that idea work. It takes time, planning, a lot of consideration, sometimes multiple rewrites even. Luke's character arc doesn't feel like it had any of those things put into it. The idea was badly executed. It could have worked, but the way it was handled was very careless and it caused more harm than good. It's the same problem with The Last of Us Part 2.
A mess.
It sounds like an idea that could work, but if you remember what smart people have been saying about the story since the leaks came out, you also know that it didn't really go so well. The problem with The Last of Us Part 2's story wasn't the idea itself. The problem was the patient zero for all the other reasons why that game's story sucked shit out of a horse's ass. You might remember what it was the running theme of my review from last year. It's that mainly, the person who executed the idea is a fucking retard.
Bruh. You did all that just to call someone retarded. I really hope the other 30 minutes of this are something substantial, because I'm regretting waking up this morning.
And this is why the people claiming this was an interesting direction to take Luke's character are just spewing shit from their collective mouths. They're not focusing on the writing quality because they're too fixated on the idea. Just the idea of Luke having a dynamic character change where he's not the same person we knew from before. Where Rian Johnson, dare I say, subverted our expectations that he was going to be a mythical, all-knowing master instead of a recluse hermit. You can't just say it's a good idea and stop thinking about it from there. You need to consider how that idea is being placed into the plot, because that's not what Rian Johnson did here. And as a result, there's a ton of holes in how Luke is portrayed here. One of the more infamous examples is when he tosses the lightsaber over his shoulder.
What the hell was that?
Now, aside from this being another example of the movie's horrible sense of humor, this part is actually quite offensive, on a storytelling level and an understanding of Star Wars lore. I previously talked about how this was a really shitty payoff for all the build-up that this was given in the time between The Force Awakens and The Last Jedi, but the problems with this scene go deeper than that. By treating the scene where Luke rejects his lightsaber like this, you're shitting on the importance of a Jedi's connection with their lightsaber. It might have been one thing if Luke simply dropped the lightsaber onto the ground, or just let it roll out of his hands. It would get the point across that he's trying to sever his ties with the ways of the Jedi without trying to force more horribly placed comedy into the movie. By going with this over-the-top throwing the lightsaber behind him over his shoulder, you're treating this moment that's supposed to have a dramatic sense of weight to it like a joke. And you're also treating a Jedi's connection with their lightsaber as a prop for this ill-thought-out joke.
Okay, so no, then. So, first of all, just because there's an element of humor involved doesn't mean that the whole thing is a joke. And, in fact, the fact that he throws the lightsaber instead of dropping it or letting it fall in a less active fashion also serves to show how much of a mask his rejection of the Force really is. It shows how he's put up a wall, and something that comes to attack that wall isn't gonna just stick to it and roll down. No, it's gonna crash into it more violently. It serves to display anger at his own past. If he just calmly dropped it, it wouldn't actually serve the purpose of showing how aggressively he's fighting against his connection to the Force as well. So his more crotchety line delivery wouldn't have the same sting.
Throughout the lore, a lightsaber has been described as more than just a weapon. It represents a very special bond between a relic and its owner. Think of it like the wands choosing their wielders from Harry Potter. Whether you're a Jedi or a Sith, the lightsaber is an item that adds to the mystique of the Star Wars universe, with a lot of lore and meaning behind their presence. They have an important link to the Force, and building your own lightsaber is supposed to be a crucial step in one's training. A lightsaber and its wielder develop a really huge bond with each other, like they're actually becoming a part of each other's soul. It's even been said that a lightsaber is a Jedi's life. Spiritually, they forever remain with the person who made them. The lightsaber, by and large, belongs to Anakin. Yes, it was passed on to Luke, but the lightsaber will always belong to Anakin. It belongs to Luke's father. It's a family treasure, an heirloom from the man that he helped so many years ago. And he just tosses it like a piece of garbage.
Yes! Because everything he's ever done in connection with the Force has caused tragedy and death.
The Luke Skywalker that George Lucas created would not do that. Luke would not treat his father's lightsaber like a crumbled piece of paper, under any circumstances. This is not in character for him at all.
Other than just pointing to the fact that your real issue is with the fact that George Lucas isn't the fucking head writer, this is also Luke many years later, and, well, fuck, my explanation earlier did a good job of explaining it. It also wouldn't be in character for him to drop it or let it fall from his hands the way you're talking about it, and this points to another purpose it serves. Luke is very much changed by his experiences between Return of the Jedi and The Last Jedi. He's jaded because of his own failings as a teacher. The balance he had at the end of the original trilogy has washed away over time because of his own mistakes. You even pointing out that he's wise, but still has personal flaws. This shows the audience that you should not expect him to act like the Luke of old. It tells them that this character has seen a drastic shift, and further interactions will explain why that dramatic shift has come about and what it more fully entails. And we're doing all this over a fucking lightsaber, my guy!
On top of that, each lightsaber color had a unique meaning to it. They represent the personality of the wielder based on the color.
All the more reason why Luke discarding a lightsaber whose color no longer matches his personality makes sense.
The blue one represents protection and guardianship. The wielders of a blue lightsaber are more skilled in sword combat, and they're more aggressive against dark side users. The green one represents thoughtfulness in the wielder. It can symbolize how wise they are. It's why Yoda's saber is a green one. It also represents warriors who specialize in force abilities instead of sword techniques, and they represent Jedi who seek a peaceful solution through negotiation and meditation. It makes the green saber more associated with peace than any other color, and the red saber is a true symbol of those who fight on the dark side of the Force, representing corruption within the wielder. All of their anger, hate, and lust for power are concentrated into the crystal, making them a deadly variation of the saber, capable of having their own living presence and consciousness, and even breaking other lightsabers.
And the purple lightsaber represents Samuel L. Jackson being in this movie and having way too much leeway at contract negotiations.
You can't just take something like that and use it as a prop for a gag. It dilutes the importance of the saber. If you wanted to show Luke rejecting the saber to distance himself from his past, there were less insulting ways you could have done it. There was no reason for this comedic tossing over the shoulder gag.
Let me know when you say something new. Oh, also, this whole part of the video I just covered, complete bullshit, not actually relevant to the lore. It's based on the crystal itself, and in some cases, what you do with the crystal, including with the red ones, where you have to essentially kill the crystal to make it. Oh, right. The part about purple lightsabers is true, too. He should probably give credit to whoever wrote that for him.
Especially when you're asking to be taken more seriously than other movies in the franchise. There's also the matter of Luke having practically no reaction to Han's death. The most we get is him having a wide-eyed blank stare when asking where he is, and that's it. The guy was his best friend, his brother-in-arms in so many battles. You'd think that he would have a stronger and more broken-up reaction to finding out that he was murdered in cold blood by his son.
And that reaction serves the purpose too. Remember, of course, that Luke blames himself for turning Ben to the dark side in the first place. That, and he's been exposed to so much death, including the entire fucking academy he founded, mind you. This also shows his desensitization and detachment from what's going on outside. Something he's forcing onto himself as punishment for his sins. Not that you would know anything about nuanced emotion writing. After all, you're an MLP analyst, so everything needs to be spelled out in movies enough for a 5-year-old to understand every single detail of a scene, right?
But we never see that. The next time we cut to him, he's just sitting there trying to ignore Rey's pleas to come back with her. And then he just goes on his merry way doing daily activities like drinking tit milk out of an alien Dr. Seuss creature, fishing, or just going through a stroll around the fog. And he does all this with no sign of distress and a not giving a shit look on his face. Oh yeah, because that's the reaction that I would have if I just found out my best friend died.
You're not Luke Skywalker. I mean, obviously. See, this is what I meant. if it's not the way you would react, it doesn't matter if it expresses something flawed about the character to you, apparently.
Seriously, where is the emotional impact of finding out that Han Solo was killed? Why doesn't Luke have a strong reaction to this? He knew the guy for what I can assume is the better half of 30 years and he just looks content with the situation. Rey knew the guy for only a couple of hours and she's mourning him more than the guy who should actually be mourning for him. I'm like, what is this? Are you some kind of Ki-Adi-Mundi clone? If your argument is that Luke reacted to his death off screen, that's just a fancy way of saying it didn't actually happen. What, are we using Steven Universe logic now?
Terribly sorry that they didn't show him sobbing uncontrollably on camera. So sorry about that. We'll make sure to have more of that in our fun space movie. Oh, and remember most of Luke's Force training? This isn't fucking 24, dude. Things can happen off camera. Like, I was joking about the 5-year-old bit, but apparently I was aiming too high. You just don't have object permanence yet.
And it definitely doesn't help us get attached to the characters by immediately cutting away from Luke as soon as he asks the question. Why would you cut away from Luke finding out about Han's death so arbitrarily, before we actually see him trying to absorb this shocking information? That's not just bad writing, that's bad editing.
Yes, let's make sure that we show the man crying. We don't need the explanation of everything that happened in the first movie to be shown on camera in order to understand. And the next scene is, once again, a reaction someone would have that's running away from their problems and trying to enforce their own isolation. He hears what she has to say and knows his response when we cut back immediately after that scene is hopelessness. It's him giving up. The reason we don't see the reaction you think you're looking for is because it doesn't make sense to show a man that's already broken break down. Like, and about that edit, really? Yes, where Han is, then we cut to the man who killed him. That works fine as a segue.
You also have his outlook on the Jedi ending, which is really hypocritical considering later scenes. I've actually been told that the "it's time for the Jedi to end" line was something that they made up for the trailer and didn't actually think about how it fit into the story. And I'm willing to believe that because it really doesn't make sense in context. So he hates the Jedi because they allowed the Sith to rise. Okay, that's understandable, but now he wants the Jedi to end, which would allow the Sith to rise. The motivation makes no sense.
Not everything a person comes up with is logical. In fact, his argument is that the way of the Jedi should die because, from his point of view, it's going to create the same pattern of evil over and over again. And about him being a hypocrite later, yeah, that's called character development and realizing you were wrong. It's part of storytelling.
It's like hating the police because they failed to stop a bank robbery, so you want them disbanded, which would increase the rate of bank robberies and other serious crimes.
And then reflecting on it and wanting to restructure the police system instead so they're more effective at preventing bank robberies. Because, you know, that's actually what happens in this movie. Except not with the police.
And speaking of motivation that makes no sense, why did you leave us that map leading to your location if you didn't want to be found? He came to this island to die alone, didn't he? What about the scene where he asked, "How did you find me?" Oh, I don't know. Maybe it had something to do with that map you left behind giving instructions on how to find you.
He didn't actually ask how she found him. He told her to go away repeatedly, but I don't recall even once in the second movie him asking how she found him. Maybe he did in the ending of the first, but at that point, it's because he had no idea who she was rather than because anyone was able to find him.
And it still doesn't make any sense that he's so fixated on hating the Jedi of the past when they had nothing to do with the current situation. Why is he blaming the Jedi when it was his own fault that Kylo ended up the way he did?
Because he also pointed to his own personal example of the same sort of hubris and failure. See, when he speaks about this, it's being in the past gets brought up, and he points it out as something he also cannot overcome because of what happened. Like, did you not pay attention to that scene at all? That was the scene where he first talked about failing Kylo, my dude. Like, hello?
Yes, the Jedi were naive and flawed, but they weren't inherently bad. Wanting their teachings forgotten and erased from existence would only cause more problems. Luke should be smart enough to know this. He's not the kind of person who would want to genocide an entire culture, at least when he's being written by someone who actually has a clue of what he's doing. When he threatens to burn the tree, he's directly playing into the dark side's hands. Yes, he stops himself from doing it, but it shouldn't have happened to begin with. Luke throughout the first and second act of the movie is being irrational and thoughtless in a way that makes no sense for his character, in ways that are done for no reason other than to serve the plot that Rian Johnson thought up in his head.
You do know that you even said this was in character, right? So let's talk again about you talking about the cave scene being a representation of fear and weakness in Luke, and by how your interpretation, it was him becoming like Vader and going down a path of self-destruction. This is that path of self-destruction. He was a step away from becoming Vader in Return of the Jedi, and he was a step away from becoming his father, by murdering all the younglings in his backstory for this trilogy. He's falling down this path, and that's why he's making destructive decisions. So, no, it's actually not out of character at all. It's just a direction you don't like because it doesn't line up with your fucking happy ending of the original trilogy. Get the fuck over yourself! And yes, of course, no one is allowed to think something that they decide against on further consideration. You're basically berating a guy with suicidal thoughts instead of helping talk him off the roof.
I'm not saying that Luke can't have these traits, but it has to be in character.
Okay, so you're not saying he can't have these character traits, but just that these character traits don't line up with his character. So, you're saying that he shouldn't have these traits, just with different wording. Right, got it. Mm-hmm. Understood.
This is not in character. The Luke who matured and grew by the end of the OT would not be this stupid and careless.
And people don't stop maturing and growing at the end of the movie. They can also regress or develop new flaws over time. That's what's happened here. See, if this took place even 10 years after the OT, I might agree with you. This is a much bigger gap, though, with more opportunity for a character to be completely different. The fact that you can understand people looking at Anakin and Vader as two different characters, in spite of the fact that they are literally the same person, proves you know this to be the case.
Removing the side that's viewed as the good side would allow the evil side to thrive, which really isn't a good idea when you have mass-killing nutcases like Kylo and the First Order conquering the galaxy.
Unless, of course, you'd rather just end a cycle of violence that feels inevitable because the more you look into it, the more you realize it keeps fucking happening, and the best way to end it is to let one side win. Like, that.
There's this one scene where Luke talks to Rey about the old Jedi and how they failed, but instead of focusing on that, they abruptly shift to talking about how Luke failed to keep Kylo from the dark side. I'm really not kidding here. They reference the old Jedi for a total of 20 seconds. Just 20 seconds. Fans of the movie praise this scene as the moment that finally called out the Jedi Order for their hypocrisy and bullshit, and whenever I see someone doing that, I just think to myself, where the hell have you been? What did you think the prequel trilogy was about? Were you actually paying attention to what was going on? This 20-second reference by Luke does nothing to explain how they were flawed, what those flaws were, or how they led to Palpatine's rise to power. He just briefly mentions it as a past thing without any context.
As I stated before, we already know all the hows and whys of what happened from the prequels. We don't need every little detail, and this turns into a debate. It transitions more towards present topics as Luke shows himself to not be immune to that hubris. Oh, and about the next scene.
If you want to say that it's appreciated to see a character within the canon acknowledge something that fans have been saying for years, that's not good enough.
It's not good enough to be willing to say the Jedi are hypocrites and that they're overly controlling. You have to have a 3.5-hour movie that's a TED Talk on why, in your view, the Jedi are evil. Go fuck yourself.
If you want to have a scene of Luke educating Rey about the failures of the Jedi, then have a scene of Luke educating Rey about the failures of the Jedi.
By relating his own failures as a Jedi Master? Did you stop paying attention after he stopped talking about Sidious?
What was the purpose of this 20-second reference if they do nothing with it? If it does nothing to fuel the story? It's nothing but cheap nostalgia baiting.
Except it transitions towards a discussion of why Luke's mindset has changed. It sets up the conversation about why Luke isn't the same hero from the original trilogy. It doesn't need to be a TED Talk. It can be part of a larger scene.
Which is one of the main problems with the sequel trilogy as a whole. But let's move on to other issues, because now we're gonna talk about what I can already tell is a fun topic for people to revisit. Luke considering murdering Kylo in his sleep. The guy who was willing to redeem the biggest mass murderer and most feared tyrant in the galaxy was about to murder someone in their sleep who did absolutely nothing wrong yet, just because Snoke was already influencing him.
Have you ever heard the phrase, like father, like son? This movie does a good job of explaining that Luke, at this point, was downright paranoid about the dark side. He is, in fact, also the son of Vader, someone who fell all the way on the other side of the dark side, and Luke himself is someone depicted as having struggled with the dark side from the second movie onwards. You expect that his struggles with his inner demons just go away with Return? No, of course not. And his considering killing Ben is a big part of that, with the justification of fighting against the dark side being something to shroud what's really going on in his head. And it was a fear of the dark side that led him here, just the same way the line goes. Fear leads to anger, anger leads to hate, and hate leads to the dark side. It does for Luke, and it does for Ben as well. But back to the initial like father, like son analogy. this is actually a rhyme with the original movies. Yes, I'm complimenting the rhyming thing, because sometimes it's done well. Anakin was convinced of the evil of the Jedi and killed apprentices in cold blood. Luke came very close to mirroring that, only to enable that reality to occur with Ben. In fact, in a sense, Luke was mirroring Mace Windu in this transition to the dark side. He was the one about to take down what he was convinced was pure evil. In other words, your whole complaint about it being in character doesn't really fly. Is it not in character for Luke's fear or anger to take over his actions in the heat of the moment? Yes. Is it in character for him to find himself on the edge of the dark side only to pull himself back at the last possible moment? Also, very much yes. So, why is this incident of exactly that not allowed to be in character? Right, I forgot, because you don't like it. Honey.
Never mind the fact that this is his sister's son, his best friend's son, his freaking nephew we're talking about here. How and why did you come to the conclusion that this is a fitting portrayal of Luke Skywalker? A nutcase who was actually thinking about killing someone in their sleep, with the kind of expression you would put on the poster for a horror movie. And this was from before Luke started to hate the Jedi and want to isolate himself.
But it was the reason he isolated himself to begin with. In fact, if you recall from the first movie, everyone else said he blamed himself for Ben turning, so he probably, did, and the contemplation that led to him blaming the Jedi in their entirety for what he became likely came after the fact, when he had more direct access to the previous records of the Jedi, thus also explaining why he would leave the map to where he was in the first place.
And don't say he was preemptively trying to protect his family and the galaxy. Kylo was not a threat at this point.
Thus why this would be the time to preemptively protect his family and the galaxy. Before he could be a threat.
He didn't bother to explore any other options at all. Remember, this was also taking place from before he cut himself from the Force. Why didn't he consult with Obi-Wan or Yoda about what to do? Why didn't he try talking to Kylo himself? This goes beyond a lapse in judgment. The guy who was willing to talk to Vader and resist Palpatine telling him to kill Vader wouldn't have a problem talking with his nephew.
First of all, he outright said it was a moment of instinct, and literally the only thing he did aggressively was turn on his lightsaber. Remember the multiple times we saw the same scene? We saw it from the point of view of different people. Ben's depiction of facial expressions and Luke's were different because they saw the situation in two different ways. He had a half second of weakness, not even a full moment, and the consequences of it wound up far greater than he was prepared for. That's the real story. And again, it's really not out of character.
But no, instead he decided to go, maybe if I kill him now it'll save me the trouble. What kind of bullshit is that? I could understand this reaction if, say, Kylo was planning to kill Luke and destroy the temple and the other students beforehand. But we never see anything like that, so I can only assume that Luke led him to do this out of desperation and betrayal.
Which are valid reasons for Luke to have a knee-jerk reaction like turning on the lightsaber and immediately reconsidering his course of action. Oh, and as for nothing being shown, when Luke looks into his mind, we hear sounds of people screaming and slaughter. Yeah, he could have seen the temple burning down. Could have seen worse than that, actually.
But wait, you might add. What about when he gave into his anger and tried to kill Vader in Return of the Jedi? Well, that's not the comparison you're looking for because the direness of that situation was extremely different. It was the final battle that would determine the outcome of the war and the fate of the galaxy. Luke's friends and allies are either dying or in immediate danger. He's being cornered by two of the most evil people in the galaxy. Vader was threatening his sister, and on top of that, his training at the time was still limited, which is why he gave in to his anger.
But we don't see him training in the Force after that fight, so by your logic, it didn't happen. But realistically, he also didn't have a master, so his guidance in learning more of the ways of the Jedi and balancing himself in the Force were also much more limited than even Vader's would be, so even without your dumb logic, it still tracks.
The situation is set up in a way that Luke attacking Vader in anger is both in character and makes sense for the plot. Now let's compare that to this situation. The Republic is in power and the galaxy is stable. Luke is living a peaceful life at the Academy. Nobody was in danger. He was alone in the hut with his sleeping nephew. And he had 30 years to mature, grow wise, and practice restraint, discipline, and self-control. There were dozens of other methods he could have gone with, the situation was far less dire, and he learned to approach certain situations with better clarity.
I have an alternate interpretation of that. It's only very slightly different. How should I explain this? No, he fucking didn't. He didn't learn anything new. We don't see him learn it on camera, so, Schrodinger's character development, I guess. He literally saw visions of an overwhelming darkness inside Ben's mind, and he hasn't seen hide nor hair of the dark side to actually contend with for 30 years as far as we know. Are you sure he wouldn't panic enough to simply, as a reminder, turn the lightsaber on and do nothing else?
There was no reason for him to come to the conclusion that killing Kylo was the only viable option. And what makes it even stupider is that Luke gives up on the Jedi after Kylo became evil, despite knowing that Obi-Wan remained hopeful after Anakin became evil. Luke was more optimistic than Obi-Wan and had better faith than others, and yet he's the one who gives up more easily?
That one, I kinda give you. I agree to a certain extent, but we also don't know that his isolation was because of giving up on the Jedi in the first place. I mean, think about it. If he was giving up on the ways of the Jedi from the outset, why the fuck did he go where all the Jedi texts are being held? Doesn't make sense, does it?
This isn't even the worst thing that's ever happened to him. His aunt and uncle getting burned to a crisp, watching his friends and allies getting blown up by Palpatine. This is supposed to be the worst thing that's ever happened to him that makes him give up all hope? I guess the fact that it was his own fault and the guilt fueling from it is supposed to be an edge, but it's built on his character being written stupidly for the sake of the plot. It's a cheap method for building drama.
Or, and hear me out here, it's just a fucking lapse of judgment, like a human would have. I'm aware you don't know how that feels, but characters do not have to make perfect, intelligent decisions at all times to be well written. Writing a character who fucks up and can't forgive themselves because they should have known better is actually an example of a well-written character. Who would have even guessed?
And you'd think it would be bad enough that Luke would disrespect his father's saber, not give a shit about Han's death, blame the old Jedi Order for something that was his own fault, and psychologically consider killing someone in their sleep. But on top of that, he's also portrayed as a coward. Isolating himself from the galaxy could have worked if the circumstances surrounding it weren't convoluted beyond belief. But his reason for isolating himself is because he stupidly decided to kill Kylo. Maybe I can understand the guilt and shame, but giving up outright and not bothering to come back and set things right? That is bullshit.
I mean, I guess, yeah, Luke is depicted as running from his problems. That's part of the point. But in this case, and I can at the very least see why you'd have a problem with that in relation to Luke's character. That one's a lot harder to justify with time too. And in my interpretation of him going to Dakar not necessarily being when he separates from the Force is one possible explanation, but I can't exactly debunk the fact it still winds up kind of cowardly from the outset, which is something I can actually agree doesn't necessarily fit with Luke. Could argue that his reason for isolation is to look for an answer in old texts in the first place, but then he winds up disheartened when he can only find a cycle of violence. But, I think that counter argument is not the strongest for this point in particular, because it's still borderline cowardice at the end of the day.
Oh, and he also cuts himself from the Force so he can't keep tabs on his sister or his best friend or any of his friends and family or the galaxy he swore to protect. He's just gonna spend the rest of his life drinking green tit milk and not thinking about the galaxy that's probably being blown to smithereens. And this is what upsets me most about Luke's characterization. Tossing the lightsaber, not reacting to Han's death, contemplating killing someone in their sleep, all of those things are small potatoes compared to Luke abandoning everything and everyone he swore to protect over a mistake that he made that he refuses to take responsibility for.
So let's examine that in isolation. So you don't like that he isolated himself over a simple mistake. Okay, have you ever been harder on yourself than what actually makes sense? I hate to break it to you, but this is actually kind of a realistic portrayal of disillusionment, which, I'm sorry, I guess I should have interjected after this instead.
Nothing about Luke's choice to isolate himself and abandon everything and leave everyone to clean up his mess makes any sense whatsoever.
Results from decisions that don't always make sense. I mean, to be fair, operating on the assumption that his hiding was intended to be full-on self-isolation the entire time and not reading old text to find answers and not liking the answers he's given, which the timeline presented in the film actually does kind of imply. But the fact of the matter is, your interpretation of what's happened to Luke's character as depicted in these films is kind of just whining that they've given him in-character reasons to move out of the primary spotlight, when if Luke was at his best the whole time and Rey was still the main character, that would make her more of a Mary Sue. Let's face it, As much as you tried in the beginning to say that you like the idea, everything you said indicates that the problem with the idea in your eyes is the fact that Luke's the character they gave it to. Not inherently bad criticism, just one I don't agree with, and, well, more importantly, one you're not really being honest about giving.
Like, he's not even gonna try to make an attempt to stop Kylo and Snoke? Out of all the choices that Ryan made for Luke's character, this is ultimately the worst of them all. The fact that he just gives up and abandons Leia and the other characters to clean up his mess and not bother to think about the consequences of his actions. Do you want to know who else abandoned everyone to clean up their mess while not considering the consequences of their actions? Pink Diamond from Steven Universe. And the last thing you want is people comparing Luke Skywalker to Pink Diamond from Steven Universe.
You know, funny you should make this little Pink Diamond comparison, because that justifies Luke isolating himself in the first place. So, do you remember why Pink Diamond faked her own death? Probably not, considering how little you seem to understand anything. It was to stop the colonization of Earth, something she'd initially been trying to do by literally leading the rebellion against herself before the words of Blue Diamond convinced her that faking her own death was the best option. And the thing is that it actually worked. She stopped violence by removing the source of conflict, which was herself. So let's look at Luke's logic. The reason Ben finally turned, and the reason for the tragedy at the temple, was Luke's own actions. If Kylo was going to go after anyone, it would be Luke. So the best way to quell the conflict? Remove the side that you know to be wrong. If Luke believes that he was in the wrong, then one course of action that would make sense in his mind, not necessarily overall, mind you, but in his mind, would be to remove himself from the conflict, because he wasn't going to be able to be the one to end it. Just like Blue Diamond told Pink that the result she was trying to avoid was inevitable as long as she was even present, Luke also came to that conclusion. Except he didn't need somebody else's help in order to come to that conclusion. He came to that on his own. Does it make sense looking at it from an outside view? No, of course not. But the fact of the matter is that it doesn't have to. The point is, if it makes sense from the character's point of view, which is something a lot of reviewers seem to miss when they just want to bash something, I've noticed.
This is not something that Luke would do. He would not give up. He would not lose all hope. He would not cut himself from the Force because he feels sorry for himself. He would not avoid responsibility for his mistakes. He would not leave his family and friends to deal with his problems. This is where I'm convinced that he is not Luke Skywalker.
And outright confirmation that your issue is the fact that Luke is the one doing this and not someone else. Like, you've been going on for 20 minutes and your entire issue is that the character didn't remain in stasis for 50 years in terms of personality, when that's not how things work.
This is not the childhood hero millions of people grew up with. This is a completely different character. An imposter.
Where's the body? I found Bane in electrical. I was headed up to do wires and he was on lights. You guys suck. You're dead, man. Oh, sure. Okay, so Jake, where were you? I was on cams. You see anybody leave electrical before I went in? Guys, this is ridiculous. The imposter is obviously Luke. Remember when I saw him standing in front of Kylo last round? Well, dude, every game with this shit. Shut the fuck up. You kidding me? Seriously, man. Bane, you're still dead.
Someone who doesn't deserve the title of Luke Skywalker. You want to make the argument that this is similar to what Obi-Wan and Yoda did in Episode 3 when they went into hiding?
I mean, I wasn't even going to go there for reasons I'm about to point out, but that's actually a really good argument. Wait, did you just do my job for me?
Okay, let's draw the parallels. The Empire had just committed genocide against the Jedi while hunting and exterminating any survivors. They have no allies to help them in the open. They knew there was nothing they could do after the Order was destroyed and agreed to go into hiding until a new hope presented itself. They didn't isolate themselves out of self-pity or cowardice.
For one, you know, Kylo totally didn't just burn down an entire temple and went on a solo rampage. Totally didn't happen. No genocide, obviously right. Second of all, you're comparing the actions of two characters who are not Luke to the actions of Luke Skywalker while trying to say that Luke is acting in a way not befitting of his own character. Like, honestly, debunking your straw man is way easier than the way you do it here. Third of all, the thing you say next.
The Empire was too powerful for them to defeat by themselves.
Yeah, Luke also outright stated that one guy with a sword wasn't going to be the answer to taking down an entire empire. Look, it's hard to call you entirely wrong to say that Luke was cowardly, but at the same time, it's also really hard to call you entirely right at this point, and really hard to call that as objectively out of character as you make it out to be. So, hey, yo, Edit Monkey, can we skip to a point where he makes a different point? Nothing to skip here, dude. Also, like, we're the same person? This is weird.
And even during their exile, they still served a purpose: to watch over Luke and Leia and prepare them for the fight against the Empire. And on top of that, they still answered the call when their help was needed. Obi-Wan was ready to fly to Alderaan the instant he saw Leia's message and asked Luke to come with him. And when Luke found Yoda, he was eager and willing to train him to see if he had the patience to be a Jedi.
Okay, so I can kind of address both of these parts, because both of them needed to be asked for help and didn't go off running. Again, if we're presenting them as the same character as Luke because you don't know how to fucking tell different characters apart, if they're at different points in the franchise apparently, that would explain why Luke didn't go running off to drag Kylo back. Yoda, however, did not begin eager to teach Luke. He initially told him that he was too old. While this could be Yoda being the trickster god that we all know him to actually be, this could be compared to Luke not wanting to take an apprentice initially because of a past failing with one. Hell, both of them draw direct parallels. Yoda taking an older student being a parallel to Anakin, and Luke seeing Rey's willingness to go towards the dark side like Kylo, and himself. But there's another major difference to show why Obi-Wan was more willing to help when he got the message and why Yoda would come around. They knew who these people fucking were. Luke would have no reason to know anything about Rey, and then notice how he's much more willing to listen after seeing Chewie and hearing Rey's mention of the Millennium Falcon. When the familiarity is brought to him, he opens up to what's going on more, but it's a gradual process instead of all at once, because they wanted to pace the movie in a different way. Kind of like how I ended that sentence, pacing it a different way.
Now let's look at Luke's situation. The Republic that he helped establish was evenly matched with the First Order. It wasn't a losing battle yet. All of his friends and allies were still alive and willing to help. Unlike Obi-Wan and Yoda, he just leaves himself to wallow in self-pity. He put forth no effort to make amends for his mistake before exiling himself. And when he was found, he refused to help even when being asked by Chewie, his friend over the last 30 years.
Actually, the point when he refuses to help is after the whole situation is explained to him. You know, the point when he says a guy with a sword isn't going to solve everything, and indicating that, you know, now he feels it's too late for him to help. It's almost like
Luke just ignores how billions are being slaughtered and didn't even give enough of a shit to check on the well-being of his sister. Apparently there's another factor that feeds into his loathing, in that he built into the legend that was built around him, but that's not in character for him either. Yes, he was reckless and pushed above his weight a few times in the OT, but he was also humbled by his experiences.
So, in other words, a reason why he wouldn't want to go into a fight he knows he's not going to win, like he felt he would be doing if he were to go into this fight now. Like, you just pointed to a piece of character development that shows why he wouldn't have joined the Resistance at this particular stage.
He wouldn't develop an ego and think of himself as the legendary Luke Skywalker. I'm pretty sure after losing his aunt and uncle, losing Obi-Wan, losing his hand, and Palpatine turning the tables on him in the throne room, he wouldn't be seeing himself as such a legend.
Which he doesn't? That's the point of that scene? Which is stated by the movie as a reason why he thinks Rey coming to get him to help is stupid? Your points for him being out of character are actively proving how in character all of this is. Do you actually have a brain, or is it just marshmallow flop up in there?
Luke became the greatest Jedi specifically because he didn't buy into his own hype like the others did. It's what made him special. It's pretty clear that Rian wanted to use Luke to tell a story about a fallen hero, but because of how horribly the film is paced and how so much of its runtime is wasted on pointless stuff, he doesn't properly develop this fallen hero storyline.
See, this one I kind of agree with you on. Kind of. I think Luke's story of the fallen hero would have worked better if it was given more time, but as you can tell from my responses, I don't think they did as bad of a job as you're claiming they did. If anything, this is the plot thread that probably needed some of the least extra time, really. But I think some of the things from being spelled out a little more overtly instead of relying on interpretation of dialogue would have suited this. Like, a better explanation within the movie of why he came to the decision he did to isolate himself, for example, even if just a line or two going through his thought process in the beginning.
Nothing that made his character the childhood icon that millions looked up to is present in this movie, except in the last 20 minutes where they abruptly kill him anyway. On some level I can understand if at some point Luke had to die, but the fact that Luke dies before doing anything meaningful to contribute to the story or advance the plot is a shameful way to send him off.
Bruh. For one, you previously said, in this section no less, that he only existed to tell the story Rian Johnson wants to tell. I spelled that with 2 H's for some reason, so which one is it? Ren's development is a huge part of the story, and a huge part of that is learning who Kylo Ren is. And of course, there's the fight against Kylo, where he is responsible for the escape of the Resistance, and, well, that fight is super relevant to the reasons I'll probably wind up getting to in a moment, because I have a gut feeling you're about to complain about it.
The optimism, determination, hopefulness, loyalty, strive to not give up no matter how hard things got, sense of responsibility, the will to fight and protect those he cares about. All of these things are dashed to serve a story where he isolates himself over a mistake he made and doesn't make an effort to fix it, with no rhyme or reason behind the chain of events.
While I agree with you that the shift could have been better explained, didn't you say you liked the concept of what they did with Luke in this movie? And this is why I say it's really only a couple of lines needed. We understand what happened over the past 20 years by watching this movie, but what happened in the previous 30 years that led him there isn't really touched on as much. His thought process of why he felt isolation was the right move was hinted at, but could use more overt explanation. But Luke's reluctance during this movie with what we're given makes a lot of sense. This is a franchise complaint more than the complaint about this movie. And even then, as I pointed out, your interpretation of just Last Jedi Luke bad doesn't exactly ring true.
This is by and large a form of character assassination. You remember my review of the MLP finale?
Of course you would go to MLP, fuck! So anyway.
This is basically the same thing. This is what happens when you don't understand the difference between a dynamic character change and warping them to the point of being unrecognizable from how they were portrayed in previous stories. They took a classic heroic character and messed up his personality so badly that you'd think he used to be an anti-hero or a villain. People change over time is not an excuse for such a stupid understanding for one of the most classic characters in the history of fiction.
Exaggeration, ho. That'd be you, by the way. So a lot of things you're complaining about I've already explained, but this is where the big overarching explanation for all this is. A lot of these things that you're complaining about are extensions of traits we already saw in the original trilogy. You even pointed out how he had some of these traits, but grew out of them, quote unquote. But for most of these, we have no real proof of him growing out of it. We have one time where he decided against killing someone when he had the chance. Something he literally does with Kylo. And sure, his impulsiveness and bravado from the originals are tempered, but that doesn't mean they're outright gone. People changing over time is exactly why the concept in and of itself works, my dude. And it is also why saying a character had flaws but grew out of them isn't good enough of a reason to say that those prior flaws can't reasonably resurface. Yeah, you don't like hearing that good enough line used against you, do ya?
If you want to characterize Luke as a broken man, that's one thing, but it would never play out the way it does in The Last Jedi. A better way to do it would be if he tried to save Kylo like he did Vader but failed, resulting in the death of his pupils that would damage his worldview. There's no scene showing that he tried to kill him and instead is replaced by scenes of him trying to persuade him.
Hey, you know what? I can agree with that. That would have been better. It also would have erased pretty much every problem, since it would allow something that is in character to serve as a catalyst for why he changes so much. So with this, I felt the darkness within him trying to pull me into it. Spoken in the voiceover right as he activates the lightsaber. But I resisted its pull. After he activates the lightsaber, then the line about being left with consequence. And leave everything else the same. Mine also ties into Luke's fear when he realized Rey wasn't resisting the dark side, but going towards it. In a sense, that moment communicates this idea, but indirectly. So, like I said, could have been more overt, but the explanation is there for interpretation.
And even after he fails, he wouldn't turn into an asshole. Maybe he'd be depressed, but he wouldn't turn into an asshole.
You are judging the fact that he's a smartass after 20 years of isolation is not reasonable. Sure. Like, he's not even that mean, dude. He's just a jaded old man, which is exactly what he would be.
You can't just take a heavily established character like Luke and change him to whatever the hell you want and say that it's because of a tragedy. That's cheating.
Sorry, you really sound like a toddler right now. Like, I don't really have anything else to say about the comment. It just sounds immature as fuck, my god. Actually, you know what? I do have something to say about it. Calling it cheating implies that while effective, it is a cheap tactic to use, even though it's literally the crux of the fallen hero trope, which you said would be fine. I just fucking can't, dude.
The problem isn't so much that Luke is grumpy and pessimistic. The problem is the reasons that we're told why he's grumpy and pessimistic.
So don't make him an asshole. But if you change the reasons for it, I'll still be cool with him being an asshole. Bruh.
If you want to make the argument that this was done to show how Luke is a flawed character who makes mistakes, he was already a flawed character who made mistakes in the OT.
Which means that, of course, you're not allowed to show those flaws in this movie. Even though you wanted them to expand on the mistakes of the Jedi Council that we saw overtly in previous films. I fucking can't with you, bro.
And not only was this already covered in the OT, but it was executed to better writing and received results. He convinced Uncle Owen to buy the droids that led the Empire to his house, resulting in his family's death. Even if he was there, he wouldn't have made a difference as deducted by Obi-Wan. And while he does contribute to Leia's rescue, he's also saved several times by Leia, Han, and even R2-D2. It's blatantly obvious that he's much less experienced under life or death pressure than his comrades. He was barely able to survive the attack on the Death Star before Han helped create an opening for him to make a miraculous shot that Obi-Wan particularly coached him through. He was wounded, captured, and barely escaped a Wampa on Hoth before being saved by Han again. He achieved one victory in the barely successful Rebel evacuation where a lot of people died. He didn't save his friends at Cloud City and was toyed around with Vader throughout their duel before being soundly defeated after one lucky shot. His friends escaped on their own and he had to be saved after his reckless rescue attempt. Even after becoming a competent Jedi, he's covered by his friends from attacks by Jabba's minions and saved yet again by Han through his defeat of Boba Fett. In the final battle, he was tempted by the dark side through Vader's emotional manipulation, was helpless against Palpatine's Sith lightning, and was saved by his father whose redemption was his greatest victory. When you count the conflicts in Luke's development, he actually loses most of these fights or isn't strong enough to affect the outcome alone. This was a way of showing how he was properly flawed because he wasn't able to do everything by himself, which taught him humility and discipline, something that the sequel trilogy completely forgets about.
But he developed past all those things by your own logic, so, you know, doesn't count. But what was that about being tempted by the dark side again? You know, in a scene that fucking mirrors what happened in the flashback in this fucking movie, where he draws his lightsaber, but reconsiders, only this time, him drawing his lightsaber in the first place has consequences? You could argue that in Return of the Jedi, his struggle with taking a life is in the heat of the battle, while this isn't, but I can turn that around too. PTSD is a thing, you know, and someone taught to be a warrior can have the instincts of one when a relevant situation arises, an instinct he has to actively suppress. The movie doesn't directly communicate this, no, but by having the two moments use similar character positioning, it actually does communicate the idea, you know, for those who actually pay fucking attention.
It's one thing to commit an action that negatively affects you and others, but another thing entirely to betray core values, including ones outside of the Jedi philosophy, painstakingly forged through decades of struggle. This ultimately results in Luke essentially relearning the same stuff he learned in the OT, but 100 times weaker. If 35 years of experience drilled the message in so poorly that he'd sink this low, it's twice as frustrating that Yoda's pep talk was all it took to set him straight again. Luke's journey in the OT involved learning and improving from failure, which renders his quickness to consider killing Kylo and his inability to learn from failing his new students insulting to how little he retained from these lessons.
Keep that in mind about the moment of weakness. It's gonna come up in my next interjection. But about that failing his students, what did he learn in the OT about having students, or about failing those who are trying to learn from him? You said it yourself. He was the inexperienced one in the group in the original trilogy. So what would he know about dealing with failure when he's the one in charge? It makes sense that's something he hasn't learned how to handle, especially given the catastrophic results of when it did happen.
Obviously, people can repeat a mistake after learning from it, but this wasn't just a mistake. This was a departure from the accumulation of everything that defines him, after 3 films and nearly 20 years of experience prior to The Force Awakens. It portrays Luke as not having matured at all, and he's painted as so emotionally fragile, despite being older and wiser than he and Anakin were the last time either of their feelings blinded them, that he forgets even for a second of instinct to weigh the consequences.
I'm going to pause right there. You are literally saying that a moment of weakness is fine, but then get onto him for having what you describe as a second of instinct. So it's fine to have a moment of weakness, as long as it's not a moment of weakness.
And what makes this so particularly nasty is that it was clearly written this way to put Rey on a pedestal, to make her appear superior to him as the new protagonist. You gotta kill him so she can take both his and Anakin's place as the one who ultimately defeats Palpatine.
Or he was written that way because it made no fucking sense for him to be the protagonist of this trilogy. So they needed to give him a different role if they were to include him at all. Like, he spends a ton of the movie telling her how wrong her fairy tale viewpoint of how shit works is. He tells her that going to Kylo won't go the way she thinks it will, and he's completely right. How? How is the movie portraying Rey as better than Luke when she's actively asking him to teach her? And when he teaches her something, she doesn't listen and it goes bad.
Because Kathleen Kennedy wants a woman to be the ultimate hero and not a man.
Are you fucking serious right now? Okay, I'll get more into your whole feminist propaganda bit and how all of this is really just disguising the fact that you're mad that Rey's not a guy, but let me address this image in particular. So about the Force is female. I know you're going to mention it in your Kathleen Kennedy segment. I don't give a fuck. I'm going to address it here. Yeah, I'm not going to say that Kathleen Kennedy had no intention to evoke this as a Star Wars related message when she wore a shirt everybody else was wearing at a film festival for high school girls. But the slogan's codification was previously with Nike and an ad campaign for Air Force Ones, otherwise known as Forces. I'm aware you're too white to know what good shoes are, but first of all, good job proving you're whiter than me. I forgot I wrote that in my script. Not that it takes much. You are a brony talking about Star Wars, but still. Second of all this really amounts to at the end of the day, some loose threads you can dangle around and pretend mean something when they don't. The Force is female wasn't even associated with Star Wars in any fashion until Kathleen decided to quote Yoda before saying a tagline for a film festival that had nothing to do with Star Wars. I'm sure I'll get deeper on this when I get deeper on your Kathleen Kennedy segment. Spoiler warning, I actually won't very much. But yeah, just going ahead and calling this out now. This is not a deliberate, overt Star Wars connection to feminism. Woman just likes her some white on whites. What the fuck am I saying? I don't know Kathleen's color scheme for her forces. I wear white on whites though, in case anybody was wondering.
In the words of Angry Joe in his Right to Hell Retribution video,
see you guys on the next— Fuck that!
Gotta say, being that angry over having a female protagonist in Star Wars, not a good look if I'm being honest with you, Broseph.
And throughout this entire charade, he doesn't even have a meaningful relationship with her in this movie. You expected something on par with the relationship between Luke and Yoda in episode 5? Well, here's an entire third of the movie dedicated to Finn and Rose running around in circles and Poe and Holdo arguing over an escape plan. The relationship between Luke and Rey isn't important enough for that leftover screen time.
Well, you know, if we're gonna compare it, Luke Skywalker had 23 minutes and 45 seconds of screen time in The Last Jedi. We can compare that with how much screen time Yoda had, which was 16 minutes and 30 seconds in the entire original trilogy. So Luke had more screen time than Yoda when we compare the two mentors. So the time the two had to spend on screen was clearly not the issue when it comes to developing the relationship. But maybe because of the backstory, the fact that there was more screen time given to other subplots intervened. All right. Rose and Finn each had 15:45 and 18:45 respectively. Luke has 5 minutes more screen time than either one of them, which covers most, if not all, the screen time of Luke's backstory explanations where he would actually be on screen. So that's about out. I don't know the exact numbers for Poe or Holdo, but I do know that the figure has to be somewhere between 2 minutes and 15 minutes. I'm aware that's broad. So their plot also has far less screen time than Luke and Rey. What I'm saying is that most of the movie is Luke and Rey. I'm not even disagreeing with you that the movie's runtime and number of subplots was the prime issue with the film. But as the numbers show, they don't exactly prevent the story from being told outright. And not in a way that's really that relevant to Empire Strikes Back.
Why was that so hard? Why didn't they give us actual scenes of the two training together and developing an authentic student and teacher relationship? We could have gotten something like the one between Miles and Peter from Into the Spider-Verse. I'd even say that Miles and Peter are Rey and Luke done properly.
But didn't you say earlier that the tone of Marvel movies isn't suitable for Star Wars because it's supposed to be more serious? Yeah. So more of those outright contradictions come out when you realize that you're talking to somebody who can actually remember what you said 2 hours ago.
Miles didn't immediately master his powers because he was still learning about being a spider person. He needed Peter to teach him and went through an arc about not only harnessing his powers, but to understand himself better as a person. Meanwhile, Peter was going through disillusion since his life ended up going through a downward spiral, but his iconic personality is still there for those who are familiar with the character. He humbly takes Miles under his wing and shows how he has 20 years of experience, but also goes through an arc about trying to turn his life around and take his own leap of faith in starting over. Both Miles and Peter end up learning from each other throughout the course of the movie. So there's a real sense of student and teacher chemistry between them.
So for one, comparing those relationships is a little bit moot when this is Miles just now getting his powers and Rey in this film already has her powers basically. There's also a significant difference between Peter's and Luke's activities in the stories that are relevant to the character. Peter isn't really self-isolating and still at that moment actively trying to save the world. Luke, for various reasons, doesn't want to do that. Hell, do you remember where Luke tells Rey that she shouldn't go to Kylo? She offers him the lightsaber to join the fight so that she doesn't have to take that option, and he refuses. Meanwhile, Peter, in Into the Spider-Verse, actually restrains Miles to deal with a situation himself that's out of Miles' league. However, for the story in Last Jedi to work properly, it makes the most sense that Rey letting the lessons from Luke sink in happened from seeing the consequences firsthand. You know, much like Luke with Yoda. Luke was trying to curb her optimism and Rey didn't listen to him, much like where Yoda told Luke not to rush into action, but Luke did not listen to him. This aspect of Luke trying to help Rey think more logically about what she's doing at this point, instead of letting her emotions carry her, is expressed by a single line. This isn't going to end the way you think it's going to. How would Luke know that? Because he lived through the consequences of it. Now, onto the argument that this leads to, that's also bullshit.
Point to me at the moment where anything like what happened in that movie happened here. You can't, because nothing like that happens between Luke and Rey. Yes, they have conversations, but Rey isn't learning anything.
So, Luke teaching her the true nature of the Force when all she really knows is moving rocks, that's not her learning anything. Of course, if she doesn't learn anything because she's not retaining what Luke is telling her, that would be a fair argument. You know, if not for the fact that Luke doesn't retain what Yoda taught him during Empire either, considering he makes the same mistake that she does. But I can also use your earlier argument against this one. So you say Rey doesn't learn anything, but earlier complained about how she's so suddenly a match for Kylo Ren and able to take on guards in Snoke's chamber. Okay, so how did she improve from barely being able to contend with a wounded Kylo that already fought Finn to being that powerful? Well, since the only thing we see in both movies between now and then is Rey being trained by Luke, it seems like the logical thing is that what Luke was telling her helped her improve her capabilities, right? And look at her saber technique during that scene. It is much more technical than the wild brawling swinging that she was doing in the first movie. And where would she learn those saber techniques? I mean, we do actively see her practicing. Oh, but it's with a stick, but it doesn't count, even though she's actually doing actual moves with the stick. Whatever. And we see Luke watching her practice, So we can say it's shown in the movie that Luke is guiding her practice with the lightsaber, even if he's not actively practicing alongside her. It's almost like they showed that Rey was practicing rather than telling us that Rey had improved. They showed the improvement instead of telling us about it. Funny how so many people who complain about show don't tell seem to miss the concept when the movie actually fucking does it.
And they're not developing a relationship on top of those conversations. 90% of the dialogue between these two is empty exposition. Here's a small recap of what happened in the last movie. Here's an explanation of what's left of the Jedi. Here's a small reminder that the Jedi were idiots. Here's a reminder that you used to be cool. Here's a flashback I had about Kylo becoming a bad guy. Here's me demanding the truth. Here's an alternate flashback explaining my dumbass decision to kill Kylo. Here's me telling you I can save him even though I have no reason to want to save him after he murdered his father and my surrogate dad in cold blood in front of me.
You skipped a few scenes in there? But all right, let's talk about those conversations. We catch the tail end of that synopsis of the last movie, and Luke's continued refusal at that point, followed by scenes that show both characters' stubbornness and resolve in mirrored fashion. Rey not giving up on Luke during the fight, and Luke being persistent in his refusal and attempting to live his life the way he already had. Even though there's no dialogue, the fact that both are showing the same character trait in different ways, combined with a shot of Luke looking back when Rey strays, shows that Rey's actions are getting through to Luke in a way that her words cannot. So, about that exposition about Jedi texts. Yeah, that's like one line, and is used to transition to Luke asking questions about Rey. Notably, during this, his question becomes less and less pointed towards the surface level and to a deeper meaning. Luke doesn't become willing to teach Rey during this scene, but he starts being willing to answer her, even if the answers are coming painfully and slowly. R2-D2 is the one who wound up taking the final step in convincing Luke to train Rey, but the fact of the matter is, Rey's determination is shown with very little dialogue to do so, mind you, as part of what gets him to open up. Rey has a connection with people of Luke's past, and it's that connection that slowly opens that door for Rey. Yeah, we'll go over the other scene that you skipped, and did so intentionally, mind you, in a moment, but let's get to the scene you actually talk about. That exposition is necessary because it explains why Luke feels the way that he feels. The statement at the end is really all that's needed for the personal connection to be part of it. Like, Rey responding to learning this with conviction that Kylo is the one in the wrong, and it also explains why she would want answers when she later finds out that there's more to Luke's actions. So, about that last part. Yeah, it's not like there was a build-up to her demanding the whole truth and knowing there was more than just what Luke had told her. It's not like she went into that dark place and seemed to be pulled towards the dark side, thus her aggression. Like, there's so many reasons why the no reason to trust him thing is wrong, including saying she saw his future when she touched his hand, and the fact you know about the flashback changing with each explanation proves that you are fully aware that your explanation for Luke's past actions is misguided at best and outright misleading at worst. And I'd lean towards the worst in your case, all things considered. But back to that scene that you skipped over intentionally.
The closest thing I can think of to a genuine moment of connection between them is that one scene of Luke teaching Rey about the Force. But the moment is cut short just to introduce that dark hole of temptation that amounts to nothing.
Okay, so for one, Luke explains what she's learned before the darkness comes forth. Even in the initial explanation of it, Luke is telling her how it makes sense. He expresses fear that she didn't fight against the darkness. Like, it's part of the connection between the two characters that scene displays. Are you fucking kidding me? Now, let's address the comment of that hole amounts to nothing. You know the mirror scene? That takes place in the dark hole. That scene after she goes in the dark hole is immediately followed by her forming a bond with Kylo Ren, which is what sets off her going to him and trying to get him to turn. You know, one of the most important parts of the movie. A scene that you also use to explain your problems with Rey's character by stating that your interpretation is that it was showing her a representation of her fear and her weakness. Which, you know, is pretty fucking important. So, what I'm getting at here is that you're just lying. Cool.
And this line of dialogue that makes no sense.
I've seen this raw strength only once before.
And Ben Solo. It didn't scare me enough then. It does now.
I just love that Lucas saying Kylo's power didn't scare him back then, despite that he immediately considered and even almost went through killing him, but now that it does scare him, he's gonna want to keep Rey under his wing and offer her some more lessons without wanting to force choke her.
First of all,
Enough.
didn't scare him.
Enough.
He didn't even say he was afraid back then. He said he thought he could stop it. Like, he even accentuated the word in the dialogue. Are you serious right now? I can even see you equating what he's talking about to the darkness, even though I would disagree with that since he specifies raw power. But since it happened after the encounter with darkness calling to Rey, I can get the interpretation there at the very least, but making it out like he's saying it didn't scare him at all, given the intonation, a bit dishonest. I'm getting used to that by now, though. But there's another explanation for this line that I can present. Notice how he says this only after Rey figures out that he's cut himself off from the Force. Couldn't this also be an explanation of why he cut himself off from the Force? Oh, that reminds me. You know how you kept saying him cutting himself off from the Force prevents him from checking in on Han and Leia? He literally does that a couple of scenes later. So, real easy for him to just pick it back up when he feels it's necessary. You know, like when he's starting to change his mind about his course of actions because of someone being able to get through to him. Weird, it's almost like you're accidentally explaining why this movie does a good job.
Rewrites, rereads, proof-checking the script? What are those, Mr. Johnson?
Ah, proofreading! Like the thing you didn't do with your script. Bro, I've got like 104 pages of complaints about your video so far. What the fuck are you even wearing right now? That ain't Gucci, that's Gucci, fam.
When there are fan fictions with more consistent writing than this, all I'm left wondering is where did a good chunk of those $3 million go? The visuals and special effects I can understand, but let's be real, it sure as fuck was not spent on this script.
That's not even how scripts work. Spending more money on the scripting has no bearing on how good it is, other than maybe having more people on staff, and even that can wind up more of a hindrance than a help. You even talk about the special effects, which cost money. And motherfucker, Benicio del Toro is in this movie. Where did all the budget go? She want a cat turd, my guy.
Changing Luke's character so drastically requires further depth and context, something this movie severely lacks. What was even the purpose of this? Why would you take one of the most iconic heroes in the history of film and turn him into a depressed hermit? To the point where even Mark Hamill is admitting to it.
I'm not playing your clips. Like, okay, for one, in one of those clips, he outright admits that it's just a him problem. And he also said at South by Southwest in 2018 that he shouldn't have made that public. And you want to know why? Clashes like this are normal. They are a typical part of the creative process. He even explicitly talked about that happening with Return of the Jedi. And that interview was in 2018, so, you know, good on you for ignoring it. We're also going to ignore that a large amount of what Mark says in your clips are jokes, even, or the fact that a good amount of it is him intentionally not spoiling the movie and just saying it's different from what he was expecting to do. That being said, I'm skipping all of it because the South by Southwest Q&A debunks every single thing that is said there.
A mess.
That's disgusting. What a shitty way to treat a genuinely good person like Mark Hamill. He wasn't in it for the money or the fame. He really cared about the difference he was making in the world by playing the role of Luke Skywalker.
Okay, so for one, not mutually exclusive. You could care about the money and still also be passionate about the art. You think I would be writing this much on your ass if I wasn't passionate about this? Fuck no. And yet I also place ads on the video. It's almost like I want to be able to eat food as well, and using what I'm passionate about to do that, it's fulfilling to me. Second of all, here's one of your clips from earlier.
We're never going to catch lightning in a bottle again. We had a beginning, a middle, and an end. Let's let the memories suffice. And I said, you know what? My out is that Harrison's never going to do.
Passionate about Star Wars in general? Probably, yeah. Willing to collect a paycheck for a nostalgia pop? Also, yes. Go fuck yourself.
Oh my god, the sight of Rachel that came up. Stank pussy hoe. I was done. I was dead. I was deceased. I needed to be dragged out of the room. My corpse on the floor. I was resuscitated to be here right now. A mess. A mess.
But since I brought up themes, let's talk about those for a moment. Themes, in terms of media, are described as the poetic meaning behind the story being told. It's the subject that's explored throughout the narrative, usually done as a means to teach a life lesson to the audience. The reasoning behind Luke's character arc in The Last Jedi was to teach people about how failure is a great teacher and something for us to learn from. It's been referred to by many as the theme of the movie and why it's such a great film. But the problem starts to rise when the theme is being prioritized and glorified at the expense of writing quality. What do I mean by this? Well, remember how I said earlier that people weren't focusing on the writing quality of Luke's character arc in the film because they're too fixated on the idea of him being a more deeply flawed character who's different from the hero he was built up to be in previous films? That's the same problem with themes. It happens when people are over-fixated on the topic being explored in the story because they see it as something they relate to, but don't take the time to actually think about how the story represents that topic.
Well, you can't really treat those as separate things, my guy. If a theme isn't being represented well, then an audience is going to have a harder time picking it up. That's what not representing a theme means. It's part of what makes the writing good or bad. If you're gonna call something bad writing within a good theme, you need a reason the writing is bad other than because I said so. I'm not even here saying that something having good qualities in one area erases the bad qualities it has in another, but that works inversely as well. You're trying to say something having bad qualities, which as I pointed out aren't even as bad as you say, erases the good qualities that people are saying they like about the movie. Things that in their mind are more important to them than the things you're complaining about are. See, that's what you're telling them, but your core complaint isn't even that. Elements of this overall topic that you introduce make sense, elements of it don't. But I feel like it's going to be easier to explain if I just let you continue.
Let's use Steven Universe Future as an example, where the show suddenly decided that it wanted to explore serious topics like PTSD and mental illness. Now, I would personally argue that this is an important topic to teach children, but Steven Universe Future has a very poor understanding of how mental illness and PTSD works, and cheapens it for the sake of drama. Now, I don't think I have to explain why it's a bad idea to represent PTSD by making the character suffering from it out to be a homicidal maniac. It's really not an accurate reflection of PTSD. There's actually a lot of people with PTSD who say the way it was portrayed here wasn't honest and respectful.
Okay, first of all, it was bad because my friend with PTSD said it was bad. No. I know this isn't the point, but this is the overall problem with all your listing of examples of other media. They don't do a good job a lot of the time expressing this in relation to Star Wars. And you would be much better served talking about what Star Wars does that fails its theming. Like, characters don't learn from failures sometimes, for example, or if it's presented in a ham-fisted manner. It requires an actual analysis in order to dissect what it does good and bad with its theming. That's why people make video essays on the topic instead of giving a quick blurb about it. Especially on that last part. Because you're right, there are comments that say that they were extremely bothered by this. There are also a lot of people who disagree with that sentiment and like what the show did. There are people in the middle who like some things and dislike others. There are a lot of people with a lot of different opinions, with different reasons for those opinions. It's almost like
PTSD affects different people in different ways. It still doesn't work here because Steven's PTSD is never actually explored. Instead, it's used as a plot device for him to get angry at the other characters and stir up the conflict.
Yes, because using something as a plot device and exploration of the topic are mutually exclusive things. In fact, as I've shown earlier, a line of dialogue or even a visible action on screen can mean multiple different things. Even the angle of the camera can hold meaning. But this video isn't about Steven Universe. So why keep harping on it when I know you're not going to give any details?
And instead of actually exploring his PTSD by having a scene where he talks to a therapist, they just say that he got a therapist off screen during the final episode and didn't even bother to have the therapist make a physical appearance. Rebecca stated that she didn't have Steven's therapy on screen because it would invade his privacy, but it's pretty obvious that she was just too lazy to write it.
Okay, I'm gonna admit that part of the reason I'm holding back on this is because I didn't watch all of Steven Universe, and I don't feel like delaying this video even more by watching a 6-season television show for like 2 minutes of material. But this shit is pretty basic. I barely need to know anything about the show to understand what's going on here. Steven's PTSD is, in essence, the result of being the main protagonist. As Rebecca Sugar put it, his life has been in danger so many times that everything becomes a life-threatening situation in his mind. It's him being exposed and the center of conflict that caused him to have these issues. So instead of exposing him even more to the audience, they chose to express the closure of that chapter, albeit in somewhat of a meta way, by letting the audience know he's getting help and letting his struggles move away from the camera. The camera is, in a meta sense, what caused all of this, after all. So, you know, you can try and interpret it as laziness all you want, but it sounds a lot more like a deliberate decision when you think about someone being the center of attention as the cause, and thus the solution is to create boundaries, even if those boundaries are with the audience themselves. Hey, more importantly, what does this have to do with...
And Steven faces no consequences for any of his actions during his pink outbursts, even retconning the dramatic weight of gems being shattered by immediately bringing Jasper back to life.
It's still a kid's show, dude. At this point, I kind of want to skip until you say something, I don't know, maybe about Star Wars?
It also doesn't help that his PTSD is being treated with a group hug, which is like trying to put a band-aid on a gunshot wound. People try to defend this by saying that the hug itself isn't what heals Steven's trauma. It's meant to represent how he doesn't have to deal with this by himself because he has friends and family to support him. It sounds like a nice sentiment, but having friends and family to support you isn't what heals trauma. Healing trauma requires effort from the person suffering from it, looking for a solution that's healthy for themselves and others, like talking to a therapist or getting proper medication.
You know what else it fucking requires? A fucking support network. Like, I'm sorry, the fact that you immediately say this.
Steven only does one of these two things after he killed someone and nearly destroyed the town. And because the therapist thing happens off screen, it doesn't actually take part in the story.
It's almost like what the show depicts isn't the fucking recovery. It shows how his trauma affects him, and it shows the beginning of him setting on the right path, intentionally stopping before the continuation of that path, because the point is to show that it's okay to reach out for help, and not that PTSD can be healed with hugs. Why do you think the mention of him going to therapy is there to begin with?
Steven doesn't take the time to recognize the problem himself, and other characters are handling it for him. Recovering from PTSD requires the patient to feel comfortable with themselves. Having friends and family to tell them they care about them doesn't equate to the patient feeling comfortable with themselves.
No, it doesn't. But, well, for one, I want you to think about that root cause again. The root cause is Steven being the center of conflict. Episodes of the show even depict Steven feeling the need to solve everyone's problems. In this particular case, the affirmation that you have support and are loved is, once again, the start of the path, and is depicted as the start of the path, even if the rest of the path isn't fucking shown. You can do that. Implication is also part of storytelling. What you choose not to show can be just as telling as what you choose to show. And if it equated to feeling comfortable with himself, he wouldn't need the therapist. So, you know, it wouldn't be mentioned that he has a therapist. And don't even get me started on the fact that him turning into a monster is taking the metaphorical and turning it literal. So the hug is an indication that they don't see him the way he sees himself. So he doesn't have to be scared or make mistakes and be human. And that's from not even watching the damn thing and just understanding how fucking symbolic storytelling works in general. Oh yeah, and one more thing, almost forgot, kind of important. What the fuck does this have to do with
The Last Jedi suffers from a similar problem. Not that it's covering a serious and touchy topic, but rather it's trying to use a certain subject as the driving force for the narrative. It tries to use the theme of failure being a teacher we have to learn from as a means to hand-wave away the incohesive writing involved in how that theme is being presented. I understand the notion of teaching people to learn from failure in order to engage in self-improvement, but the situation surrounding Luke's failure was a result of him being stupidly out of character. There's a right way and a wrong way to do this, and Johnson did it the wrong way.
So, you admit it's not anywhere close to a one-to-one comparison. All of that Steven Universe talk is completely pointless. We're not even talking about themes that are similar in nature. We're not talking about themes having the same problem when it comes to writing. And your complaint is still implying that the one thing being bad erases another thing being good, when that's not how that works. Good theming also shouldn't erase Luke being portrayed out of character, even though I already proved that wrong too.
Remember the stuff I went over regarding all the times Luke messed up in the OT? Those were already great examples of learning from failure to engage in self-improvement. And during the OT, his character wasn't fully established yet.
Okay, but the mistakes being made were different mistakes. And part of the point of making Luke learn from failure again is to present another part of the theme. No matter what you think you know, you can always learn from your failures. That's why it's important for Luke to be the one who made the mistake here. In addition, Luke's mistakes before didn't cost people their lives, at least not in any meaningful degree. In this instance, he's facing much more dire consequences. Consequences he may not know how to handle, as well as the consequences from before. Closest he got to a mistake costing him even really a single life is Obi-Wan dying because he didn't run away fast enough. But even then, he barely knew the guy, and it wasn't a bunch of kids that he was responsible for. We're in a new segment? Why the fuck are we still on this?
By the events of this movie, Luke was already involved in a journey about learning and improving from failure, and is now an established character. Now he's basically going through the same thing. But because the circumstances are shallow and derivative, it just feels like his character is retreading old ground and he didn't actually learn anything in the OT. The difference between the OT and the ST is that one of the situations for why he went through these emotions had a better setup. And even if this is the one you want to go with, you can keep the learning from failure bit without being offensive.
So in other words, the theme itself is fine, but all the problems you had that you already mentioned. I see. You know what?
Rey was even able to stump him by reminding him he saved Vader by being different from other Jedi. Luke has no response to this because he knows it's true. It's just because of plot convenience he decides to remain stupid about it.
Or maybe he didn't just instantly change his mind because... I mean, imagine the scene going this way. It was a Jedi that was responsible for the creation of Darth Vader, and a Jedi who saved him. Oh shit, fam, you're right. Let's go fight dudes. Yeah, that sounds like natural dialogue, huh?
The theme of failure being a teacher for Luke to learn from falls flat because he's not in character at any point in this whole situation.
Cool. I can just start skipping several minutes again. I'll see y'all in like 30.
So the excuse that this movie has an important theme to discuss doesn't work because it's not being supported by a good story. A theme is not some sort of get-out-of-jail-free card for derivative and incohesive writing.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Bro, I just put the rice on. Are you fucking serious with this shit? Okay, so you're right. A good theme isn't a get-out-of-jail-free card. Spot on. However, it is still a positive trait. This right here is outright proof that you're trying to use negative traits to erase positive ones. I'm even going to ignore the fact that your negative traits are either mostly or wholly imaginary because it doesn't matter whether they are or not for this point. If someone is saying it's a good movie because of the themes, and that's all they're saying, you have good reason to call that out. That is them using the theming as a get-out-of-jail-free card. Like, I think you pointing out that it's not a get-out-of-jail-free card is a good analogy here. And that's because bad writing isn't jail in the first place. See, jail is for crimes. Bad writing is not a crime, except when we're talking about a contract not having proper punctuation or something, but details. Do you know why bad writing isn't a crime? Because, for one, that would be the dumbest law in the history of society and would, ironically enough, probably get the person who drafted such a law jailed for writing crimes. But also because you can't really prove bad writing in court. What's the objective measure of bad writing? But let me go into the courtroom for a second. Actually, this is starting to sound like my jurisdiction. You know what? Good point. Right, so here's the thing. Even if we were to establish the tort of insufficient prose, civil or criminal, then at trial, both sides would need to present a case based on the jurisprudence laid out in said law. The closest analogy I could bring up is the YouTuber's best friend, Title 17, Section 107, hereto referred to as the Fair Use Code. The Fair Use Code consists of several factors of analysis to consider in determination of whether the use of a copyrighted work would be considered fair. Much like any statute in relation to what we're talking about would include factors of analysis in determining whether the prose would be considered insufficient. Now, in trial, both sides bring evidence in regards to these factors. We'll refer to yourself as the plaintiff, and I'll represent the defense here. Both you and I have brought evidence to support our case. We both need all of these things to make our case so that the trier of fact can come to a decision of, well, I guess we'll use guilt or innocence in this case, since the assumption seems to involve incarceration, although it sounds like it should probably be a civil tort, really? Anyway, we both need all of this evidence. One piece of evidence doesn't outright win the case on its own, no matter what movies might tell you. So you're really only right in the sense that no singular piece of evidence is a get-out-of-jail-free card, Mr. Pony. There's only one get-out-of-jail-free card in law. And that's money.
Themes are like the sprinkles that you use to decorate a cake. It's not supposed to be the cake itself. Those sprinkles could be sent to your bakery straight from God, but it's not going to matter if the cake tastes like shit. Whatever thing you're trying to get across with your story doesn't matter if it's executed in the worst way possible.
Wasn't one of your huge complaints that Steven Universe didn't properly explore PTSD and instead used it as an excuse to create conflict? You know, as a finishing touch, like sprinkles on a cake. It's almost like themes are fundamental to a work, and saying any one aspect is supposed to be the cake itself is insulting. But that various elements of writing should be considered different ingredients. If anything, CGI is the sprinkles. Like, seriously, what is it with people I cover and bad food analogies? Do I just need to make Gojo Ramsey a permanent character?
Themes by themselves are not good enough. They need to be supported by a story that properly represents the message it's trying to send. You can have a theme as complicated as religion being corrupted by individuals who want to exploit it for personal gain, or a theme as simple as spending time with your loved ones and valuing the time you have with them. But if you can't write a cohesive story that isn't riddled with giant plot holes and horrible characters to save your ass, then you might as well throw your theme into the trash bin because it's not gonna be worth jack.
Okay, so let me just approach this complaint from a different angle. Is the reason this theme didn't work because the character of Luke Skywalker was poorly written, or was it poorly written specifically because it was Luke Skywalker? Let me present a hypothetical to you about this movie to get across what I mean. So from the beginning, we're not looking for Luke. We're looking for, I don't know, let's say Mace Windu's somehow alive or something. Every single other plot beat is the same. Maybe we even use the fact that he's failed a student in the past before Ben Solo or something on top of it. So does this still fail? Is the theme still horribly executed with bad writing? Sure, you pointed out a few other pieces of what you thought were bad writing, but, well, we just keep coming back to the fact that it's Luke in this video, don't we? Now, there's a reason I point this out. If we remove the fact that it's Luke and treat Luke as though he were someone else, then a lot of your problems just go away. You could argue that he's written as a not very good Jedi Master, but the explanation of him getting caught in his own hubris actually works fine to justify that. So, if at the end of the day it's because it's Luke, then that means that even by your own metric, it didn't fail as a movie in general, but rather specifically as a Star Wars movie. Which, you know, doesn't actually detract from the theming at all, really. Again, this section is supposed to be about how the themes are bad, but here you are talking about the exact same shit that you've been saying in every other section.
For those who don't know, I made a video last year discussing the repulsive Netflix movie Cuties, and all the ways it makes me want the virus to kill us off so a more deserving species can inhabit this planet.
Oh, and of course, you talking about other movies for no reason and shilling your own content, for fuck's sake. I'm less shameless than you! And it's part of my gimmick!
One common defense that people were actually stupid enough to use to justify this movie's existence was that the film doesn't actually support the exploitation of minors, and that the message of the film is supposed to be against it. The theme of the movie is about how kids in our society are being sexualized and how we need to be made aware of it, exploring how media can influence children in a negative way, how parents need to pay better attention to their kids, and a sub-theme about forging our own identities. The thing is, none of that matters because of how horrifying the movie is. Aside from having a terrible story with terrible characters, the movie is actively engaging in the very thing that it's supposed to be against. It tries to send a message about how it's bad to exploit kids, but that doesn't change the fact that the movie itself is exploiting kids in the process of sending its message. This was a very delicate topic that needed to be handled as responsibly as possible. Cuties didn't do that and accomplished the exact opposite more than anything.
Look, I'm not gonna go into the quality of Cuties? Look, I'm not going to go into the quality of Cuties specifically because I haven't seen the movie, as you can tell by the fact that I initially pronounced it Cubies, but saying that it fails because it's showing the thing is stupid. And remember, you said it was showing the exploitation of children as a separate thing from bad writing, when you should be able to point out how the writing glorifies these actions instead of demonizing them. Which makes it somehow less relevant than usual to what you're trying to say about Star Wars, by the way. Amazing.
And then the defenders will say, oh, but we need to show them the truth and how uncomfortable it is because the message it's trying to send is important. Did I ever say that it's not an important message? No, I didn't. It is an important message, but there's a right way to do it, and this movie is not the right way to do it. The solution is very simple. If you want to raise awareness on society trying to exploit underage kids, don't make a movie with close-ups of underage kids' rear ends while directing them to dance like strippers while dressed as prostitutes. It's really not that hard. It's like Maimona Dokoway was given a list of things to not do to make sure this movie wouldn't be gross and horrifying beyond human comprehension, and just thought to herself, how can I fuck up every single one of these?
Then how do you get the message across that this is destructive? Like, okay, I'm gonna actually compliment a movie I really hate for a second to make this point. So, you know, fuck Misanthropony. So, Mechana's Missing is a movie that exists. It's about the dangers of online predatory behavior. It's also really, really bad. But one thing I think it does in order to get this message across is, at the end of the movie, showing imagery of a girl being tortured. It's horrifying, it's shocking, and it's also very effective. I mean, I see YMS's complaints on this whole thing. I get the point. It is kind of an easy way to grab someone. Although I'd counter that by saying sometimes the easy method of getting the point across is the one you should actually go for. Now, I will say this. The Netflix cover art chosen was probably not a good call. Even without watching the movie, I think promoting it with an image like this serves to glorify rather than defame. But yeah, that decision has nothing to do with Maimona Dokoway. Yeah, fun fact, your French is awful, since that was made long after the production of Mignons, which you show the original poster for in your fucking video. So, you know, it's almost like the glorification aspects are 100% on Netflix.
Themes don't work without proper execution, and The Last Jedi fails at this drastically. Praising a movie for its themes when the movie ends up being terrible is the equivalent of saying, sure he messed up, but at least he meant well. It's nothing but a lazy buzzword at this point.
You mean like you pointing out how in your mind these other works have problems that are actually related to the theme itself suffering in execution, but when you come back to Star Wars, it's just, Luke's not written to act like Luke, therefore theme's bad. Like, okay, let me make a point for you, my guy, because you seem to be struggling to say anything of relevance, even though you've been at this for 2.5 hours. So, Rey going to Kylo Ren. She's, in essence, making the same mistake that Luke did before in spite of Luke's warnings. This ties into the theme of failure as a teacher. It's an example showing that Luke has learned something from a past failure and also gives a chance for Rey to fail and learn from it. But she really doesn't, does she? In the case of this failure in particular, we don't really get a chance to see her learn from this in this film because her next two appearances are just her showing up to save the Resistance because protagonist in the very next movie, where she's making the same mistake that she made in this movie multiple times. So that's a good example of the film's writing hurting its depiction of this theme. Now say something like that. If you hate this movie so much, I'm sure you can come up with another example, even if it sucks. Come on, give me something to work with other than the same point repeated for an hour plus.
I don't even know where the hell this even came from, but this whole obsession with themes has become such a poisonous mentality as it represents a complete disregard for writing quality.
Themes are part of writing. They are an element to writing a story. Do you not know what writing is?
It's the same problem as style over substance. Remember when James Cameron's Avatar came out and people obsessed over how visually stunning it was? Then a few years later they realized they forgot the movie even existed because it was actually a boring slog to sit through, and the visuals were just a distraction from how sloppily written it was? Well, let's take that situation and apply it to The Last Jedi. Only instead of obsessing over the visuals, people are obsessing over its theme.
Those are not even close to a one-to-one example. Like, for one, Avatar also had world building going for it, but the actual plot was forgettable because it was just dances with wolves, but with blue people. Like, again, how the fuck do you think themes are expressed? It's not some tertiary thing. It's a crucial part of your story having cohesion. It is the foundation of the fucking story.
Prioritizing the theme over everything else is rule number 1 of how to not critique movies, TV shows, or any sort of media. If anything, it's turned into a pathetic excuse to justify a story's poor quality. A quick and easy way people try to make themselves look more intelligent and insightful than they actually are. Like they're trying to say, you just missed the point of the story because... reasons.
If someone were actually saying you missed the point and didn't explain how or why you missed the point, that would be fair. But that's not what's going on here. Kind of like, you know, you not saying how the movie fails in executing the theme and instead talking about characterization over the course of a franchise. Like, since you like repeating arguments so much, I'm surprised you haven't brought up the Rey is a Mary Sue thing again. That actually would be a good way to demonstrate this, even with your twisted logic. And you can do it in one sentence. How does a character that suffers no serious consequences learn from failure? The theme doesn't work for Rey as a protagonist because she doesn't fail. I can counter it easily, and have, earlier in the video, but it would at least tie your problems with the writing quality into the actual thing you're supposed to be fucking talking about.
I don't know how this is a hard thing for people to grasp. Themes should always take a back seat to the story and characters.
As a writer, you could go fuck yourself. Like, for one, the theme is the point of the story, so how the fuck are you supposed to put the driver in the back seat? I am not even disagreeing with you that a character's action should make sense for the character, but part of what makes a story is how the individual character interacts with the theme. See, when you say that, I know for a fact that you have never written a single piece of prose a day in your life.
Brandon Sanders once said, "Ideas are cheap. An expert writer can write a New York Times bestseller with a terrible idea. A novice writer can write a piece of trash with the best idea in the world."
First of all, it's Brandon Sanderson. If you're gonna quote the man, you should probably get his fucking name right. You should also have, you know, paid attention to the thing he said right before that in that speech.
Well, a certain quality of idea is important.
And throughout that spiel, he's talking about willingness to throw out ideas as well. That also isn't actually about themes. Like, when Brandon brings up ideas, his example of someone taking a bad idea and turning it into a great novel is Pokemon mixed with the Lost Roman Legion. These are on a whole different spectrums of thought. Like, an idea and a theme aren't exactly mutually exclusive from each other, mind you, but they aren't exactly mutually inclusive of each other as well. Let me explain that a little further with one of my earlier examples. So, I pointed out how this didn't work with the theme, the idea of having Rey mirror Luke's bad decision from his second film. But the problem comes from the fact that it doesn't really tie in very well with what comes after. Now, in that lecture, Brandon specifically uses the analogy of chopping at wood and trying to get something to come together and having it be a slog, and how a good story will include moments of inspiration that are part of the depiction of writing being mystical in nature, but probably be a better story overall because you worked in order to get the various flashes of inspiration to work together and rewrote out some of the pretentiousness. So, in the context of what Brandon is actually talking about, it's throwing out the idea of mirroring those two moments and coming up with a new way for Rey to fail, or throwing out the idea from Rise of Skywalker because they don't work with the character arc, and yes, that can mean throwing out a theme and coming up with a new one. There's also the line between how a critic looks at a finished work and how a writer looks at a work in progress. I've thrown out and added tons of ideas for the series I'm working on, and for Boon Canon itself for that matter, because they sounded good, but I just couldn't really make them work, or I had something else that works better. Meanwhile, when I'm critiquing a work, I look at what I'm reading or watching with a different lens than I do as a writer. When I'm writing, I'm trying to fit pieces together, so that involves changing pieces when need be. As a critic, I'm trying to analyze the work itself, so I have to look at how the pieces fit together as they are, which involves taking a look at how each piece is shaped and how it coincides with other pieces, as opposed to throwing it out and trying to find the right piece to use. In other words, pointing out something having good theming is part of what makes a movie good or bad, and outright dismissing it because there were elements that you didn't like in the film that are across the fucking board in different shapes is absolutely ridiculous.
Media is not about the novelty or juxtaposition of themes, no matter how poignant they may sound. It's about creating good stories and bringing those stories to life to get you invested in the worlds they create. It's why franchises like the original Star Wars movies and Lord of the Rings are still celebrated, even decades after their release. They created something very special, and they were created by people who care deeply about storytelling as an art form, instead of just using it as a mouthpiece for their worldviews. The themes were secondary nature to what was truly important: the story, characters, and world building.
And so is Fight Club. Fight Club is also heavily beloved years later, and the theming is the central focus of that, with the characters and story being built around the theme instead of the other way around. I'm even going to ignore the fact that the science fiction writing has evolved over the years. Star Wars was one of the first, if not the first, large-scale multi-film franchise. Oh, and we want to talk about how important themes are here. Okay. Let's do Lord of the Rings first. The temptation of great power not striking a bell for you there? Think about almost every conflict in the fucking series. Think about how the entire crux of the franchise is built around fighting over the One Ring. How tempted by power people are throughout the series. And how that temptation grows when someone has gotten a taste of it. We see it in every fucking stage of the Lord of the Rings franchise. It informs the events that we are actually shown, with the world building that for the most part is cut from the movies getting used as window dressing. So then let's talk about the OT and its theming. On top of it being a coming of age story, something that inherently focuses on theming more than storyline, mind you, there's also the theme of family, various aspects of what being family means, seen in every single fucking movie, as well as the franchise as a whole. You can try to argue the theming took a back seat without explaining how it did all you want, but the fact of the matter is, you are, fun fact, full of shit. Even fucking Shakespeare wrote his story with a theme in mind, you absolute fucking hominid.
If you want another example, there's also The Dark Knight. You can argue that the movie has a theme about believing in yourself and going out to make a difference in the world, in spite of authorities going against you and saying that one man is nothing compared to the system. The Dark Knight is the kind of movie The Last Jedi tried to be and failed, because it doesn't allow its themes to overshadow and dictate the story.
Wait, you're being serious? Why? Yeah, first of all, the theme isn't succeeding when everything is against you. That's what the fucking plot is. The theme is an exploration of the gray hues of morality. What separates a vigilante from a terrorist? You either die a hero or you live long enough to become a villain. The entire movie is built on how and when of this exact concept. That's the theme, my guy. And here's the thing. The story and characters were built around this theme. The Joker turned people against Batman to make him into the villain, called Batman the cause of Gotham's problem, because that's the type of villain this theme called for. One that would call out Batman's questionable morality directly. Batman's line that I quoted a moment ago was from this movie. Like, for fuck's sake, why the fuck do you think Two-Face's origin is in this movie?
Anyone who argues that a movie is awesome because it has themes might as well say that it's awesome because it has sound. It's like saying a pizza was good because it had good toppings even though the actual pizza was garbage. You could just apply that themes excuse to any piece of media and it would be just as valid.
First of all, this is a flat-out straw man argument, and I don't mean scarecrow. See, that's the thing. You're conflating someone saying the movie has themes with someone saying that the theme is a good part of the movie, when that's not the same thing. Like I said, nothing is the cake, everything is ingredients. Second, I like how you flip-flop back and forth between talking about something just having a theme and having a good theme, because that's not what anyone is saying. For example, the tweet you even show how Luke's character expresses the theme, and that's something they like about the movie. Meanwhile, you're presenting a bad theme to an episode of Family Guy that was ruined by its theme. It wasn't because the theme overshadowed the story either. It was because the theme was bad. And again, this is you flip-flopping between you talking about something having a good theme and just having a theme at all, which is not the same thing, and I'm pretty sure you fucking know that and are just being a dishonest prick.
Oh my god, the side of Rachel that came up, stank pussy hoe. I was done. I was dead. I was deceased. I needed to be dragged out of the room. My corpse on the floor. I was resuscitated to be here right now. A mess. A mess.
But what about the originality, you might ask? What about all the ways that this Star Wars movie is different from every other Star Wars movie? No, you're full of shit.
Okay, so here's the deal. I'm going to end up skipping this segment. I've watched over it. There isn't really too much to cover, but there are one or two things I want to say right now about what you have to say here. So you spend a lot of this segment talking about how it pulls from other things, how some of the things that it does are things that were done in other things. First of all, my earlier point about Harry Potter. Second of all, originality isn't just doing things that other people haven't done, because that's almost impossible. You're almost always going to do stuff that other people have done. This is especially bad when you use the example of other media have had learning from failure as a theme. Yeah, no shit, but okay, that doesn't mean that this movie didn't do it in a certain way. Like, it's not about whether they're doing a thing that another work did. It's how they combine elements of these other things. And this is the thing that kind of pisses me off too, when people want to call like some other thing a ripoff. Like, I watched this video from this one guy whose name I can't remember. He was talking about the Red Hot Chili Peppers song Danny California, and he pointed out a bunch of ways where it rips off other things. But one thing he did, one thing he said was that it's not bad because it's a ripoff. You just add something to it to make it more original. You add something to it to make it your own. And the question shouldn't be, did The Last Jedi pull from other things? The question should be, how did they change it from what was originally there? And how did those changes reflect what story this was telling? That being said, just looking at the title of the next three sections, they're going to be a lot juicier, so this is worth the skip. Trust. This video is long enough anyway.
But how exactly did it go so wrong? The pieces were there to tell a potentially good story that could have served as a proper expansion on the Star Wars universe. So what was the problem? Well, the answer is actually pretty obvious, but the exact details are a bit more complicated.
Yeah, I don't have anything to say for a bit, so I'm pretty much playing this so that we know where we're at. Kind of the reason I played the other one. The section is entitled The Plan, and so I've got some hope that this is going to be hard for me to refute, because it's just going to talk about how production issues interfered with the movie's quality. So, you know, hopefully there's going to be a skip screen here. Unless, of course, he just manages to get objective facts wrong.
For those who don't know, I made a video explaining why I didn't see the motivation to see Rise of Skywalker when it first came out. And in that video I brought up some detail regarding the faulty production of the sequel trilogy as a whole. Unlike Marvel, Lucasfilm didn't have any major projects being worked on when Disney bought them, so they had to build something from the ground up to get something out of the deal.
Bro, what? Alright, cool, so we're getting objective facts wrong. First of all, there's the fact that Lucasfilm and Disney already had a working relationship, and had just put a ride in Hollywood studios to replace the old Star Wars ride. Like, fuck, a part of the deal inherently involves saving money on licensing fees on shit that Disney is already using. I'm not even going to focus on Red Tails or Strange Magic, the latter of which had been in the writing process for George Lucas for 15 years before it came out. So one could argue, is a major production being worked on during the deal, mostly because those movies, they didn't do very well. I don't even need to talk about them now. You know, Clone Wars was still on TV, right? Considering the Clone Wars movie had a profit of $60 million without George Lucas's involvement, you can imagine how much they could expect to return for the success of the TV series going forward. Combine that with the general strength of the IP and the willingness for George Lucas to allow the series to continue without his involvement, then starting from scratch with episodes 7 through 9 doesn't sound like such a bad idea now, does it? If that's what they were doing. They did, after all, have George's original script treatments for 7 through 9. Now, we don't really know how many of Lucas's ideas from the treatment he gave them actually made it into the movies, and a lot of reports say it's very little of them. Others say that they used a lot of what he had, but if they have that as a starting point, it's hard to say they were starting from scratch now, isn't it?
They needed new leadership to oversee new projects, and this is where Kathleen Kennedy came in. She was placed in charge by George, not knowing the horror she was about to unleash, because he wanted someone he knew to be the head of the company instead of taking the risk of Disney giving his business to someone he wasn't familiar with, to make sure his vision would be protected.
This is technically accurate, I guess. I mean, Kathleen Kennedy had been working with Steven Spielberg very closely since near the beginning of her career. If anybody was going to be George Lucas's successor, it was almost always going to be Kathleen Kennedy. What you're doing, though, is really kind of narrative painting and not really actually saying something inaccurate, just saying something that kind of makes it sound like something it's not.
When Bob Iger was presented his original idea for a sequel trilogy, he turned it down, and Kennedy backed Iger's decision and suggested it be something different.
First of all, here's proof that you know they weren't working from scratch. They had ideas, whether they used them or not. George was a consultant, so him saying that his ideas weren't used, it might track, but, well, here's the thing. Most producers don't write. As you're about to point out, these movies had writers that were not, in fact, the producers. So calling out Kathleen Kennedy, the producer who at most would be responsible for making sure everything stays cohesive with the lore, which she probably did listen to George about, and Bob Iger, who was even less directly involved in the movie's writing than Kathleen Kennedy would be. Like, for fuck's sake, at this point, Kathleen Kennedy's boss is Iger. Even if we do assume that it was a dispute, we can still guess that her taking her boss's side is what has to happen here. And remember, George Lucas outright stated he wasn't going to be the one making the sequels long before sharing his story treatment, and knew that what he wrote could wind up not being used by the people who were making it. See, what a lot of people cite as the biggest issue with the prequel trilogy is the sheer fact that no one was there to tell him no when his ideas didn't work. And George Lucas has had plenty of bad ideas that someone should have talked him out of. Even Mark Hamill talks about the original script for the OT having some absolutely ridiculous dialogue choices in it. So, is it them deciding not to use his ideas really a bad thing, per se?
But here's where the core of the issue comes in. J.J. Abrams and Rian Johnson were tasked with directing and writing the new trilogy, but instead of collaborating on how the story would go, they took turns directing the movies with completely different visions for how the story would play out. And there's the rub. The story was not planned out at all, or at least there was no agreement to how it would play out. Instead, Kennedy, Abrams, and Johnson were just going by the seat of their pants, which made the project as a whole suffer immensely.
Okay, I'll skip the rest of this if you just say this, but the problem in that regard actually goes way deeper than just Johnson and Abrams not collaborating. So, for one, Abrams wasn't even the original writer for Force Awakens. That was Michael Arndt, whose script was rewritten by Abrams and Kasdan. Your point here is kind of shit when you consider the fact that Abrams had drafts of the scripts for the next two movies as well, but wanted to give Rian Johnson and Colin Trevorrow, that name's going to come up later, a say in how things go. He laid the groundwork for them to build on, and since you brought up Marvel working when this didn't, that's exactly how Phase 1 of the Avengers was done, with the only reason that any two movies shared writing and directing staff being that there were two Iron Man movies in Phase 1. But bringing up the different directors leads me to the next reason that the overall vision wound up suffering. So remember that name from a second ago, Colin Trevorrow? It's coming up now. He was the original director for Episode 9 and was actually let go. Believe it or not, the fact that he was actually pokes a huge hole in your idea of Abrams and Johnson not collaborating properly. Namely, the reason the decision was made. Kathleen Kennedy specifically cited the mistake on their part to not include him in the early story development meetings, thus putting him at a huge disadvantage in being on the same page with the other writers. In other words, the reason you give as the biggest problem logically wasn't the fucking issue if the guy hired late was the only one to get fired. There's also Some conflicting reports on if Rian Johnson was involved in the early creative process as well, but, well, like I said, Joss Whedon wasn't involved in Iron Man, but that worked fine. So to call it an inherent problem is oversimplification at best and outright dishonesty at worst. Now, I'm going to skip over the points where you basically just say planning is important, but I'd like to note a partial counterpoint to that. A lot of successful film franchises, including Star Wars itself, have had to modify the planned direction of their story for various reasons, from budgets to censorship to real-life circumstances, and even just because the person making the movie came up with a good idea for a specific beat that they didn't have before. You should plan your story, yes, I agree, but remember that quote earlier about your ideas being cheap? That's what Brandon Sanderson was fucking talking about.
She's a bitch. This girl has said so much shit about you.
In comparison, the prequel trilogy was more consistent because George Lucas was in charge of all three, keeping it under a single vision, and he had plans for a prequel trilogy from the start. That's why The Empire Strikes Back was called Episode 5 when it first came out, and not Episode 2.
Okay, but Episode 4 wasn't originally called Episode 4. I have in the script here that it was originally called A New Hope, but that's a lie too. It was originally called Star Wars. Like, he didn't know the franchise was going to be a thing from the first movie, so he wasn't pretentious enough to pretend it was a surefire thing that they would get prequels until the first movie was so successful that he had to add it into his plan. Is it possible that this is what he wanted the whole time? Sure, it's very possible. But the fact of the matter is, we don't really know that for sure. A good writer doesn't just plan everything out. They can also do a good job of hiding it when they need to make shit up on the fly.
She's a bitch. This girl has said so much shit about you.
Why didn't Johnson and Abrams work as a team? Why didn't they just pick one idea and roll with it instead of trying to one-up each other? Because this trilogy really couldn't decide on anything. Rey could have a super-duper secret connection with one of the old characters. No, she's actually a random nobody. Oh wait, she's actually Palpatine's granddaughter.
Okay, so this right here is going to be a list of franchise inconsistencies in story, but truth be told, the first one really only becomes inconsistent with the third movie. Placing importance on Rey's familial ties only to reveal them as unimportant can actually be a subversive technique that can tie into the theme in the movie of leaving the past behind. In Duel of the Fates, the screenplay that Trevorrow wrote, this is actually more consistent with Rey's parents being no one remaining a through line. However, Rise of Skywalker is the movie that absolutely shits all over this, so this is definitely a case of Abrams just going for the one-upsmanship for no reason, because he's a dick. And in thinking about it in the context of Trevorrow being fired because he wasn't involved in the early stages of production, that kind of serves to prove your point about closer collaboration wrong, doesn't it? Think about it. Trevorrow operated with that just being the case. He took Johnson's twist and he ran with it. With one building off what the other started, the story was more cohesive. But when Abrams tried to revert the image back to what his ideas were, then it became messier. So, not having a plan, but instead sort of playing telephone with the ideas was actually the better creative decision. This overall point should not have this many holes in it.
Snoke and the First Order are an entirely new threat the heroes have never faced before. No, he's actually just another one of Palpatine's puppets, and the First Order is just a rebrand of the old Empire.
Except they actually were a rebrand of the Empire from the beginning. Like, Kylo Ren worshipped Darth Vader. Snoke bears some resemblance to Palpatine as it is. The first movie explicitly even states that they rose from the ashes of the Empire. Like, I'm sorry, they were pretty much always supposed to be the Empire, but again.
Hux is a terrifying general. No, he's an incompetent buffoon. No, he's actually the spy.
This one can be seen as a slow burn reveal, actually. We also know he's the spy specifically because he has no loyalty for Kylo. Like, what Hux has in these movies is a character arc of abject failure. Could they have done it better? Oh, absolutely. They could have done it a lot better. But this is a pretty poor example of a lack of continuity. A lack of quality, yes, but continuity, no.
The Force doesn't work that way, says Han Solo. No, it's actually a superpower with no set of rules, and Force users can just do whatever the fuck they want with it.
Han's not an expert in how the Force works. He is not a reliable narrator for what a Force user can and cannot do. And yeah, guys, we totally need a detailed explanation for everything that can be done with something that is functionally presented as a magic system.
I've heard people describe this trilogy as a pair of divorced parents fighting over custody of their kid, but this is just ridiculous. It's almost as ridiculous as Rian Johnson thinking the formula for making a good movie is to deliberately create a huge controversy and polarize your audience.
I would be worried if everybody across the board was like, yeah, that was a good movie. It's much more exciting to me when you get, a group of people who are like coming up to you and really, really excited about it, and you know it's going to be something that they're having their DVD collection and watch over. And the way that I got into Miller's Crossing, maybe, I don't know. But and then there are other people who walk out literally saying that was the worst movie I've ever seen. Having those two extremes to me is the mark of the type of movie that I want to make. So.
No, you idiot. Polarizing writing decisions and divisive storytelling is not what makes a good movie. Good writing is what makes a good movie.
So, what you just said was meaningless? Saying good writing doesn't mean anything. He's saying that he wants a film to be challenging. A challenging movie is going to be one where you can have different people come away from it thinking different things. And here's the thing. If people do not agree on if the movie is good or bad, you know what's going to happen? People will have to form their own opinion of it, which means more people will need to watch it for themselves. He's saying he doesn't want it to be safe, and he wants to take risks. So, what your statement seems to actually mean is that you'd rather have a bland, focus-tested, feel-good, generic product of a movie, right? I mean, at least it would be good writing.
This is literally Ryan's entire thought process when it comes to The Last Jedi. He seems to think that just pulling off a subversion equates to good storytelling, and that dividing the audience is a fascinating result that more people should try doing, which is simply just horrible advice. Who in their right mind thinks that's actually a good idea? Actively wanting to piss off 50% of your audience is not logical at all. It's not good for your story, and it's not even good from a business standpoint. If you want a product to be successful, you would want as many people as possible to like it.
Ah, right. So that's a yes to the focus-tested bland shit then. Like, for fuck's sake, your example of good writing is intentionally subversive. Are you fucking kidding me right now?
This divide the audience mentality is literally self-defeating because it actively reduces the appeal of the product for the sake of taking risks. And for those who try to say, oh, well, he said that years ago, it's not like it holds up today. Actually, yes, it does. It doesn't matter how long ago this was recorded because he clearly stuck to his guns with what he did with The Last Jedi.
It has to hold up because I am an angry boy. Give me snappy cakes, for I am...
The aftermath of this is just 100 times worse than The Phantom Menace. Really look at it. People were acting like it was the worst thing ever, and yet it was still selling all sorts of merchandise, toy sales, dozens of video games, collectibles, and it led to a cult following by allowing the series to branch out to other things. In comparison, The Last Jedi seriously backfired. The toy sales, the Solo movie, and Galaxy's Edge tanked horribly. Even The Last Jedi saw a huge decline in ticket sales following its opening weekend.
Alright, so I can't really comment on the toy sales. Well, there's part of that quote that's actually very relevant. The overall demand for busts and SW products is not what it was 10 or even 5 years ago. It's not just a GG issue either. The brand is very strong with The Mandalorian and The Clone Wars and more new content to come, but you all know what the production runs on collector products were in the past compared to now. So in other words, an indication that it's not even so much a Star Wars thing as the overall collectible market. By the way, The Mandalorian, major factor in proving you wrong about expanding the universe. That was the point I instinctually wanted to make too, but collectibles aren't my expertise, so I feel more comfortable making it when a fucking expert in the field is backing me up. Now, while you do have a point with the sales of Solo and Galaxy's Edge, that could have to do with quality. Secondary experiences in Star Wars have always been a little bit more niche, but you know, the backlash from Last Jedi still could be a factor. That being said, let's talk about the main franchise's sales. Last Jedi is still number 15 in the highest grossing movies of all time, with each movie being the highest grossing film of that year, with the exception of Rise of Skywalker, which could be attributed to the quality of that movie and the fact that it had Avengers Endgame to contend with. So, you know, hard to just blame The Last Jedi for all of its problems.
It doesn't matter what your personal opinion on this movie is because the facts behind it aren't going to change. He made a bad movie that's supposed to be part of a very important franchise with a very carefully constructed lore.
So, it doesn't matter what anyone else's opinion is. Just that you think it's a bad movie. Right.
Even if you've never seen any of the previous Star Wars films, this one makes no sense.
Which is why you can't go 5 minutes without talking about how it fails to connect with the other movies in your eyes. Everything is about what it does as a Star Wars movie and not as a movie in general. And when you do make a point about a movie in general, it's typically really awful, if not completely dishonest.
And don't try to deflect this by saying, oh, well, just don't think of it as a Star Wars movie. That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. If you don't want to think of it as a Star Wars movie, then don't slap the Star Wars name on it. That's like saying don't think of Call of Duty Infinite Warfare as a Call of Duty game. Just make a new IP if that's the excuse you want to go with.
This sounds like a straw man argument, really? To be honest, I feel like this is a reaction to someone talking about how all of your complaints are in relation to the broader context of Star Wars rather than about the movie itself, but you make them sound like they relate specifically to the film itself. But really all you're saying is that it being a Star Wars movie is an intrinsic part of it as a movie in general. And that's true to an extent, but it should also be able to stand on its own as an individual movie. And that's the mark of a movie being good, franchise or otherwise. Empire Strikes Back isn't celebrated, after all, just because of how well it continues the story from A New Hope. It's celebrated because it tells an effective story within the confines of itself while doing that.
It's really telling that he wanted to make a standalone movie instead of a sequel, which defeats the entire purpose of the movie because it's supposed to be a sequel.
But you can continue a story while going in a different direction with it, or shifting to a different focus. That's what Empire Strikes Back did, especially with the more pessimistic style of the ending in Empire Strikes Back. Yeah, a small reminder that the good guys pretty much lose in Episode 5, which doesn't match up with either of the other two movies in tone.
This is not a matter of opinion. These are some of the most basic and fundamental storytelling rules that even a novice writer should understand. Planning out your story, staying consistent with an established lore, continuity.
Which, in the context you bring it up, is a synonym for lore consistency.
Double checking your script.
Which would have stopped you from repeating yourself the way that you just did.
Maintaining a consistent tone.
Even though, fun fact, tropes aren't bad, which is also a thing on TV tropes, by the way. And mood whiplash can oftentimes be used to intentionally disorient the audience as part of conveying the story, as I have previously pointed out.
It actually feels like this movie was written by a child as opposed to a professional adult. A fan fiction writer would have come up with something better planned out and more consistent, and less filled to the brim with left-wing pandering bullshit. And speaking of left-wing pandering bullshit, it's time to talk about the melting pot of disaster disguised as progressivism, Kathleen Kennedy.
Sure is. I really hope you have something other than feminism to say.
Oh my God, the sight of Rachel that came up, stank pussy hoe. I was done, I was dead, I was deceased, I needed to be dragged out of the room, my corpse on the floor. I was resuscitated to be here right now. A mess, a mess.
Kathleen Kennedy is not a good president. Like, at all. She is fucking awful at running Lucasfilm. Just a quick search or some research into the topic will provide you with mountains of information regarding her clownery as head of the company. I previously brought up how she didn't stand by George Lucas's original plan for a sequel trilogy when Bob Iger rejected it, but her problems as head of the company go far beyond this.
Boy, you sure did point that out, didn't you? For one, bad creative decision is not a sign of a bad president of a company. It's not necessarily their job to be creative. And as a reminder, George Lucas has had a lot of bad ideas. Hell, even just looking under the umbrella of Kathleen Kennedy's time as president of Lucasfilm, Strange Magic was a specifically Lucas-run project, and it was a disaster. Where it's almost like Lucas is better when he operates with a team rather than writing everything himself. Anyway, as I said, evidence is pretty sketchy on what was and wasn't used from Lucas's idea for the sequel trilogy, but plans do change. Fuck, I'm surprised you didn't bring up plans changing because of Carrie Fisher's death. because it's incredibly relevant to why Colin Trevorrow was let go from handling the third movie, and that's why J.J. Abrams even wrote the third film. So, like, you maybe think it's possible that what George had ready just hadn't aged well, or was stupid. In fact, I can relay this back to an earlier point about the sequel trilogy having power creep when it comes to force powers. You know, making it like DBZ shit. Yeah, signs point to the fact that George Lucas was going to do that, but worse. I mean, consider this. He introduced a direct power level system into Star Wars. How the fuck else do you think he was going to use midichlorians before Kathleen, according to you, realized people hated that bullshit and threw it out in favor of a more obscured view of how the Force actually operates?
She has absolutely no clue what people liked about Star Wars and only sees it as a mouthpiece for her intersectional politics as opposed to a creative piece of art. And because of how popular the IP is, it makes it easier for her to exploit. Her grand plan was to make Star Wars more appealing to women, but she just ended up making it less appealing for pretty much everyone except for the idiots who agree with her political ideology. She wasn't concerned with telling a good story. She was only concerned with implementing female empowerment into the franchise because she wanted to make it more accessible for females.
Okay. So even if that was her idea, let's operate on assumptions here. Although you're about to go further with how she did this, let's raise a real important question about not respecting the franchise as a whole. Why does Rogue One exist? Why does Solo exist? Why keep Clone Wars on the air? If it's just a vehicle for her message, why keep doing things people like about the franchise? You know, there's stuff going on other than just the Skywalker saga in this world, right?
And what was her plan for accomplishing this? By downplaying the male characters, of course.
I think there was an assumption being made for quite a while that girls didn't care about Star Wars, or that girls weren't identifying with characters like Luke Skywalker or Han Solo. They were only identifying with Princess Leia or characters in other movies along those lines. And I think, you know, it's not just Star Wars that's making this change. I think culturally, and I want to believe that there is real movement and momentum beginning to happen where those kind of lines are being blurred.
What?
Ah, yes, how dare a Star Wars movie have more than one female character with a speaking role? Let's look at how you interpret this as downplaying male characters too. How exactly? Because there are more female characters than there used to be? All right, that's a sexist assessment, but sure. So let me ask you this. Who the fuck cares what gender the characters are? Like, this is where you saying that Rey's a Mary Sue because she's a woman really bites you in the ass. It indicates that you wouldn't feel the same way about the character if she was male. Now, you did have a follow-up. Kathleen wouldn't dare greenlight harm coming to a female lead. All right, so even ignoring all her other work over the years that I brought up, I ask the question again. Why does Rogue One exist? You know, where the female lead dies? That sounds like what happens in Rise of Skywalker, except, you know, more permanent. Why does Solo exist? Where the most important female character is someone that gets captured in the first act. And it happens to be the lowest grossing Star Wars film under Kathleen Kennedy. Thus kind of proving your argument that movies with more female characters in prominent roles make the franchise less appealing. Blatantly false. Even without looking at the 3 movies you're directly trying to call out, the rest of the franchise under Kathleen Kennedy proves that you are, in fact, full of shit. Also, yeah, that's not what this statement even fucking means, but I'll get to that in a moment.
This woman is a toxic feminist of the highest regard. All she cares about is filling everything she's involved in with as many women as possible because she thinks women aren't given enough attention in movies. It would be one thing if she just wanted more female representation, but doing so by actively dumbing down the male characters in the process is nothing short of disgusting. Why do I say that? Well, let's take a look at the stuff that happens in this movie. Remember the Holdo and Poe subplot? It had no purpose in the story as it was incredibly easy to resolve and artificially dragged out the plot by having Holdo be illogically stubborn. What was the point of this subplot if it does nothing to advance the story? If it does nothing to advance Poe's character?
You mean, other than teaching him he should think before he acts more often? Much like the exact reason Leia was getting onto him in the first place after the initial fight. Something Poe is demonstrably shown to have learned from at the end when he decides to back off at the end because it's a suicide mission, thus prioritizing keeping his troops safe over dealing a blow to the enemy. You mean like that? I don't think you mean like that.
If it has absolutely nothing to do with Rey, Kylo, or Luke's storylines.
So, Han and Leia shouldn't have been in Empire Strikes Back then. After all, if only the storyline of Rey, Luke, and Kylo mattered, then logically, only the storyline of Luke, Yoda, and Vader mattered in the original trilogy, right? So why bother with Leia's fight against the Empire, which was being led by Darth Vader? Why have Han go to Bespin at all? After all, it's not related to Luke. What, because Vader was hunting down Han? Okay, Kylo was hunting down the Resistance. Why the fuck not focus on the struggles escaping him?
Easy. Kennedy used it to introduce mansplaining to the franchise.
Han Solo's right fucking there, my dude. This was already here. Besides, if anybody's introducing mansplaining here, it's you.
But Holdo, as we went over earlier, was absolutely in the wrong regardless of how rash Poe reacted. She's portrayed as the heroic character who knew better than Poe, despite the fact that her lack of action and not bothering to explain her escape plan from the beginning got a shitload of rebels killed. And this fact is never acknowledged in universe.
You know, other than the fact that she has to kill herself to fix it, you dicking cunt nugget! Did you not catch the fact that she gives herself the punishment for what she did wrong? Poe just gets talked at about it. She fucking commits suicide.
The female character in this subplot is being artificially inflated to make the male character inferior to her, and they literally killed off Akbar just to replace him with a female version of what is essentially the same character. She speaks to him in a condescending tone and berates him repeatedly throughout the subplot, thinking she knows better than him. And the subplot ends with him being talked down by Leia, also a woman.
Both of them are his commanding officers. Like, I kind of get the point about Akbar, and to be quite honest, this subplot is probably the closest thing to actual toxic feminism that gets portrayed in this movie. But I'm also half expecting you to make some dumb statement about the fact that her hair is purple like this is a police video and the Gastrodons are knocking at my door. Huh. You know, that kind of felt like a place for a cameo. Like, Leia also tells him off at the beginning. Jeez, wow, oh gosh, it's almost like this isn't as one-dimensional as you're making it out to be. Consume an entire cactus.
Luke is unwilling to help the galaxy as it's being burned to a crisp, while Rey is determined to stand and fight. Yes, Luke saves them at the end, but he doesn't leave the island. He just sends a projection of himself to distract Kylo, and his contribution amounted to nothing anyway. Even if he didn't show up, those crystal dogs would have still led them to the other side of the cave, where Rey was waiting to let them out. At most, he bought them an extra 3 minutes.
And you don't think they needed that 3 minutes? Well, we'll keep that in mind later, but Luke's arrival also showed Poe that there had to be a second exit to the cave, which he didn't know to look for before then. So the crystal dogs wouldn't have necessarily led them there if not for Luke showing up, even as a protection. And if they did, it might have been too late. Just saying.
And he ends up dying, leaving Rey to be the new face of the rebellion. Rey, the woman, is shown to be more competent than both Luke and Kylo, the men, and she becomes the face of the rebellion despite doing nothing to earn it.
You know, I feel like this point calls for an incredibly important counter-argument. Excuse me. Fuck yourself.
In the Finn and Rose subplot, Finn is initially portrayed as a coward running from the fight, while Rose catches him and berates him for being a traitor.
Which he immediately shows her is incorrect. She made an assumption about what he was doing, and then when he explains, she accepts that explanation. If anything, the movie is portraying Rose as a ditzy idiot here. Are you fucking stupid? Answer, yes.
And throughout the rest of this portion of the movie, Rose is seen as the character who knows better, and Finn is just more or less tagging along while they're on their mission.
Except for the fact that the things she knows more about are things that it makes sense to know more about than Finn. People skills? I guess you could argue that, potentially, but her more childlike behavior translates to her getting along better with kids, and she knows more about animals because she raised animals as a kid. she's more naive than Finn about the nature of the war, thus her character is the one who has to learn more things about that. So how the fuck is that showing her to be the one that knows better when she's actively portrayed as knowing less? Finn's also the one who leads them through the Star Destroyer where they need to go. So what the fuck does that tell you about his importance? And yeah, she didn't trust DJ, but DJ's loyalties are complex enough that it's understandable for both of them to think of him differently, even if Rose happens to be the one who's in the right.
And at the end, he doesn't get to sacrifice himself with Rose stopping him from doing the very thing they were sent out to do in the first place. Because Finn doesn't understand that it's not about fighting what they hate, but saving what they love. Despite that Rose saved absolutely nothing by stopping Finn from saving the Resistance.
But if you honestly feel that Luke showing up bought them time they didn't need, doesn't that mean that Finn sacrificing himself would have been pointless as well? So she saved him by stopping him from making a sacrifice he didn't need to make. You can't say that Luke's sacrifice was in vain and still say Finn's would have been important. It doesn't work like that.
I know this sounds like a stretch, but in every one of these subplots, the female characters are treated as superior to every male character surrounding them, and the male characters are portrayed as inferior and incompetent for no reason other than they just are.
You're right! It does sound like a stretch, because it is one. So you admit that your point is tenuous as best. Yet here you are, spinning his little narrative about what someone who, reminder, is not a writer on these fucking movies, chose to do creatively. Excuse me. Fuck yourself.
This movie is not only bad, but it's also extremely sexist. And it's sexist towards both men and women, with Kennedy assuming that women and girls only identify with characters who have the same gender as them. That's like saying men can't relate to characters like Mrs. Brisby or Belle or Clementine or Moana because they're not male.
Representation is a part of relatability. It's not the only factor, sure, but seeing more of yourself represented on screen makes you relate to that character more readily. That isn't even to say that you can't relate to something that doesn't represent you. I relate to straight characters all the time, but when there's good representation of what I am, then I feel good about it and feel spoken to. However, let's operate on what you're saying. So, how is this movie sexist if the characters with fewer flaws happen to be women? Why does it matter so much to you if gender is so unimportant when it comes to relatability in your eyes? So what, a man can't relate to a female character like Rey or Holdo or Rose then? Therefore, you become the one who's sexist here. Oh, and what about the male characters being more flawed and making mistakes? What, can someone not relate to a character that makes mistakes? Why, Madam Zaid, I believe that might be some ableist rhetoric right there. Do you see how your own argument makes you sound like a dumbass yet? I sure hope so. I've been beating it into your head long enough.
Kennedy thinks that girls and women should relate to Rey for no reason other than she's female, but there's nothing about her character to relate to. How can anyone, let alone a woman, relate to someone who gets everything handed to them and never have to face any trial and tribulation?
Joke about white people. Alright, but sure, let's go over what actually does happen in these movies and figure out how someone can relate to the struggles she does have, even if she doesn't lose a fucking limb, which, by the way, the majority of people would not relate to. Let's see. Abandoned by parents and forced to live on your own. Orphans don't exist. Got it. Totally unrelatable content. Having a teacher who doesn't give a shit? Well, obviously no child in any education system has ever experienced that. Wanting to help someone that doesn't want to be helped? Nah, no one's ever had to go through that. Older mentor figure that's fallen into depression? No one can relate to that either. Who the fuck has ever experienced something like that? Identity crisis? Never heard of those! I'm tempted to just go to my final thoughts here, but I'm just gonna skim through the rest of this for anything I actually care enough to debunk directly. Because there's only 30 minutes of this dumpster fire left to cover, and I'm betting about half of this is going to be repeating yourself, and the other half is also going to be you repeating yourself.
I don't even get where Kennedy is coming from by making this her top priority. She's acting like a strong female character, regardless if they're the main character or a supporting character, has never been done before. Strong, independent female characters have been around for decades. It's nothing new. And the fact that she refuses to acknowledge this, in spite of being as pro-woman as she is, kind of strikes a chord with me.
That's not what she's saying. Even your clip of her interview doesn't say that. She even points out that this shift happened through all of media.
They were only identifying with Princess Leia or characters in other movies along those lines.
Like, do you really think Disney would let her ignore Bella like that? Come on, man.
As if to say all those strong, independent female characters you grew up with aren't really strong and independent. They still needed a man to help them out or didn't do enough by themselves to truly represent what it means to be a strong woman.
The fuck are you talking about? I'm pretty sure you're just projecting at this point. This is a straw man if I have ever heard one. She didn't say other female leads don't exist.
Or characters in other movies along those lines.
She's saying that there's a perception that Star Wars is all about the boys, that she wants to break the perception of that. Which, by the way, she even calls an assumption.
I think there was an assumption. There was an assumption. An assumption. Assumption.
What the fuck are you even smoking?
I guess Ellen Ripley, Sarah Connor, Katniss Everdeen, Motoko Kusanagi, Tigress, and Fiona just didn't count in Kathleen Kennedy's book.
Can you not pronounce Everdeen? Oh, also, the thing I already debunked about Kathleen Kennedy, not fucking saying that!
Even if she was looking to add female empowerment to Star Wars exclusively, it still doesn't work because of one very simple example dismantling her argument.
Ahsoka?
Princess Leia.
You mean one of the characters that's in this trilogy? I have a simple counter argument to this entire concept you're going into at the moment, but we'll cross that later. If we're hypothetically saying she wants more female empowerment in Star Wars, keep in mind the way I phrased that. Why wouldn't you utilize an example of female empowerment already within the series to legitimize that narrative? So she's not acknowledging the female empowerment in Star Wars already, but she's also using your example of female empowerment to create her narrative. Like, the interview even calls the girls don't care about Star Wars point as an assumption. I feel like I said this already. And says that people think that Leia is less of a focus, citing that as something she doesn't feel is the case. What do you want about? She even talks about Leia in the interview.
They were only identifying with Princess Leia.
But sure, the fact that one strong independent female exists in a franchise of 9 movies mean that she can't want more female figures on screen in the later part of the franchise. Yes, I know there's more in the expanded universe, and there's also Ahsoka, but my point still stands. You can't just say there's a woman we don't need anymore, because you know what that is? That's sexist.
Even when the film premiered in 1977, she had always been a fan favorite amongst both male and female audiences. She came into cultural relevance when other female characters
in other movies along those lines
were also getting more recognition.
Which is exactly what she was saying, actually. But she also stated there was an assumption. I feel like I've said this already. The characters like this were all that women cared about, when that wasn't necessarily the case. Your own clip of Kathleen Kennedy uses these words.
Leia wasn't accepted because of her gender, but because she was a fun character, and Carrie Fisher's performance helped bring more charm to the role. She was quick-witted, snarky, brave.
You're gonna spend several minutes describing Leia's character traits, aren't you?
Her fearlessness is versatile in her confrontations with Vader, and she stands by that fearlessness even knowing what he's capable of. But she also had a lot of confidence in others, casting aside her pride and calling for help when she needed it. She also had a flaw. Her stubborn need to be in charge, which she learned to grow out of through her relationship with Han and Luke.
And Rey not listening to Luke about Kylo, that's not an example of her showing the same flaw. Holdo insisting on not telling Poe what her plan was, that's not an example of her showing the same flaw. Hell, you pointed out actions characters took in this movie from females that you didn't like, but because you said so, they aren't character flaws, but just bad writing in your eyes. Yuck for self.
It's almost as if Kennedy never saw the OT and just perceived Leia's character as a generic rebel fighter or political matriarch. Or worse, chose to ignore her role in those movies just so she can imagine herself taking responsibility for making Leia a more active and action-packed character. Like she wants to imagine that she's the reason she's an iconic character instead of George Lucas.
I am so done with your bullshit. She called Leia an iconic character. She presented the assumption that this iconic character was all women liked about Star Wars. It's almost like you're imagining that Kathleen Kennedy is acting this way because you want to believe she's the devil because she put vaginas in your laser pew pew sword movie. Go fuck yourself!
I'm not the only one who finds this scummy, am I?
Your behavior? Nah, I think it's pretty shit myself.
I hope not, because anyone who cares even remotely about Leia should find this scummy. The reason people don't like them is because they were clearly written as caricatures meant to serve as ideological self-inserts for female and Asian audiences to project themselves onto, instead of fully fleshed out characters with personalities. Remember Holdo's refusal to explain her escape plan to Poe? This was done in The Empire Strikes Back, except in a way that makes Leia a more competent leader. During the assault on Hoth, she explains to a group of pilots how to facilitate their escape route, and when one of the pilots asks for clarification, she willingly provides the information to him. There's no hint of distrust amongst the pilots because she's cooperative and knows how to communicate during these types of situations, because she understands that in order to save lives, she has to be forthcoming as a matter of principle. These three characters are not good. They're just a means for Kathleen Kennedy to project female empowerment and intersectional politics on people.
Okay, so first of all, I feel like I've said this already. Go fuck yourself. For one, none of them just got demoted out of a rank where they would have had that information like Poe did. He wasn't supposed to be on the bridge. He wasn't supposed to be involved with the planning stages of the action. And he was about to be informed before he discovered what was going on for himself. And when she tried to explain herself, he cut her off. He was belligerent, out of line, and I feel like I've explained this to you before, because I have. He just stormed in, only found out part of what the plan was before he cut her off, and Leia was straight up in a fucking strategy meeting with the people executing that strategy. How do you call these the same thing? I have no idea, unless you just want to call something feminist propaganda. And hey, another note, maybe there's a reason that she's only in charge when Leia's out of commission. It's almost like, and hear me out here, that being presented as a lesser replacement for Leia displays that she is a less competent leader than the person she's filling in for. Huh. Weird. Almost like the film already knows that what she's doing is flawed and thus gives us a reason to view it as flawed.
She is so obsessed with injecting female empowerment into Star Wars that she went so far as to push that Force's female bullshit throughout the movie's marketing. Since my initial review, I've been told that Kennedy herself wasn't the one who actually came up with that tagline. It was actually done by Nike. But the fact that she promoted that stupidity at all is blatant proof of where her awful priorities lie.
We're back on the shoe promotion. Cool, we're back on the shoe promotion, people! Like, okay, I can see the valid argument for her being pro-female empowerment in general, but might I ask, what the fuck is so toxic about that ad campaign? And why does it actually fucking matter? What it sounds like is you're using the fact that she has a feminist viewpoint at all to color your perception of something she's produced. Not written, not directed, produced. It's almost like you're a fucking sexist or something.
She is actively trying to turn Star Wars into a world that's believed to be better for being driven by women, despite the fact that Star Wars was never about gender politics. Saying Star Wars needs more female empowerment is like saying Terminator needs more female empowerment with a dash of Hispanic representation. And look at how fucking well that turned out.
You know what? When I first wrote this, when I initially wrote this video, this point right here got me so mad that I couldn't even continue with your bullshit. And yet, here I am, on page 128, 129, writing more. Originally, I just called the video done because it's so obvious why this point was bad that I didn't feel like it was worth addressing anything else in this video at all. So, I want you to consider the context within the franchise of what you just said. Dark Fate is generally more positively received than Genesis, first of all, and is the best received film in the franchise since Terminator 3, which was also seen as a massive dud, but not boring, overly sci-fi schlock that Salvation and Genesis were derided for being. But of course, then we get to the actual problem everyone had with the movie. It wasn't the fact that there was like one more major female character than the typical Terminator movie, or the fact that they cast Hispanic actors for a movie set in Mexico. Dumbass. The actual problem was that they killed off John Connor in the first scene of the movie. You want to talk about an action that made the entire franchise beforehand completely pointless? There it is, right fucking there. I'm sorry, this comparison right here proves that you are nothing more than a salty nut bitch. It's no wonder I wanted to stop here, but I'm a professional. Unlike you.
I really didn't think I'd have to stress this out more than I should have to.
Bullshit!
But there's a clear difference between having a strong female in your work and shoving female empowerment down people's throats until they choke on it. The OT went through great lengths to enrich Leia, and in the process made her just as important of a character as Luke and Han. The sequel trilogy doesn't do anything to enrich these three. One is a horrible leader, one is a tokenized Asian character, and one is a Mary Sue. They were just placed at the forefront because Kathleen Kennedy wants women and girls to feel special about themselves.
Well, I've already debunked Rey being Mary Sue, even though I did wind up agreeing you could interpret her that way. And I agree that Holdo's leadership was flawed, but in theory that would make her a more complex character rather than simply a one-dimensional powerful woman in a leadership position. But sure, let's talk about tokenization. Is it because she's one of the only Asian characters in the movie? Alright, sure. So what the fuck is Lando then? And Leia is, after all, the only major female character in the original trilogy. So what, because you like the way she was written, that means she doesn't count as token? Some double standard when you bring up tokenization as a reason a character isn't good, ain't it? And somehow, the fact that these characters you perceive to be intended as strong female presence having problems, you perceive that the archetype to be worsened with, doesn't translate to the same complaints being lodged against male characters? After all, Kylo Ren is an intimidating villain. But because he's angry too much, that's bad. Hux is this intimidating presence, but is portrayed like a clown. These characters are supposed to be the one thing in your eyes, but because of what the movie does, they don't play that role well to you. So, how is that feminism being shoved in our face and not just the movie being poorly written in general? But no, because women are not written with care to you, it's feminist propaganda. Even though you feel the exact same way about the writing of the men. That's the thing. It's one thing to just cite your reasons for thinking the movie is bad. It's another thing to call it politically charged when your own points about how the movie is bad contradict that sentiment.
It might have been one thing if these movies were made in a time where women were actually being oppressed, like the 1800s or early 1900s. But this is the 21st century, where women have a more active role in the military and sports events. The fact that Carrie Fisher was asked to be part of Star Wars at all is all the evidence you need that Kennedy's ideology is bloated nonsense.
You do know that you can be treated as lesser than without being treated as a non-person, right? I would think you, of all people, would understand this. Why do you think the term brony is a thing? Because society perceives My Little Pony as a thing that boys were not allowed to like. There was a lot of discourse when Lauren Faust's series came out that the adult male fan base of the series was creepy. Why? Because they shouldn't be watching a show for girls. Some of that discourse I helped serve to debunk. Star Wars was historically treated as a boys thing, and that's incorrect. That was the only thing Kathleen Kennedy said in that interview you played. It was more a comment on heteronormativity than anything actually related to feminism. And again, you, of all fucking people, should be aware of wanting to buck this mentality that Star Wars is for boys.
And even beyond her blatant sexism, she simply has no knowledge of Star Wars to the point that she's clearly not cut for the job. Take this interview she has with George Lucas, where she says things like we had no source material to work with, or that we need to protect and reserve these characters. Oh Christ, I'm sorry, I can barely say it.
Funny how you tell people to check out the interview without actually linking to it. You know, given the way you've been twisting the words of interviews you've actually played, I can only imagine how bad you're butchering this. Except I don't have to imagine, because I found the interviews. Well, her comment about presuming the characters is something she actually said. As for the part where she said that they didn't have anything to work with,
we are absolutely going to make Star Wars movies, and we're in the midst of the really fun part of the process, which is we're sitting down with a couple of writers and we're starting to discuss ideas and we're starting to talk about what those stories might be. I wanted to make sure that I wasn't going to be entirely on my own, because it's important that he at least continue to be the little guardian angel on my shoulder, helping me do this.
They're finishing the hologram now.
So what it sounds like is being said here is that they are working on the story, and that Kathleen wanted to make sure that she had the guidance of George Lucas going forward. Oh, but you might be referring to this.
What can you tell us about the new Star Wars films?
Absolutely nothing.
Which is not saying she had nothing to work with, as indicated by George's follow-up comment.
Why are you asking questions that you know we can't answer?
And also indicated by Kathleen's follow-up immediately after that.
Well, we can certainly say that we're absolutely going to make movies. We're sitting down with a couple of writers and we're starting to discuss ideas and we're starting to talk about what those stories might be. And we're recognizing that I think they could be pretty fun and pretty great.
Oh, and let me go ahead and bite your whole idea that they should have just made the movie Lucas wrote. Here's the thing he actually mentioned about his story treatments he passed over.
I just said that I would back her up and I would be there if, you know, and especially help him with the script and making sure the script sort of, there's a lot of blank spots in the story treatment that hopefully we can fill in.
In other words, the story treatment wasn't even fucking finished, you idiot. Of course they were gonna have to write more. You painted this whole thing as them discarding Luke's vision, when the fact of the matter is that not only is it way more complicated than that if you've ever actually made a movie, but the proof that you mysteriously didn't want to link, which will actually be in my description so people can see for themselves because I'm not a hack like you, proves a ton of what you're saying wrong. It's almost like you're more concerned with spinning a narrative than actually discussing the film itself, you hack.
So, let me get this straight. You're telling me that you had no source material to work with for Star Wars? Fucking Star Wars? Really? You had a ton of source material to work with. George's original draft for a sequel which you carelessly dismissed. The comics, the cartoons, the video games, the Legends series, and the extended universe you decided to make non-canon. Yes, not all of them were good, but there was still a ton of possibilities.
They did pull from Legends, though. You talked about it earlier, but I can go further than even you did. Rey's Force Osmosis powers that you called bullshit? Cal Kestis, Quinlan Voss, Bach Aseka, and even Luke Skywalker to a certain extent were capable of it. And one of those isn't even just from Legends canon. Hyperspace randoming? Not only a variant done in Clone Wars, but hyperspace weaponry was developed in the Legends canon and used. The only place where you'd kind of have a point is with a dyad in the Force, but that actually uses already established concepts in order to create something new. It's the difference between Super Saiyan 2 and Super Saiyan 3. Super Saiyan 2 was an expansion on the original idea that was built on the concept of Super Saiyan being normal, and there were multiple theories presented in the show of how to do it. While Super Saiyan 3 just kind of happened without explanation. It didn't really build on Super Saiyan 2 properly, other than just being the next number. The dyad was Super Saiyan 2.
Instead, you decided that just rehashing the original trilogy, but with more women, was the most viable option.
Even though the movie you're calling the worst is the one that actually took the most effort to differentiate itself from the original trilogy.
And that part where she says she wants to protect these characters and preserve the way the fandom sees them, that is a bold-faced fucking lie. Not only did you have these characters killed off one by the raging school shooter pretending to be a Star Wars character, but you also destroyed their personalities and watered down their importance by making them a springboard for the new characters to jump off of. And
so, for one, only one of those characters was actually killed by Kylo. The other two died overexerting their own force powers, which is admittedly kind of a cop-out to do twice, but that brings me to the next point of why Leia's death really shouldn't qualify here. Yeah, Leia's actress died. What the fuck do you want them to do? Recast her for the last movie in the trilogy? Even if we assume that the plan was always for Leia to die, which it wasn't if you look at the Duel of the Fates script Trevorrow wrote, Carrie Fisher's death means that what they were originally going to do with Leia, they couldn't do now. Or if they could, it would be much more expensive. But that even assumes that preserving the characters means that you never kill them off in the story. The plenty of characters are memorable because you kill them off at the right time and conclude their story arc in a satisfactory way. You, obviously, do not feel that story arcs of these characters had satisfying conclusions. I don't think they could have done better with Leia given the circumstances, honestly, but I disagree with you on Luke, and I would especially disagree with you on Han. Han's story in the original trilogy was very complete, and the way they set up his end in trying to get his son to rejoin the light was honestly very well done from my perspective. Luke's ending as well encompassed his past troubles with the dark side in the way that his story ends, even if they could have done better. The point I'm making here is that preserving the characters doesn't mean keeping them alive within the fictional world. It's about keeping them alive in the hearts and minds of those who witness them. And I don't agree with you that they didn't do that. Look, I'm not going to keep doing this. I cannot make it to the end of this video because, to be quite honest, at this point you're spewing so much hot garbage that you could overflow a landfill. The rest of this video is just, it's the reverse of what people did with the female Ghostbusters. What you're doing now, instead of saying that people don't like the thing you do because of politics, you're saying the thing that you don't like is political as an excuse to call it worse. I've already pointed to all the contradictions, all the lies, all kinds of reasons what you're saying is complete and utter horsecock, including the fact that I already called it horsecock a few hours ago. I'm not going to keep entertaining you. This video is detritus of the cerebral cortex to the highest degree because good Jesus H bananas does this video have it all. Repetition, countering your own point with another point, responding to a potential counterpoint with no and nothing else. Repetition, going on massive diatribes that have absolutely nothing to do with your point, being entirely wrong about things, misinterpretation, malice towards a work's creator, repetition, literal hate speech, unfunny media clips, funny media clips ruined by using them in the wrong way, armbar, judging 3 movies for having less content than 6 movies for some reason, and of course, repetition. See, here's the thing about interpreting film. If you want to interpret something a certain way, you're probably gonna find an excuse to justify that interpretation. You chose to interpret this movie as feminist propaganda, so to you, if a character makes a poor decision, that's bad writing instead of just the character making a mistake because they aren't a perfect person. So even though women are sometimes wrong in this movie, to you the movie interprets them as always being right, even if it outright calls them on their bullshit, or they are the ones who suffer the consequences for being wrong. Rey's consequences are mental and not physical, but she had no consequences because you said so. You decided that a movie has more female major characters and it was bad because, well, you wanted to interpret that as a bad thing. You were spinning a narrative the whole time, and what that narrative paints you as isn't just someone who doesn't want feminism shoved down his throat. It paints you as flat out misogynistic. I mean, sure, you talk about liking powerful female characters, but the second there are too many of them, you're looking for any excuse for the characters to be poorly executed. If male characters aren't your main good guys, then that's a problem to you, apparently. And all this, by the way, is coming from someone who also had significant problems with this movie. They just weren't the ones you had. Maybe this narrative spinning isn't intentional on your part, though. Maybe that's just how you interpreted all this, and your viewpoint was just well, a bit troubling, and it'll take something a bit longer than a tweet in order to show you where the problems with what you had to say are. So, you know, here you go. After the announcement of your return, I really wanted to believe that, considering you talked about how much better your life is going offline, and you apologized for that sock puppet stuff that you did. Good for you. I'm happy to see you moving forward with your life. You also took an 8-month break from social media because you felt it was toxic, even deleted your Twitter. You were still posting stuff off and on, including about my video on you, but let's call a Zeta Zaid, Magenta. I don't know yet if all of this is performative, and I've got one little piece of information from that return video that indicates that it's possible it could be.
A few weeks later, another supervisor had a card for me at the service desk, and I opened it to see that it was from the supervisor who relocated. She actually wrote a very nice message to me, congratulating me, telling me how proud she was, all the usual stuff.
Oh shit, sorry, that was the wrong clip. But real talk? How are you gonna censor your own name but not censor the supervisors? Like, for real, why is it an invasion of privacy for people to know what your first name is, but for her it's not a problem? Especially since this is your YouTube channel. Did you have her permission to put this up here? You could argue that spot up here might be a smudge, but I mean, considering the placement, that makes me think you whited out the name on the card itself. It just looks really weird to me. But whatever, that's not the actual thing I want to play. This is what I wanted to play.
In September, there will be a ranking of every Kingdom Hearts game from worst to best. In October, there will be a video talking about Arthur and reflecting on the impact it had on viewers. In November, I will be releasing my review of Mass Effect 3, deconstructing the many problems with its story. And finally in December, I will be making a video to commemorate the 5th anniversary of The Last Jedi. What will it be about? Well, I'll just keep that part a secret for now. It won't be a 3-hour-long review, just letting you know that now.
It's that last part that kind of bothers me. For one, you still feel the need to obsess over The Last Jedi. I know you're keeping the actual subject a secret, but just really think about it. There's pretty much no way the subject isn't The Last Jedi itself. Otherwise, why announce ahead of time that you're commemorating the anniversary? See, here's the thing. I know almost nothing about what this video is, but the little that I do know already points to it being a problematic garbage fire. Of course, I'm gonna give you a warning just in case. If it's about this whole thing I've been doing, you might want to reconsider that. You have a tendency to sneak pot shots at people you don't like in your videos, and that, whatever. I've done it before too. But how often do you deal with somebody that knows how to fire back? And as much as I don't want to believe this is the case, maybe, just maybe, you did intend to spin that narrative the way that you did. Which is problematic, to say the least. Or, as an alternative, perhaps you didn't. And it's just your subconscious relaying how you really feel. I really, really hope this last little paragraph I just said is wrong. But only time will tell. Only time is going to tell us what the difference between Zaid Magenta and Misanthropony really is. Okay, and I have in my script that I'm supposed to write a funny ending. So I'm just going to do like the whole editing thing where I like zoom in on it while like fucking also Sprock Zerthirsta plays or something. That's going to be it. That's going to be how I end it. It'll be a funny meme.